Good morning! Good morning. I have so many tabs today. Mostly bridge related. If I can manage to get through bridge stuff, maybe we'll hear some non-bridge stuff, but holy fuck, there's a lot. There's a lot, dude. And I also have something that I would love to cover today, but I had to send out a, hello, I am an independent journalist and I am seeking comment about this. And I'm actually going to give them time to respond, so I won't report on that until Monday. So we got a lot of bridge stuff suddenly colliding all at once. Man, if only. Mostly peaceful taboos. Yeah, BGM Doko, it's off? Fuck. I even checked to make sure I had everything on for when I started. I'm retarded, don't mind me. Behold, she has become Foxu, destroyer of bridge. True and real. And let me scroll down in my thingy here for a second. RD2Live3, thank you for that proom. Yogi Bear Boog, thank you for the proom. Bridge DM. How did you get here? Thank you for the 2 months of proom. Saba Class, thank you for the 30 fucking months, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Amethyst Maestro, thank you for the 17 months. Tingle Rotunda, thank you for the 6-month pre-sub. And already having been subbed for 3 months, thank you. Night of Nights, thank you for the 18 months, dude. Valkyrie's Kiss, thank you for the 15 months. Revenant Legion, I'm retarded. Thank you for the 13 months. Infamous Drizzle, thank you. Thank you for the 13 months too, brother. Nephanor, thank you for the 8 months. 8 months of honorable chatting. 8 months of employment. My sub was your first gift to yourself for getting a job after 2 years of hunting. 2 fucking years, dude. Holy shit. Congratulations. I hope you're enjoying your employment, dude. JC Dosk, thank you for the 9-month tier 3 resub. Please enjoy your placenta cake. I think that's also 6 months at tier 3, maybe. I don't know. Twitch is weird with the language. Thank you. Like you. Tumata, thank you for the 15 months. A Piece of Snail, thank you for the biddies. The Dockie's really good quality, money well spent. Why does it smell so good? I didn't spray them with anything. They did not enter my hand. So if it smells really good, I don't know, I guess whatever warehouse they're shipped to first smells nice. A Whalen, thank you for the 21 months, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Will be Pequeno, thank you for the 18 months of tier 2. And also the 6 months pre-subbing. Thank you for the pre-subbing. I think September stuff is still going on. We got weird September deals. I don't even remember what they are. Unclever Man, thank you for the 14 months, my guy. A Light Weaver, thank you for the 3 months of proom. Good afternoon, hope you're having a good day. I've been awake. Thank you for being a positive stream to watch while dealing with dialysis. Sorry you have to deal with dialysis, dude. I've known a few people who've had to. Not a fun time. Not a fun time. Wow! Thank you for the 27-month member. Watch the noble fox who hunt her prey, Bridges. I was not expecting to, like, remember that this existed at all, but I was linked Savvy's tweet, and I find it really weird, because usually Savvy's, like, digging tweets get a lot of attention, but I'm literally... Okay, somebody else left a comment. I was literally the only comment here as of waking up this morning. But somebody else finally responded. Okay. Well, it says 2. It says 2, but the other comment doesn't exist.
New job with 4-day weeks. The state of New York finally down enough to order Gamersubs and Gamersubs AFK using code Kirsche for 10% off. Matter how bleak it may seem, we're all gonna make it, chat.
I don't know why the TTS refused to wear you. I don't know why it refused to read the word check, and I also don't know why I had a stroke when trying to read that. But thank you for the butter dog heed. Thank you, and I'm glad you got 4 days, man. I know it sucks when people have to do 10-hour days, but like the 3-day weekend's fucking nice, dude. 3-day weekend is fucking nice. And I'm glad you could buy Gamersubs using code Kirsche for 10% off! Whenever you use code Kirsche for 10% off, you help me afford a house. Holy shit, I love everyone who remembers to use code Kirsche. It's amazing. Thank you! Thank you! Cursed word, unreadable. It is. It truly is. Mr. Moose Nugget, thank you. Your ketchup tithe, madame. Autism is nigh begun. The season of pumpkin spice, crumbly leaves, crisp air, and Kirsches with little knitted sweaters. Aw, a Kirsche with, like, a little knit autumn bow and like a little scarf. That would be so cute. I need all Kirsche variants. I just need to be like, hello merch guys. Please merchandise tons of Kirsche variants. Thank you, Moose Nugget. Speaking of pumpkin spice, my dumpkin spice dude wipes came in the mail. I was so fucking excited. I opened the package and I saw the dumpkin spice and I was like, oh my god, no way. I very excitedly opened a package and man, they like dude wipes are already liable to tear if you like pull on them too hard because they're made with plant fiber. But these ones basically like disintegrate as you are pulling them out of the package. So I had to very carefully finagle a dude wipe out without breaking it into a million pieces. And lo, when I opened the Dumpkin Spice package, it is so scented. Like the way it smells when you walk past a Yankee Candle scented. Like, if I wiped my ass with a Dumpkin Spice and then went outside, I would not be surprised if I was asked what perfume I was wearing. And I'd have to be like, oh, I'm not wearing perfume. And those are the wipies I use to wipe my ass. So they are very, very scented. And so my first thought was, damn, that's crazy. You know, if you like slipped a finger into the lady hole, you can fuck up your pH balance with that. But yeah, they work just as well as the other dude wipes, and the Dumpkin Spice scent is very welcomed, you know? Did I see how Krispy Kreme decided to do Pumpkin Spice Rush this year in late August? No. They did it in the middle of summer because they got another movie and media license? What the hell? Why are you suddenly hungry? That perfume is nice. Oh, thanks, but it's actually my ass. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. The Bunker Bros must be so confused. They probably just think I bought like another spray perfume or some shit. Died because of dude wipes. What a way to go. You popped into the stream at an awkward time. No, this is just waking up time. How do they taste? I haven't eaten them. I only eat candles, okay, all right? I've made it into a Don P. Bongwater AI video. He makes videos with Asmongold, Tectone, and Nux called Ketamine Dreamin' Part 2. Is that a good thing? I don't know what that means. We all know you just tore the wipes apart with your razor-sharp claws. I pity your future himbo's back with those diamond-hard keratin blades. Are you kidding me? Are you if I walked up behind a shirtless himbo while he was chopping onions in the kitchen, all right, and I just scratched his back, he would start fucking ripping his leg like he was a golden retriever. There ain't no way. If you think that he's in danger, all right, that you've never had the blissful experience of a woman running nails across your back trying to scratch it, it's amazing. Tectone fucks lobsters for money. What? What? Find the scent that attracts himbos and buy dude wipe scent of that. I don't think I want my ass to smell like forged steel and cheeseburgers. I feel like that would be pretty bad. Kirsche's dude wipes now smell of suburbs, shaped blonde hair, and requests for managers. Oh my god. I'm like going to my father-in-law's funeral. Oh. It was very unfortunate that we found that out during side scrollers. I hope Asmon will be okay, and I hope he takes as much time as he needs off streaming. I mean, I'd love to have him back, obviously, but I would be in his position incredibly fucked up right now, so. Crumbs are crummy! Holy shit, thank you for the large 25 gift schmeats on Kick. My delicious warm bodies given blankets so they can be even warmer. Thank you! Thank you, Crumbs are crummy, for the 25 gift subs on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mad Amos, thank you for the 10. Just to be clear, it's not always just Bridge. Companies are now calling it inclusion and belonging now. That's where you're wrong! Bridge is not the renaming of DEI. Bridge is the initiative in which all companies are renaming their DEI. So, Bridge is not the new DEI. Bridge is the initiative informing companies on how to get around the executive orders and all the legal issues with DEI currently. There's a lot of people who keep trying to be like, it's not just Bridge, there's also all these other wordings, and it's like, no, No, all of those wordings are under bridge. That is what bridge is. You misunderstand, dear sir. Bridge is a general, one of many. Yeah. Now's your chance. Kirsche, Roach King is vulnerable. Heal his soul and marry him. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. You don't be like, oh yeah, they had a death in the family. Now's my chance. That's so fucked up, bro. Wish Kirsche had a stream deck button to mute TTS while she's on a roll. I just try to talk louder when the TTS happens and I can't interrupt myself. I'm sorry about that. Crundle Bundley, thank you for the 25 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, Quandle Bundley. Thank you, Quandle Bundley. Thank you. Fucked yes, effective yes. Oh my god. Spicy Cheddar, thank you for the 19 months of Proom. Thank you. A Battleizer, thank you. If he was cutting onions and you walked up, you'd start dying. Okay, I mean, fair. But that was just the first thing that came to my mind for someone doing in the kitchen. I could have said making like pasta sauce or something, I guess. But, you know, my brain, it's kind of slow. Dan the Man, since I talked over your TTS. Ominous positivity. You will make it. There is no choice. Everything will be fine. You cannot stop it. Happiness is coming. You cannot escape it. Hey, I remember tweeting that years ago. The world is better with you in it. Your existence is mandatory. You're not allowed to check out. You're clocked into life until you're old and wrinkly. Thank you, Dan the Man. Thank you. Fox Arrow, thank you. You're in luck if your future himbo loves pumpkin pie. Back when I was dating that guy that I lived with for like 4 years, whenever I would make pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving to bring over to like the family dinner, I'd have to make 2. I'd have to make a decoy pie because he would just devour the entire thing and then I wouldn't have a pie to bring. And I'm like, that's unacceptable. So I made 2 pies, one for him to smash as soon as I took it out of the oven, and then the other one to actually bring to Thanksgiving. He will find the himbo here. Was this the gay one? I've only ever actually dated one gay man. It was when I was 15, and I caught him kissing another man while dating me, so I punched him in the face, as anyone sane would do, okay? That's, I know it's a big meme, but that's literally the only actual gay guy I've ever dated. Based fun. Look, don't cheat on me, okay? Just don't do it. I used to like pumpkin pie as a kid for whatever reason. You don't like it now. Turning men gay. Keep her away from Asmon. What the fuck? Salvation through faith alone, thank you. The greatness of Charlie Kirk, an eyewitness account of his life and martyrdom. You encourage everyone to watch that video. It's long. We think Kirsche would be interested to start watching at 4320. Cross-examined YouTube. I don't know what that means. Zenik, thank you for the Czar. Can you gloat? You recommended Foxu in last AI Ketamine Dreams, and lo and behold, there's Foxu in the next episode. Not gonna say it was you, but it was you, chat. You're welcome. Witness. I like how you typed whiteness me. I mean, both work. Witness him. Witness Zenik. Thank you, Zenik, for the recommendation and the Czar. How many became gay after I dated them? None of them, to my knowledge, I guess. I mean, I don't tend to stalk people. Breaking news, Foxu beats gay in apparent attack on all gay people. What the fuck? Payne Cabal, they give the Canadians. Here's more money for me saying I'm 6 foot wearing heels on side scrollers. Why is everyone obsessed with that? I'm 5'7" naturally, so if I wear 5-inch heels, of course I'd be 6 feet tall. What do you mean? I don't know if your ex killed your self-esteem comparing your penis to a credit card. You think you would avoid women from that point? I didn't mean to murder that man! It was an accident! Fox Arrow, thank you. Thank you again for the 10. I remember reading that. Matt Larson, thank you. Munya! Well, Munya, 5'7's pretty tall for a VTuber. Yeah, I'm one of the tallest, bro. Who the hell wears 5-inch heels? That's streetwalker level stilettos. Sometimes you just have heels that are that tall. Typically they're like 3 inches or so, but sometimes you get a tall one. You don't need Kirsche of all people making you feel like a manlet. What do you mean? Kirsche's like the only VTuber that isn't Asian. Hey, Pippa's not Asian. Us white trash women have to stick together. The chatter called me a prostitute. Well, I mean, I'd be a very bad one if that's the case. I know. A battleizer. Thank you again. I remember reading about the onions. Thank you. That's why Chromu and Pippa hang out. Aldous Creets, thank you. Got your niece a Hello Kitty squishy because she's sick. Be the cool uncle every chance you can, chat. I love squishies. The waifu had 6-inch heels and she's like 5 inches shorter than you. Oh god. Gets paid, still no sex. Oh my god. Like, here, if someone cheats on you, just break up with them. You don't need their phone password. I'm gonna throw a Nextel at the wall! Speaking of throwing Nextels at the wall, I don't know why the second comment won't load. I was the only comment on here. I was like I was saying, Savvy's stuff usually takes the fuck off when she does dives. So I don't know what the fuck's happening here. A little tinfoil hat. But she's quote retweeting Pokemon saying, hey trainers, have you been on the hunt for Pokemon Hershey's Kisses? How many have you found so far? That's, I didn't know that they were making Pokemon Hershey's Kisses. I don't really want to eat the vomit chocolate just because I like Pokemon. Yeah, it's, you know, no thanks. I might have them muted or there's block nonsense going on. I don't know about that because this is my, like, stream browser account. I've been seeing my popular saying on Twitter, you don't hate the media enough. True and real. Sope, thank you for the 50,000 dongs. I don't know how you managed to castrate so many men, but thank you. Thank you for the dongs. A bad latency, thank you. Mari's only honorary Chinese. That's true. Mari underscore CN. Toric Roma, thank you. You love pumpkin pie. Sweet potato pie is evil. And they look the same. I agree. I don't like sweer potato. Sweer potato kind of gross. Even though they both taste good. Well, that's where we disagree. You hate picking pumpkin and getting sweet potato. I'd be angry. I would be angry, you know? You're more interested in Kirsche's Kisses, this fucking guy. So Savvy said when they previously...
VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
No!
For all the Warhammer 40k fans, I bring glorious news.
Glorious.
Tom Mendelsohn, one of the main scumbags responsible for tainting G-dubs with Marxist dreck, has been suspended for his Charlie Kirk attacks and celebrating 9/11. Keep up the campaign until he's fired.
That's insane! Imagine having the last name Mendelsohn, but also, why would you celebrate an assassination of some peaceful guy? And then, hell, also 9/11? What the fuck? What the fuck? That's kind of wild. Thank you for the good news, Internet Zen Master.
Business world and found that many churches have been infected with Marxist and more. Every sect of Christianity is infected. We need more good people to stand up against this infection.
You know, that's not surprising to me considering the absolute state of the previous pope. Volt Chaos VT, thank you. Thank you for the 25. I'm kind of wondering what you found about DEI stuff in churches. It'd be very interesting to figure out what you've seen. Destroy Marxism, true and real. Speaking of news, Swedish media is defending Jimmy Kimmel. What weirdos. He said something along the lines of a happy 9/11 to all of you who celebrate that, and then put a smiley emote. Well, I think I normally would have just been like, that sounds like a shit post, right? That sounds like a shit post, because, like, I'm someone who's baked cakes. And like, we have that, like, smiley sun with the sunglasses on, like, 9/11 animation from, like, 15 years ago or some shit. Like, normally I'd be like, that sounds like a shit post to me, but, you know. Mr. Penguin Lord, thank you for the 50 gift members. Thank you! That's fucking huge. That's fucking huge. Massive 50 boners. Thank you, Penguin Lord. I love the schmeat. Thank you. Quetzal Pacheco de Serpiente Alada. Thank you for the Mexicans. Christianity is the OG progressivism. Is that why they just continuously lose? We haven't won anything since the first Crusades. Alex, thank you. Hearing the name Nextel was a throwback whiplash. I feel like you were hit with a baseball bat. I'm sorry. We're all a little bit old here. This is the hospice of the VTuber community. Judah Theorer, thank you. Agree to be the cool uncle. You got your niece a sword? Like a... Like a real sword? Like one that she could actually, like, hurt people with? Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. The Swedes found enough time in between dodging grenade attacks and mass sexual assaults to defend the crying homunculus. I don't know how they found the time to do it. Star Phoenix, thank you. A pox on Nintendo for their patent trolling. Summoning patent? No way that should exist. If people want innovation in gaming, it sets a bad precedent. It does. It's really grotesque of them to do. Milk chocolate tastes like shit. I like milk chocolate, but not Hershey's milk chocolate. I prefer dark, but some things do taste better with milk. Some things. Basic bitch, neo-pagan take. Get out of here with the Christ cucks have always been progressives. I don't think always, but I think modern. Shit chocolate full of palm oil taste of shit. True. True. Hander the Godiva. I had a Lindt chocolate truffle for the first time in years the other day, and I was like, ew, this tastes like shit. What the fuck? And it's like, I don't know why they taste so bad in current year. Zenik, thank you for Mozart. Just to be clear, you don't know if it was you. You just left a comment that said she would be, or it would be cool to add her as a cameo. She would appreciate it. Don't know if it was actually you, but it's still cool. I'll have to see what the fuck you guys are talking about later, because I don't know what you're talking about. Furious Dan, thank you for the 2-month member. Trump set to raise the H-1B application fee from $1,000 to $100,000. If true, fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. It's all the lead.
I don't want to eat the lead.
All right, Madam Savvy here. We're gonna get through this. Salvation through faith alone. Thank you. Your earlier comment was a suggestion for a YouTube video I could watch if I wanted a first-hand account of when Charlie got shot. Cross-examined is the YouTube channel. Oh, was he like in attendance at the college? That is wild to hear. Jonathan Upadhyay, thank you. As a former Mars employee, you will always shill for Dove dark chocolate. I really like the Dove chocolates, like the little squares. The only thing I don't like about them is that they're woman chocolates. So every time you unwrap one, it says shit like, "You are strong and beautiful. Go ahead, buy the plane ticket. You can do anything." And it's like, I don't want you to preach like laugh, live, love shit to me, chocolate. I just want to eat you. That's cringe, yeah, affirmation chocolates. They got bored at work and reviewed every active contract you have. Turns out the county spends about $500K a year on DEI and other DEI-related terms like Jedi. Not sure what you can actually do with this information. It's not federal funds. If the county is spending about $500K a year, I'm imagining that is from, like, local taxpayer money, even if it's not federal funds, right? So, in that case, couldn't you take it to your local politicians? Like your city councilors, or even like your representatives for your county that are in the House, like a state rep or some shit. Yeah, let politicians know. Munya. Toric Roma, thank you. Only difference between dark and milk is how much cocoa is in the chocolate. Also, Deus Vault, true. Bring the Deus Vault once again. You can still complain about it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can take it to local politicians, but they're still paused. This is California. Find like the one Republican representative in California. I'm sorry, you have not been able to escape yet. Savvy! When they previously worked with Dentsu, the advertising firm that created a new group to replace GARM, they pushed artificial scarcity with Oreo. I wouldn't be shocked if they did the exact same thing again. I say this because when you know groups get hired for such a simpleton idea, it just ruins everything. And they did the same thing with like some Pokemon plushies that they had at Costco specifically. They would send like a giant box of all the Pokemon plushies, and it would have like, I don't know the exact number, so I'm making up the numbers off the top of my head because I can't remember. But like they would have like, you know, 20 Snorlax, 20 Charmander, 20 Squirtle, and then like 5 Eevee. So they like purposefully had less of the Eevee than all of the other ones. And I was like, damn, that's kind of snacky. But she has a screenshot here from Dentsu.com, USEN, our work, Oreo, and Pokemon. And it says, Pride, Designed, captioned, and approved within minutes. You can trace our time with Oreo all the way back to when the power went out at the Super Bowl in 2013. A single tweet reminding people that you can still dunk in the dark brought the brand greater payoff than its actual Super Bowl spot, costing millions. That's really weird. We've brought the same energy to pinning up the brand's partnership platform. Courage was on display when we paired the feel-good brand with Game of Thrones. I feel like it's really weird to call a brand feel good and talking about Game of Thrones in the same sentence. Like, they could have described the brand as literally anything else in conjunction with Game of Thrones. We reimagined the violent show's opening credits with nearly 3,000 Oreos. It was the brand's most successful limited edition ever. I didn't even know that happened. But then again, I don't buy Oreos, and I didn't watch Game of Thrones as it was releasing. Of course, we broke that record again in 2021 with the brand's latest collab. This time, we pulled on the power of Pokemon to devise a rarefication scheme to depictions of 16 of the video game's most popular characters, making cookies of Dratini, Lapras, and the mythical Pokemon Mew harder to find. We surrounded the launch with additional elements of discovery with an animated reveal video and pop-up art installation, crafted entirely out of Oreos, and fans were here for it. Result, the Oreo x Pokemon collab has been Oreo's fastest selling and top grossing limited edition launch to date. The cookies reach collector status with eBay listings for individual cookies going for hundreds, and dozens of sellers listing the rarest catches for $30,000. On the heels of the campaign, Mondelez set a goal of adding $1 billion in Oreo sales by 2023. I can't imagine paying $30,000 for a fucking cookie. Some people have way too much money and not enough brains. That's fucking insane. That is retarded. Holy fuck. People are stupid. That is why I wish I had the amount of money to even conceivably think about spending $30,000 on a cookie. Like, not even to actually do it, but just to be like, damn, that's a rare cookie. You're reminded of the fact that as things feel like they're collapsing, the more really dumb shit people spend way too much money on. That's insanity. Penguin Lord, thank you for another 50 gift sheets. You're going crazy, dude. You're going fucking crazy. Thank you, Penguin Lord. You're fantastic. You're so sweet. I would brush your little penguin feathers. Thank you. Thank you. Where's your Game of Thrones themed Oreos based on the Feel Good series? If you extracted the brains of all those people, you might just be able to get an anagram of gray matter. Luxury spending goes up as things get worse. But why? That's kind of weird, in my opinion. But I thought it was interesting that she mentioned Dentsu here, and Pokemon working with Dentsu, and we've seen a lot of poor decisions in Pokemon in recent years. And it made me go back through a lot of my bridge stuff, because as you guys know, and I lament all the time, I get a metric fuck ton of bridge articles, and I've been reporting on this since January of 2024. And so some of the articles kind of slip through the cracks. I don't have time to go over absolutely every single thing. And Dentsu happened to be one of the things that slipped through the cracks. And slaves also slip through the cracks.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you. Thank you, Cobalt Roku, my guy, for the fucking slaves. Dude didn't even leave a message. He just mushroom stamped and left, threw some schmeat on the table. God damn, thank you. Thank you, Cobalt Roku, for the fucking slaves. Thank you. Thank you. Salvation through faith alone, thank you. The guy whose channel was cross-examined was Charlie's mentor and was with him when he died.
That is incredibly sad. I am sorry for that guy. Mr. Turnip Jam, thank you. The stream brought to you in part by Buc-ee's. I'm not sponsored by Buc-ee's. Wolf and Wings, thank you. You have a confession to make. You're a truck driver and you picked up a load of the yummy, delicious DEI Campbell soup the other day. Please forgive. I miss my creamy pub chicken pot pie.
Because you've been a bad girl.
Bigglesworth, thank you. Was driving home, saw someone with a slut life sticker on their beat to shit SUV. Are people even real anymore? Well, I mean, her vehicle just represents her actual body, does it not? That's kind of poetic if you think about it. Big Twitter article back in January 2024 was actually how you first found me. Oh, hell yeah. There's gonna be an actual, like, thick-ass article, hopefully live soon, TM. Canned soup tastes like can. I disagree. It was a man driving. Ain't no way. Don't say that. When you think about it, the Kama Sutra was a religious text. So, moving on to talking about Dentsu here. We have to talk about multiple people involved with Dentsu. So I replied to her, Dentsu came up in my bridge research last year, but I didn't get a chance to cover them specifically. Both Michael Roca of Omnicom's Elevate DEI program and Nick Brienne, the DEI acolyte that was appointed as interim CEO after the hostile takeover of Enthusiast Gaming, are involved with Dentsu. And I thought that I had a video on my channel of, like, the Enthusiast Gaming stuff, but apparently I don't. And apparently it's just a VoD. So, Binary, I think, found the VoDs for the Enthusiast Gaming and the Michael Roca Omnicom stuff. I could have sworn they were made into videos, but I guess they were not. So they're only on streams. I'm popping off on Twitter. I didn't even do anything on Twitter! I haven't done anything the past few days! Why does that name sound familiar? Which one? Because I've talked about both of these. Omnicom is obviously an evil company name. True and real. So to go through everything here, there are a million tabs. Let's try to go through this together without getting lost. Let me go back to where I wrote down everything. Okay. So, first, we have from Digital Direct Holdings, Cracking the Code, How Multicultural and Gen Z Reshape Mainstream Marketing. Digital Direct Holdings has released its second white paper revealing 81% of Gen Zers say multicultural and diverse communities greatly shape brand preferences. Mainstream tipping point has arrived as multicultural and diverse consumers drive brand choices for 57% of the general population. So, this white paper, which I'll go over a few of the pages because I've read some of them on stream before, but this white page goes over how if there are diverse voices shilling products, people are more likely to buy them. So if you want more people to buy your products, your commercials need to have underrepresented minorities. The content creators that you partner with need to be diverse, aka non-white. So it's an entire paper being like, anytime you partner with anyone, actors or content creators, you should prioritize non-white people, is what this entire white paper is about. And the participating companies in this study are Microsoft, Bayer, Colossus SSP, Dentsu, Publicis Media, Foster School of Business at the University of Washington, and NYU Stern. In collaboration with Horowitz Research, Direct Digital Holdings commissioned a survey of over 2,300 U.S. consumers to delve into the impact of Black, African American, Hispanic, Latin, AAPI, and LGBTQIA+ consumers' brand perceptions and purchase behaviors on the general population with a specific focus on Gen Z. This comprehensive report features both quantitative and qualitative exclusive research findings, complemented by insights from industry leaders and academics. It also showcases the importance of prioritizing outreach to multicultural and diverse consumers, as opposed to adopting a siloed approach for brands and agencies to reach Gen Z. The siloed approach was language that Cheryl Daija used in the very first video I ever saw of her, where she was saying that current DEI policies are typically a siloed approach, and we need to stop that from happening. It needs to be an inclusive approach. You need to involve your marketing with the other employees. It can't just be off-held to HR and marketing. Everyone needs to be involved in DEI. Key takeaways. 57% of all consumers say that multicultural people have a big influence on their brand preferences and choices. 81% of Gen Z said that diverse voices have either some or a large amount of influence on them when making decisions. Across all major categories, food and restaurants, fashion, technology, and more, multicultural and diverse communities show significant influence on the brand choices of all consumers. That impact was dramatically higher among Gen Z. Findings should be viewed as a seismic shift for brands, making it a core imperative for advertisers to connect with multicultural and diverse consumers intentionally and authentically through marketing and media to promote broader sales. Understanding how to connect with this generation is crucial for shaping brand choices today and driving strong revenue in years to come. This research uncovers major influences on Gen Z, as well as the broader mainstream audience. And then you have to put in all this information if you want to download the white paper. But I already have the white paper downloaded, obviously, because I've read pages from it. Praxis Fall, thank you. What if your other employees are white or white adjacent? Do we need some black paint? No, you just don't matter. You shut up and sit down is what you're supposed to do. So Mark D. Walker here, the chairman, co-founder, and CEO of Direct Digital Holdings, which is, again, who published this white paper. I also want to point out that he was not a part of Bridge when this paper went out last year. This was like April of 2024, I do believe, when I reported on it. It was March or April. However, Mark Walker, co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Direct Digital Holdings, is now on Bridge's board of directors. So I want to point that out. He is now on the board of directors. I don't know exactly when they added him. It could have been sometime last year. They've been adding people very often. And I think the only one that I noticed that they added in real time was the Milk Pep lady, because the Milk Pep lady had quite a lot. This woman, Yin Woon Rani, she had a lot of articles talking about how she joined. But at some point, Mark Walker from Direct Digital Holdings had joined the Bridge board of directors as well. But back to this. He says, I've long held the belief that a key part of Direct Digital Holdings' secret sauce as a company is bringing diverse perspectives and experiences to the businesses we do. And I believe in sharing these perspectives to benefit the entire advertising industry. There's been much discussion recently on whether diversity and multiculturalism are shaping the attitudes and habits of consumers today. At the same time, we're hearing a lot about how to reach Gen Z, the most diverse demographic in history. Just how vital is multiculturalism and diversity for this specific demographic? Direct Digital Holdings is pleased to share new research that I think will have far-reaching ramifications, with the potential to completely reshape how marketers can and should target their future customers. Among many eye-opening findings from this new study was a whopping 81% of Gen Z say that multicultural and diverse consumers have a significant influence on their brand preference and choices. 72% of millennials said the same, compared to 48% of Gen Xers and just 32% of boomers. Simply put, among younger consumers, multicultural and diverse voices have a powerful impact on trends and buying preferences, one that extends well outside of their own communities. And while I read this, my brain immediately thinks to like massive streamers that people say, oh yeah, they're astroturfed. I almost never see anyone but like large media accounts talking about these people. How did they manage to get like millions upon millions of followers or viewers or hundreds of thousands of subscribers? You know, like the ones that are like astroturfed to all fuck. Very interesting. Very interesting. In fact, when you look at the generations collectively, a significant tipping point is revealed, as more than 57% of the general population is reporting that multicultural and diverse people have a major influence on their brand preferences. Considering that the size of the multicultural/diverse population in the US currently represents 40% of the market, this group is driving an outsized impact on what people choose to buy today. So they're saying 57% of people are more likely to buy products if they are shilled by non-whites. And even though that non-white people make up about 40% of the market at the moment, that means that they have even more impact on people's buying choices than what their representation actually is. Apparently it was 2,700 people, which is a pretty decent sample size, but yeah, you wonder where. Yeah, I mean, you always wonder where they get the people from. Unfortunately, many brands are still stuck executing misguided mass market media plans and outdated multicultural spending allocations. However, there are signs of progress. A year ago, Direct Digital Holdings embarked on an extensive research project to better understand multicultural and diverse communities' perceptions of targeted advertising and media spending. Those results were profound. The majority takeaway from that earlier research was that Black, Hispanic, and Latin, AAPI, and LGBTQIA+ consumers in the US clearly notice and care when brands cater to them directly, and marketers who don't are leaving serious money on the table. Since then, we've seen more brands and media buyers reallocate ad budgets based on these findings through our side sell platform Colossus SSP. The same goes with our buy-side companies, Huddled Masses and Orange 142. I don't like that a company is named Huddled Masses. That's really odd. Which have seen marketers in categories that range from travel to entertainment moving more dollars toward targeting multicultural and diverse audiences. Thanks to this new research, highlighted in our just-released white paper, Cracking the Code, this is what we're reading, it's becoming clear that investing in niche media isn't just crucial for connecting with these diverse audiences directly, but with consumers across the board. Investing in niche media. I wonder what they could be talking about by niche media. Multicultural and diverse media spending is vital for brands hoping today to compete long term, and thus the time is now for brands to rethink their media spending and creative strategies to match the diverse customer profile, and ultimately future-proof their business. The most recent U.S. Census found that the nation's population is more diverse than ever, as 34% of Americans identify as a race or ethnicity other than white, and 8% identify as LGBTQIA+. In other words, more than 2/5 of the U.S. population is non-white or non-hetero. However, when it comes to the future of marketing, those numbers don't nearly tell the whole story. That's because for brands, that diversity figure may as well be 100%, given these groups' huge and growing influence on where people shop, what they buy, what they watch, eat, and so on. That's really weird that they're just like, yeah, it might as well just be 100% diverse, quote unquote. An overwhelming majority of Gen Z consumers, some 81%, revealed that a huge influence on their brand preferences and choices comes from multicultural and diverse people, as did 72% of millennials, and that's in contrast to 48% of Gen X and 32% of boomers. Boomers, by the way. Percent who say multicultural people equals big influence on brand preferences and choices. And here's their graph. And in small text it says, please note that the term multicultural collectively includes Black, African American, Hispanic, Latin, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and LGBTQIA+ consumers throughout the study. TDK, thank you. Keep it up, lovely Fox. Thank you. That's among the many revelations from this new study conducted by Horowitz Research on behalf of Direct Digital Holdings, which found that among younger consumers, multicultural and diverse voices have a powerful impact on trends and buying preferences, one that extends well outside their own communities. With younger consumers leading the way, research has uncovered a major turning point for the whole of the US population. While about 40% of the country is multicultural/diverse, these collective audiences maintain an outsized sway over the marketplace overall, as the research found that 57% of the general market consumers report that multicultural people have a major influence on their brand preferences and choices. I like how they've repeated themselves like 4 times already. The majority of all consumers say that multicultural people have a big influence. 57% multicultural people equals big influence on brand preferences and choices. 33% said multicultural people equals some influence on brand choices and preferences. And 10% said that multicultural people equal no influence at all. Max K, thank you. The study asks whether diversity impacts your choice to buy. It does not ask people if they're more likely to buy. Yep. It's a very interesting way to phrase it. But they do say... That is an interesting way. I wonder if that means that some of these people could be saying it influences them in the other direction and they're all counting it as positive. That's very interesting. Ryan, thank you. Big influence on explaining what percent of that is negative versus positive. Yeah, that's a little slimy. Neil Lindgren, thank you. Have some American money dollars. Thank you. I love American money dollars. If only they was still backed by the gold standard. What are multicultural people? Anyone who's not white is what that means. So if you are not white, you are a multicultural people. Indeed, multicultural and diverse audiences may be the most important force in consumer marketing today, and soon will dominate the landscape. As Alison Sicione, director, U.S. Media at McDonald's, put it, multicultural is the mainstream. Brands that don't recognize this reality today risk being left behind tomorrow. And while some brands, such as McDonald's, are well on their way, others appear to be already behind the curve. These groups have long been disproportionately influential, said Dr. Marcus Collins, clinical assistant professor of marketing at the University of Michigan, Ross School of Business. And today, cultural circles are more heterogeneous than ever. Marketers have been a little slow to this, particularly the impact and influence of network effects. Our hope is that that will soon change. According to Pew Research, Gen Z encompasses people born between 1997 and 2012. Per the US Census, half of Gen Z respondents and almost as many millennials reported being an ethnicity or race other than white/non-Hispanic. And here is like a little racial makeup. Half of Gen Z, almost half of millennials already identify with an ethnicity or race other than white. So Gen Z has 50% identify as white, and then the other 50% is blocked off as Hispanic, Black, AAPI, other, multiracial. Millennials are 54% white, Gen X 59% white, Baby Boomers 71, Silent Generation 77. Damn, that is a tall drop from 71 to 59. Holy shit. So they're saying white people are getting replaced. Shh. You're a bigot if you don't use subversive language to say that. Ryan, thank you. The more multicultural we get, the worse it got. Identification as LGBTQIA+ is increasingly significant among younger consumers as well. Baby boomers were 97% straight, Gen X 94, millennials 84, Gen Z 77% straight. That is also a massive drop. How much is the Hispanic percent after the deportations? Clearly, younger audiences are coming of age in a far less white-dominated era, which partially explains their expectations regarding representation and support from the ad community. However, the research found that Gen Z's predisposition toward inclusion isn't just driven by their own diverse makeup. Rather, this group appears to exhibit a fundamentally different point of view regarding fairness, influence, and culture, prioritizing diversity while championing equality. Millennials and Gen Z have grown up in very different environments, said Mark Prince, SVP, Head of Economic Empowerment at Dentsu Media. This research reinforces the importance and expectations of these consumers. When it comes to supporting, even demanding diversity, they're not playing. It's part of who they are. So much so that they appear to watch closely for others being excluded. Gen Z makes decisions around these issues, said Esther Uduehi, Assistant Professor of Marketing and International Business at the University of Washington, Foster School for Business. It doesn't feel good to them to buy brands their friends can't, or when other groups are not included, Uduehi said. The thinking is, we can feel more included when we see other groups being included. That makes no fucking sense. That makes no fucking... What the fuck? It doesn't feel good to them to buy brands their friends can't. Just because there's not an Asian guy in a McDonald's commercial doesn't mean an Asian guy can't buy McDonald's. I don't understand this logic. Like, what? Can't? That's yeah, what the fuck? Sorry, I can't buy this. I'm gay. What the fuck? You do not care who made the brand. Does the brand do the thing and do it well? Then I'll buy. Yeah, pretty much. I don't give a shit what brand is. Does brand do what they do well? Is product good? If yes, I want buy. Like, come on, man. You swear DEI is poison? It really is. And like, the more you read, the sillier it sounds. But again, these white pages are meant for industry insiders. This is meant for companies, corporations. They're meant for consultation people to read. You and I aren't supposed to read these. And when we do, it's supposed to have boring enough language that we just check the fuck out. In other words, it's not just about seeing themselves supported by ads or media spending. Gen Z seems to be keeping score about equality for all groups. If I met a person, regardless of what generation they're in, that has like a little notebook that keeps track of like the race or gender identity / sexuality of people they see in advertising or shilling products from a certain company, that would be really fucking weird. Like, there's no way. What's the scoreboard? Yeah, right? They are particularly vocal. It's like, I'm sure someone is going to be like, oh, Kirsche is so dumb, she doesn't realize that that's being hyperbolic. It's just that they care more. $100, thank you. You'd like to buy that brand? Hold up your arm and compare your skin color to the tones on this color swatch. Who exactly are pushing people to keep score of how multicultural things are? It's very weird. Again, is it a positive or negative? Keeping a racial notebook? Sounds like a competitive ranked racist who spreadsheets. They are particularly vocal, said Kana Schmidt, marketing director of pain and cardio at Bayer. That's so weird to see fucking like Bayer, the aspirin company, on here. Like, what the fuck? Here's a quote. It is clear that when brands support diverse-owned media and use genuine, inclusive ad creative, it can boost trust, create brand love, and increase loyalty, said MJ De Palma, head of inclusive business impact at Microsoft. Create brand love and increase loyalty. What was it? What was that video game guy that was like teaching people how to like monetize gamers, quote unquote, correctly? Where he was like, you need to turn fans into fanatics, right? It's like that kind of language. I love brand! Brand, tell me what to think! A recent Microsoft research report bears this out. Ads categorized as inclusive drove a 23-point lift in purchase intent, regardless of whether the person experiencing the ad was personally represented in the ad or not, the research found. It is clear that when brands support diverse-owned media and use genuine, inclusive ad creative, it can boost trust, create brand love, and increase loyalty, said MJ De Palma. We read that. The question is, how do brands reach these diversity-first consumers? I think we all know, like, it's very interesting how they're saying, right, that, like, how do I phrase this? They're saying ads categorized as inclusive drove a 23-point lift in purchase intent, regardless of whether the person experiencing the ad was personally represented. So, like, would the way to counter this be like, as a white person, I'm not going to buy anything that shows a diverse cast in the advertising? That would be like a wild turn to have to go to. And it would be interesting to see if that had any impact whatsoever.
Bayer invented aspirin while looking for a non-addictive substitute painkiller for its previous non-addictive painkiller, heroin.
I did not know that. Thank you, Brent Wolfe, for the tax and for the information that Bayer were the inventors of aspirin, and that was looking for a non-addictive substitute painkiller for its previous painkiller, apparently heroin. That's kind of wild. That's interesting. How about Silence brand? That's what I want. I want Silent brand. I don't care who is in the commercial, but this like push to drive out all white people is a little strange to me. It's a little odd. Can't we just have like normal commercial with good product? These people want everyone to be like Apple or Nintendo fanboys to justify and become emotionally invested in a megacorp that will abuse you nonstop. Let that sink in. 100%. 100%. And when everybody was celebrating last year thinking that Microsoft had gotten rid of DEI, and I was like, no, they don't. Here are videos of Cheryl Daija at the Lion Canes Festival at the Microsoft panel. Here's Microsoft continuing to do the DEI work. So many people were just like, well, Kirsche, that's just like your opinion, man. I was like, what do you mean? I have video fucking proof. What do you mean? They're saying purchasing intent. In other words, they asked people if they would buy a thing, not actual sales numbers. Yeah, I would like to see the way the questions were all specifically worded. That would be a very interesting thing to read as well. Remember when Bayer got sued for giving African countries HIV-tainted blood packs? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I'm glad that Pepperidge Farm remembers so that chat can remember so that they can remind me, because I certainly did not. What the fuck? What the actual fuck is wrong with that company? Holy shit. Coca-Cola with a kick. If companies wanted to sell products, they would just sponsor Kirsche like GamerSupps does. I like companies that are like GamerSupps. They just sponsor everyone. They don't have like a slant. That is like actual unironic diversity. All these stats are carefully engineered to produce the desired result. Literally how to lie with statistics. Yep. What's the phrase? There's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics or some shit. Going in circles, it's not only who you know. As a part of the researchers' overall efforts toward measuring the influence of different groups on today's consumers, The team elected to specifically examine the impact of people that consumers are closely connected to, versus those with whom they have less direct connections, to assess for any major differences. The study found that regardless of demographic, consumers are uniquely and distinctly impacted by 3 different key circles. One thing we share is that we're all influenced by people around us, those we are most closely connected to, and also by those with whom we have less direct connections. Respondents were asked about the cultural composition of each of their circles. People closest to us form the inner circle, family, close friends, etc. People in the social circle are those we see or interact with on the course of living life, for example, co-workers, other people in the community, people from organizations one is a part of, etc. The cultural circle includes celebrities, influencers, and other public figures we follow on social or other media.
It's me, I'm in your circle.
Multiculturalism is already evident in all consumers' lives at every level of connection, with significant majorities of consumers saying that at least some diversity exists across all their levels of connection. Racial, ethnic, sexual, among total market, diversity of consumers' inner social and cultural circles. At least some are another race, ethnicity, or sexual identity, 72% total of the inner circle, 86% total of the social circle, and 86% total of the cultural circle. At least half are another race, ethnicity, or sexual identity, 32% in the inner circle, 49% of the social circle, and 53% of the cultural circle. And then it breaks down all the different colors in each circle. The purple being almost everyone identifies as my race, ethnicity, sexuality. The yellow is half identify as my race, ethnicity, sexuality. And orange is I'm the only one with my race, ethnicity, sexuality. And then blue is most identify as, and then black is most identify as something else. Ford should give Kirsche a free Mustang GTD. This would definitely boost sales. What the hell? Arigato Hyro, thank you for the pounds. You care about who is in the ads when every ad is diverse except for maid, birth control, and divorce-related services. Yeah, once you start noticing the ads that are still like entirely white people, it's very weird. It's very weird. You're the only straight white man. He's the last one left. The circles of Gen Z and millennial consumers are, at all levels, more diverse than those of their older counterparts. Gen Z consumers are the most likely to say that their connections at every level are primarily more than 50% diverse. And there's like little charts here that break down the inner social and cultural circle by generation. Increasingly, each of these circles are marked by a diverse makeup that was only sometimes the case just a few decades ago.
Vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Thank you, music and fiction. It's kind of interesting that they talk about Gen Z being as malleable as they think, and yet they don't calculate the effect of their own policies or of martyrdom. The whiplash may be delicious. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these statistics are very obviously made the fuck up or skewed in a way that makes it look good for them pushing DEI tenets. And especially after, like, the McKinsey studies are just bunk nonsense. Like, I don't believe that these statistics are genuinely representative, but I also think that if everybody starts believing, oh, well, Gen Z is overwhelmingly more conservative, then that could make you complacent, right? So I don't want to believe that they're overwhelmingly more conservative as much as I don't want to believe any of these statistics that I'm reading off either. We asked college students, is the skew? Yep. You think they do that? Just publish lies? Sure, these are as accurate as the left versus right violence statistic? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. But you have to remember that as much as we are skeptical of these statistics, and we know how much these people lie, and we know how much they've used studies that have been completely fucked around with previously, these again are papers meant to be read by industry insiders and corporations. So these are the things that corporations are using to inform themselves about how to do marketing. So it doesn't matter if we're looking at these statistics and we're like, that's made the fuck up, nobody cares. The companies are using these statistics. Increasingly, each of these circles are marked by a diverse makeup that was only sometimes the case just a few decades ago. A full 72% of the general pop said that members of their inner circle are of a different race or sexual identity than their own, while 86% said the same about both their social and cultural circles. Put another way, multiculturalism and diversity were present in all consumers' lives at every level of connection. However, among younger consumers, this diversity within their key circles of influence is much more pronounced. For Gen Z consumers, their connections are primarily diverse, more than 50% across the board. I just want to pause again and just be like, this is really fucking weird, is it not? Cause like, shouldn't it not matter the like racial, ethnic, or sexuality makeup of your friends and family? Shouldn't it like not matter in any way, shape, or form? But these people are like hard engaged on what level of diversity people are engaged in. And it again makes me think back to Cheryl Dijja talking about how DEI should be embedded in every operation of a company so that everyone in the company is participating in the DEI work, whether they're aware of it or not. And that after work, you should be taking that DEI work to your dinner table as well. You should be doing it outside of work.
I mean, look at the shooting stats. Those are totally legit.
True and real. Statistics wouldn't lie to you. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 50. Thank you, my guy. Most important characteristics are the immutable ones.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Kodiak VT, thank you for the raid. And that reminds me, Moomy Playing Games, you raided like half an hour ago. Thank you, Moomy Playing Games. I forgot to thank you. Thank you both for the raids. Welcome, raiders. All you hope for when these globalist fucks are done is your city is renamed to Sector 69. Can't have diversity if your only friend is yourself. Like, I've never thought about like diversity in my friend group. They are just my friends. Like, it's weird. For example, just 25% of Gen Z say the members of their inner circles identify as the exact same race, ethnicity, and sexual identity as they do. In contrast, a significantly higher share of boomers, 36%, report a lack of diversity in their inner circles. This diverse by default dynamic colors their thinking on just about everything, certainly brand preferences and product decisions. 36% of boomers report a lack of diversity in their inner circles. Doesn't that mean that 64% of their inner circle is diverse? Doesn't that mean that it is still overwhelmingly diverse? What is this wordplay? That seems low. You think tokenizing your circle like they're the cast of Captain Planet would be more racist? It's like, shucks, man. I already have a black friend. I can't have another one until I collect a Pacific Islander. They're bad at math. I'm telling me you don't seek diversity in your friend groups. You can have a token of each race of friends. How can we get Totino's pizza rolls? Capitalize on demographic shift. 2 black J-Bill. Your mom lets you have 2 black friends, man. I was watching a show the other day, and it was a pretty good show until the ending. It ended really flatly. I didn't answer anything, and I hated it. But at one point in the show, the guy's daughter was 15, and then at some point she turned 16. I don't know when in the show she turned 16, but he was very hard on, like, get that lipstick off your face, cover up your bra straps, no daughter of mine's gonna be dressing like a whore. And I was like, that makes sense for someone who's like 15, 16, right? Like, good dad, thumbs up. And then he hires a security company, and the security company is like entirely self-owned, self-operated by a black guy named Dakota. And Dakota's 19, and the daughter starts hitting on Dakota, and they start entering into a romantic relationship. Again, she's 16, and she starts taking, like, lewd pictures of herself and sending them to him. And I'm, like, over there, like, grabbing my head, and I'm like, that's child porn! And so, like, the dad finds the pictures, he grounds the girl, he's like, you lied to me, I asked if you were dating this guy, he's 19, that's not okay, you're grounded, no phone, no iPad, whatever. And then, like, when the guy comes back, the girl calls the cops because she, like, I don't know, is a bitch. And she's like, my dad is attacking someone outside. Spoilers, her dad was not attacking anyone, he was talking. So the police show up, and the dad is just like, look at what he sent to my daughter. This is a picture of him in his boxers. Look at what this 19-year-old sent to my 16-year-old daughter. And I'm like, show him the child porn! What are you doing? Show him the picture she sent! And the officer's like, sir, in the state of New Jersey, the age of consent is actually 16, so he didn't do anything wrong. And I was like, he sent lewd
pictures to a minor! She sent lewd pictures to him with the child porn! What do you mean?
And then everyone goes away. The daughter like starts crying and uploads like a TikTok video where she's like, I'm confined as a prisoner in my bedroom because my family doesn't like the fact that I'm romantically involved with an African American. And I was like, oh fuck. So the mother gets like kicked out of the country club. The father like almost loses his job. He thankfully doesn't. But like now everyone thinks that they're like this family of racists. And I'm just like, why didn't he show the police the fucking other images, man? Holy shit. What the fuck show was this? I think it was called The Watcher. Again, it was a really interesting show until the end. So there's cancel culture in shows now. I don't remember how old the show is. I think it might only be like a year or two old, if that. That sounds like a terrible show, honestly. I kind of liked the father. Everyone else was a fucking miserable cunt. That's Westfield. Westfield is weird. I don't know what Westfield is. Age of consent is age of consent, meaning she doesn't need parental decisions to do adult things, though that also means a parent can treat her as an adult as well. Yes, but also age of consent doesn't apply to media. If you as a 16-year-old are snapping pictures of your tits and sending it to someone above the age of 18, that is still illegal. Someone on Catfish got arrested for that. It doesn't matter what the age of consent is. Telecommunications are regulated federally, so yes, exactly. Jesus, modern writing does fucking suck. The show is set in Westfield. That town we have secret rituals in the basement of the church vibes. Oh wait, that's a real town? Like the MTV show? Yeah, the MTV show. There was an episode of Catfish where a guy got catfished by a minor, and like she sent pictures of herself to him, and so he still got arrested for the CP even though he didn't know that it was a minor pretending to be a completely different person. And can't even send them to other minors. Exactly. SDAS, a noob professional, thank you for the biddies. Hello, Foxu. YouTube and the losers led you here. What? So apparently I'm guilty of being a Nazi and supporting men. Good on, I'm not a Nazi. They tried to crush you, but only made you stronger. Happy to meet the community. Welcome, my guy. Welcome. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. You've seen that show, you agree the ending sucked eggs? I was like so fucking into figuring out what the fuck was going on, and then for them to blue ball you at the end, I was so pissed off, man. Was The Watcher the series based on the weird series of articles from 2018? Maybe? It did say it was based on a true story, and that the actual story was never settled in real life either. Ashira Tabi-kun, thank you. You're at the age where now the only way you get into your friend group is if you marry one of our friends. We're too old to be proving ourselves to new people. New people are risky, man. Succulent Josh, thank you for the member. Why does it sound like a show your girlfriend would watch? It's very, like, woman crime core. Could you yell at my cat, Pippa, if she stole your chair again? Why is Pippa your cat? She's a bunny. I don't care, you're still very mad that... Right? And you mean right before turning 18, they raised the age to smoke to 21 on you? That's really weird. That's really weird. Can't risk it. Stay alone. The Watcher of Westfield by the cut. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Pippa the trans cat. Back to this article. I don't even remember why we segued on that. This diverse by default dynamic colors their thinking on just about everything, certainly brand preferences and product decisions. A few years ago, McDonald's realized that it lost the young consumer, an important subset of the multicultural segment. A generation that was so crucial to the brand's future was turning away from the brand. We said, we've got to win this audience, said Caleb Pearson, Vice President, U.S. Customer Engagement at McDonald's. The fast food giant had long relied on its pillars of convenience and value in its messaging. Except now, fast food is no longer fast, convenient, or a value. While getting caught up in offering constant promotions, we needed a shift in how we go to market. That required attempting to make McDonald's resonate with Gen Z by leaning heavily into what is driving culture today. First, they had to figure out how to communicate with this demographic, which had just graduated from Happy Meals but may not be fully living out on their own. They care about convenience and value in their lives, said McDonald's CCO. And as you start looking at the audience and how diverse they are, they really care about personalization. To that end, the company rolled out Fan Truths, where McDonald's celebrated the go-to orders of celebrities such as Travis Scott. And I think, like, this could have been done a lot better, once again pointing to the way that, like, Japanese video games do marketing and shit. Like, there were a lot of people who could go to a McDonald's and be like, oh, this is what Travis Scott orders, I'm gonna order the same thing. But if you ordered, like, the Nicki Minaj meal, nobody would have any idea what the fuck you're talking about, because that wasn't, like, on their official menu. You know? So instead of, like, using these celebrities to be like, this is what I typically buy at McDonald's, I think it would have been much better if they had, like, made an actual meal. Like the Wednesday Addams thing that they have going on now, right? You could actually purchase the specific, like, Wednesday box meal. That would have made a lot more sense. McDonald's and other fast food restaurants can now be considered as expensive restaurants. Travis Scott might have actually had his own burger, because I do remember that there was one celebrity that had, like, a specific burger on the menu that you could order. But we went over another article previously where they had, like, a list of 8 or 10 celebrities that all had a specific McDonald's meal. But it's just like, those aren't on the menu. Like, you would just have to, like, bring this with you and order off of it, you know? Travis Scott was that guy? Okay. You missed the $5 footlongs, true. It was also a Krabby Patty meal. Yeah, like, things like that, where it's like an actual box meal that you can buy. Angel Reese and Travis Scott had specific meal, and it was shit. Oh, no. McDonald's just offer a small menu at a reasonable price. Nobody wants to pay $10 for the value meal, you blockheads. BTS had a meal too, you think? Yeah. Making, like, the actual box meals, I think, would drive far more sales than celebrities just being like, when I go to McDonald's, I order a double cheeseburger with a chicken patty in the middle and no lettuce, no tomato, but extra cheese. You know, like, make that the actual burger that someone can order. The Travis Scott burger was just a quarter pounder deluxe with bacon minus the mayo. Give you 2 double burgers and large fries for $4 again, man. Same. Say, make fast food cheap again. Angel Reese is a tall Amazon that can't jump, misses shit all the time, and hates Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is a basketball lady, so I'm assuming Angel Reese is also a basketball lady. I don't know anything about them. Giru Gamesh, thank you. And what's the Kirsche order? 1 Asmongold and a Kronk for the side. I don't know. Sometimes I have specific autism orders. Kirsche would crawl through broken glass for the Asmongold Applebee's steak. Why go to Applebee's when he can just make it for me himself, right? Exactly. Order the toast engineer meal, and it's just a box of pickles. I love pickle! Angel Reese is the best WNBA player ever, self-proclaimed. Okay. The focus on young cultural icons has continued in recent years, including a marketing partnership with the collectibles fan artist known as Kerwin Frost. Who the fuck is Kerwin Frost? Along with a tie-up with the UK streetwear brand Palace. I also don't know that. Beyond marketing, McDonald's has even tweaked its menu to respond to Gen Z's preferences in makeup. For instance, over the past few years, the brand has rolled out adult Happy Meals, a cactus plant flea market box. What? While pushing spicy affair and even featuring a limited time offer of Mambo sauce. Were they trying to capitalize on the Szechuan sauce craze from Rick and Morty? You know who else is apparently a basketball lady? Erica Kirk. I don't know what you mean by this. Kerwin Frost sounds like a WWE gimmick character. It does. Mambo, bringing back the chicken selects, but worse. McDonald's has made a concerted effort to expand the pool of outlets it works with, such as streaming audio partners outside of Spotify, which cater to a more diverse owned properties overall. They're driving so much of the influence, said CCO. It's really changed how we approach the general market. It's really a new definition of mainstream, one that requires a very different media buying approach. McDonald's, long a creature of big traditional media investment, instead shifted away from linear TV and radio, and currently spends 84% of its dollars on digital media. That's a shift from 10 years ago, said CCO. But moving more money to digital platforms wasn't enough. McDonald's has made a concerted effort to expand the pool of outlets it works with, such as streaming audio partners outside of Spotify, to cater to more diverse owned properties overall. LaShonda Goffin, CEO of Colossus SSP, points out that to battle the pervasive multicultural media scale, a proactive, educated investment is vital. The fuck does that mean? to battle the pervasive multicultural media scale? What does that even mean? Like, when you buzzword so hard. This has forced the brand to think outside of the traditional marketing mix modeling. We needed to be audience-led versus partner-led and media-led, said Cicione. This notion of intersectionality has reshaped how brands go to market. We're trying to not think of communities in buckets, but instead more holistically. We aspire to be the most inclusive brand in the world, she added. It's not always easy to pull off this level of change inside a large traditional organization, but it's crucial for brands looking to grow share. What a weird way to phrase that. I know what they mean, like fucking shares, but like, I don't know, my brain short-circuited reading that. Which McDonald's has in recent years after writing its relationship with Gen Z. This completely aligns with our businesses, said Pearson. If we want to win, we need to create culture and build that ecosystem. If we want to win. What an interesting way to phrase that. Do you guys remember the McDonald's commercials coming out of McDonald's Japan? Of just like nice wholesome family with their child eating McDonald's? Look at all of this gobbledygook we've been reading. Look at what they need to do to mimic a fraction of McDonald's Japan's power. Why can't we do that? Because of people like this writing this fucking white page, dude. Diverse voices on brand and product choices. Gen Z's preference for multicultural and diverse influences cuts across nearly every product category. They care about and prioritize multiculturalism, added Uhadi at the University of Washington. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say I don't feel like people watch a commercial and they're prioritizing multiculturalism therein. I probably wouldn't have even started noticing the races of people in commercials if I hadn't started reading more stuff like this talking about how it's necessary. I would have just been like, oh yeah, that's a commercial. Gen Z's preference that we totally aren't projecting. Internet Zen Master, thank you. To Foxu and other millennial honorable chatters, does anyone remember how diverse their childhood friend groups were? You vaguely remember one friend being from Guam, another from China, but you were racially colorblind growing up. This paper is absurd. Yeah. But they only know how to operate inside of absurdity, unfortunately. The influence of multicultural people on all consumer brand choices and preferences is manifest across all major brand categories today. Here's the percent who say multicultural people equal big or some influence on brand preferences and choices among all consumers. We have 69% say that there is some or big influence on brand preferences among clothing, accessories, jewelry. 74% for entertainment choices like TV shows, music, movies. 69% how you present yourself, which is personal care, makeup, hair, etc. Technology you use, phones, TV, computers, gaming. 66% say that multicultural people have a major or somewhat influence. Your cooking, food, restaurant choices. 81%. What the hell? 69% how you style your home, furniture, lighting, decorations, art, etc. How you care for your home, laundry products, cleaning products, etc. 65%. The types of vehicles and cars that you like. 61%. That's the lowest category. Remember when ABC's Thank God It's Friday was composed of 4 sitcoms involving black families? Nobody gave a shit because they didn't focus on the fact that they were black. I want to go back, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The fact these people who wrote the paper are from University of Washington is making you cringe as a Seattleite. Oh, just you wait till we get to all of the people who participated in this. It's fucking funny. Multicultural people's influence on brand preference and choices across all major brand categories is even greater among Gen Z. This is the percent of people who say multicultural people equal big or some influence on brand preferences and choices. And for Gen Z, it's 89% for the what you wear compared to 69% of all consumers. Entertainment, Gen Z is 88% compared to 74% among all consumers. How you present yourself, 87% Gen Z compared to 69% all consumers. Technology you use, 76% Gen Z versus 66% all consumers. Your cooking, food, restaurant choices, 90% Gen Z versus 81% all consumers.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Blood Dancer! Thank you, Mr. Blood Dancer, sir!
I'm going to work now and will be audio only. I'm counting on the bridge rant to get me through a shit day. Keep up the good work, Foxy.
Well, it's gonna be a hell of a rant. Thank you, Blood Dancer, for the $100 doodles. Thank you.
Thank you, big slaves! Thank you!
Like how they throw cooking food in with restaurant choices because they know Zoomers and late-stage millennials don't cook anything. I think, like, when they say cooking food choices, I think of stuff like HelloFresh and whatnot, because a lot of people subscribe to that stuff, and there's a lot of content creators that shill those products, as well as, I think I've seen a couple of commercials for stuff like HelloFresh. Microwave. Who has that kind of money? What do you mean? How you style your home, 81% of Gen Z say multicultural people equate big or some influence on brand preferences, in comparison to 69% of all consumers. How you care for your home, 82% of Gen Z versus 65% of all consumers. And the type of vehicles and cars you like, 76% of Gen Z versus 61% of all consumers. And Baja Cat, thank you. Gen Z is on, damn, that was a fucking juicy zappa. Gen Z is on target to be the most conservative and religious generation since World War II. They're not embracing diversity. If anything, they'll be extremely wary of it as they're seeing the damage it's doing now. Which could be true, right? It could be. But again, I think that's dangerous to think that, like, oh, Gen Z will take care of it, because that could make you be complacent. And in addition to the fact, even if Gen Z is trending that way, what I'm reading to you now is what companies are being informed by and how companies are making their decisions. And we don't really see any negative impact on companies implementing these things unless they get too overeager like we see with Bud Light, right? Once they get a bit overeager and we actually start a planned boycott, then they start seeing damages. Gen Z is still pretty leftist. Maybe you can get a based Gen Z girlfriend. Consider fashion. 89% of Gen Z said that diverse voices have either some or a large amount of influence on them when making decisions, in comparison to 69% of the general population, according to the new Direct Digital Holdings research. Or another example, music. Hip-hop has dominated the Billboard charts for several decades. However, its influence goes well beyond music, extending to brands worldwide, such as the German streetwear maker Highs Nobiety? I don't know what that means. More recently, we've seen the influence of Asian culture continue as Korean artists from the K-pop world are heavily followed by Gen Z audiences, noted Talmai Sardari, Clinical Associate Professor of Marketing, New York University, Stern School of Business, who has studied Gen Z extensively in her work covering marketing for fashion and luxury brands. And in recent years, the micro-nail trend came to the US through Asian American and Pacific Islander communities with heavy influences in the fashion, music, and entertainment worlds. As someone who has listened to K-pop since I was a teenager and have listened to a lot of like visual K music from Japan as well as importing clothing from Japan, yeah, I just kind of like some things. I don't think about the diversity of it. I'm just like, I like this, therefore I buy it. I'm like, what? Diversity doesn't even enter my mind when I buy these things. Those are not the same. Yeah, I was like, what? Wait, there's music on those videos? K-pop and anime are popular. That's multiculturalism. Surely. Wouldn't multiculturalism eventually erase those things because everybody would just be part of the same culture? What a concept. Wow, what a weirdo. Friendly reminder, K-pop's entry drug was Gangnam Style. I was listening to like Girls' Generation and Miss A way before that. I was listening to like The Gazette. That's a visual K band in Japan in like middle school. K-pop is literally 5 to 10 people dancing exactly the same. My favorite Chinese restaurant that is also a Japanese steakhouse that is owned by Korean immigrants that play K-pop on the TVs. It's like such a mishmash of everything. And like I don't even think about it. I'm just like, yeah, give me your chicken tonkatsu and some sushi roll with tuna and cream cheese and avocado. And thank you, Miss Korean mom lady, for giving me the chopstick trainers because I'm too retarded to use chopsticks without them. She gave me those chopstick trainers like 4 fucking years ago, and I still have them in my purse. I bought a new purse several years ago and transferred the chopstick trainers to them. I love that woman. Fox News, the guys who tried to unalive Kavanaugh is trans now? What the fuck? Someone tell you how to be 40 years old like Baby Vox and still look 30. True. You don't care for K-pop, but you're so glad that it got big. We had something that's not more hip-hop. The chopstick, they are precious to me. I love them. Bottomless purse with everything in it. Every time I'm like outside with any friend of mine, and they're just like, oh, I wish I had water. I'm wicked thirsty. Or they're just like, oh, I'm hungry. I wonder if I should get something to eat. I just like pull things out of my purse. They're just like, oh, I forgot my sunscreen. I'm like, here's sunscreen. It's like, my meme taught me that a woman's purse is like our fucking boogie bag, man. You need to carry everything that you might possibly need. Neosporin, Band-Aids, aspirin, like... If someone could possibly need it, you should have it in your purse. Kirsche's mom maxing. I went from a lesbian chain wallet, and I had like 10 different types of chains I could exchange on my leather wallet, depending on my mood that day. I went from literally that to a purse like my meme. I think I bought my first purse when I was like 23 or some shit. Like, I was pretty fucking old to be buying my first purse. Like, Kirsche's purse is a bag of holding from Dungeons and Dragons. True and real. Where's your Glock? In its holster where it belongs! Because carrying in your purse can be dangerous, and also it'll take you longer to pull it out if you actually need it. But you have the all-important can of peaches. Very thank you. Based Foxu Visual K enjoyer, you got really deep into Nightmare's discography and with various tokusatsu related artists after Death Note introduced you. Yeah, Death Note had some fucking bangers, dude. They had great sounds. 23 started the tomboy reformation phase. It did. Binary Mind, thank you for the tool. No, Penguin Lord, I'm sorry. Binary Mind, thank you for telling me about Penguin Lord's 20 gift members on the YouTube. Thank you. My mind was in purse land. Thank you, Penguin Lord, for 20 more gift members. You fucking fuzzy little creature, you. Thank you. Thank you. Fox with a Glock sounds hilarious to you. Ammonia. Grilled cheese enjoyer. Oh my god. My grilled cheese game leveled up the other day. I think it was actually like 2 weeks ago. But I was high out of my mind. And we had onion buns. Like the like hamburger buns with onions on it. And I was like, what if I made a grilled cheese with the onion buns, and I used like the sharp white cheddar and the Parmesan and the Colby Jack, and there's some like weird Mexican cheese in the fridge that's like cheese, and it melts really, really well. And if you put the Mexican cheese in a pan by itself, it crisps up sort of close to like the Brazilian fluffy cheese pillows that I get at Fogo de Chão. So you make the grilled cheese, and you have to invert the onion bun, right? Because like the onion buns are kind of puffy. So you invert the onion bun so that you have like an actual thing to grip onto. And then you put all the cheese on the like outsides of the bun, and the insides are the part that you hold. And then you crisp up a bunch of the like Mexican cheese. And then you put the crispy cheese on like the outside of the bun, and it sort of like sticks itself to it while it's still hot. Oh my god, it's so fun. The multicultural grilled cheese sandwich. It's me, I'm the consumer. The Oaxaca cheese is what I'm thinking. I have no idea what it's called, but it's got a really weird name. Italis, thank you for the biddies. Found out about me in Don P. Bongwater's newest video. Poke it in to follow your stream. I'm gonna have to watch whatever the fuck that thing is later, because it's not, you're like the fourth person who's mentioned it. The Oaxaca is the Mexican mozzarella. It's got like almost the same flavor as the fluffy cheese pillows. I really wish I could make the fluffy Brazilian cheese pillows myself, because they're so fucking good. The Oaxaca, Oaxaca cheese. It's probably Oaxaca. Probably. That might be the Oaxaca. I'm glad that my autistic pronunciations actually made some people possibly know what I'm talking about. Kirsche loves the moon rune cheese. You love making grilled cheese? I fucking love grilled cheese, man. Grilled cheese with multi-cheeses are great. You ever try making one in the air fryer? No. Ow. Ow, my neck, bro. Slowly getting closer to the real pronunciation. Some of us just happen to live in very Mexican-influenced area and enjoy proper Mexican food.
I had a chimkin quesadilla the other day.
Just Google pão de queijo receta and translate the page, or just ask Grok or something. I'm gonna copy that down because I'm never gonna remember pão de queijo receta. It's not good. That's, my brain would not be capable. I'm finding it. I'm pasting it. There we go. Okay, I just scroll back up to my like little keep Kirsche focused list, which I'm trying, man. S94C, thank you for the 12 months, dude. Thank you. Pão de queijo is really easy to make. I should do it someday. I just need to find like a good honey, because every honey I've tried is disgusting. But whatever honey is like heated up at Fogo de Chão, man, that shit's so sweet. It's so sweet and candy-like. I love it. Oh my god. I mean, I need a honey that has like zero earthy flavors to it. Love Foxy, but man, does the pronunciation of words sometimes give you an eye twitch. Look, you know, the Boston debuff. Hot honey is the goat.
Huarang, thank you.
You were there at the Genesis of K-pop. Hot God Finn KL. You feel so old now.
I remember when Korean MMOs would incorporate dances and music from popular K-pop groups.
Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. Did I see the not safe for work games on Steam are no longer allowed to update? No? What? Back to this. Along those same lines, she pointed out that marketers from Nike to Uniqlo have collaborated with anime artists.
I'm an anime.
There are numerous examples like this across multiple industries, including even basic products such as laundry detergent and cleaning products, where, according to findings from the Digital Direct Holdings survey, 82% of Gen Z leans on diverse groups' influence compared to 65% of the general population. That even goes for everyday staples like pain relievers. A recent campaign for Aleve was set in an African-American hair salon. The brand took pains to lean on its own DEI council and experts in the category to get the look, feel, and tone just right, explained Byers Schmidt. Yeah, you know, I've never been influenced to buy a painkiller based on any kind of commercials for it. I don't think I could even remember a commercial for a painkiller that I've seen in my life. I'm the kind of person that calls everything aspirin, and then people have to be like, Kirsche, there's a difference between aspirin and ibuprofen, and if you give someone allergic to aspirin and aspirin, like, there's going to be a bad time. And it's like, well, if you're allergic to aspirin, then don't ask me for a painkiller, because I'm not going to know the fucking difference, buddy. I hope you know. John Burt, thank you. Most store-bought honey is Clover, which is Blerg. Unlucky. I don't know what kind of honey I would buy to make it not taste like shit. JV, thank you. It's pronounced Oaxaca, but spelled Oaxaca. There's also queso fresco, Spanish for fresh cheese, which is used for tacos and quesadillas. I've eaten a lot of queso frescos that do not taste cheesy at all. They're like very, very bland, and I don't know why. Orange blossom honey is good. Get orange blossom if I can. Yeah, I want something that's sweet, like no earthy flavors. I do not like earthy. God, why are they all doing soy face? God damn. It's not just how we reach them, but how we talk to this audience, said Schmidt. You need authenticity. You can get it right or so wrong. That applies to nearly every aspect of the marketing process. How is our consumer base represented? Is it part of the brief, reflected in casting, etc.? Diversity is a must throughout. That sums up the opportunity in front of brands and the inherent risk. Marketing to these communities requires a research-driven effort. Our brand clients have been asking to expand their reach into multicultural and diverse audiences as more so-called niche communities rapidly become mainstream, said Maria Vilches Lowry, Chief Growth Officer at Direct Digital Holdings. However, it is vital that we understand their distinct nuances in order to reach them authentically and drive sales as well as long-term loyalty. Are brands stuck in a general market mindset? Arnetta Whiteside, SVP, Multicultural Consulting, Agency and Brand Readiness at Publicis Media, said that in the traditional marketing world, when it comes to capitalizing on the broad influence of multiculturalism, inertia is a problem that still needs to be solved. When we talk about the general market, even given the consensus projections over the last 20 years of a multicultural majority, I thought this was a conspiracy theory. I thought you were racist if you brought it up. Brands sometimes tend to lump all people together by looking at past performance of white consumers, she said. The thinking is, I need to move my product today. Why would I mess with that? It's hard to get them to move away from that. Some marketers are extremely conservative, but we're seeing many of our clients leaning in to better reach diverse audiences and shift that legacy thinking. Uhedi concurred. In her experience, many marketers don't have the necessary methodology and understanding required to act upon the multicultural opportunity, and that requires institutional change. DEI is not just a moral imperative, it is a business necessity, remember, chat. I don't believe they are going as fast as they should be. They have to think about, what does it mean to have a modern marketing division? That likely requires hiring more executives from Gen Z and empowering them to make budgeting allocations. There is a disconnect between decision makers, she added. Their experiences are so different. I don't know if these quotes are going to be in here, so I'm just going to read them. Arnetta Whiteside, the SVP of Multicultural Consulting, Agency and Brand Readiness at Publicis. Some marketers are extremely conservative. We did read that. Michael Roca. Michael Roca is an important name, once again. He is somebody in Omnicom. He is the director, it says here, executive director of Elevate, which is their DEI program. And Michael Roca works with Dentsu, which is how we are in this rabbit hole at the moment. I had this information in my archive since like March last year, but I did not get a chance to get to all of it. Beyond simply bringing in more generational talent, marketers and agencies must wrestle with crafting a media plan that targets multicultural audiences, hits the right mix of social and cultural circles, and influences the general market. The lines between plans are more and more blurry, said Schmidt at Bayer. Years ago, multicultural was a completely different marketing budget. Now, everything has to be inclusive. We're seeing a shift towards this thinking, states Natalie Hsu, Group Director at Digital and Programmatic Strategy at Dentsu Media. I'm seeing progress. Brands are paying attention. A great example of a successful campaign that resulted from collaboration across groups is the Cheetos Deja Tu Huela platform, which launched a few years ago with Spanish-speaking pop star Bad Bunny. Chad, is Bad Bunny the one that was like, "Cash me outside, how about that?" Wasn't that her? Omnicom, buy our stuff. Give us your children. No. I thought her name was Bad Bunny. Oh, that's Bad Babby. Oh, okay. I got the bad women confused, chat. The Pakistani National, thank you for the Canadians. The reason Not Safe for Work games can't update is a direct demand of payment processors. They should not have that kind of power. It's kind of wild that payment processors can throw their weight around like that and things actually get changed in order to acquiesce to them. And that not enough pushback is being done. Mr. Turnip Jam, thank you. You've successfully organized your socket set. Witness me! Last 3 days. What is a socket set? Bad Bunny is a guy? What? That's a campaign that is led with Hispanic insights, said Michael Roca, Executive Director of Elevate, Omnicom Media Group. But when it comes to looking to penetrate different circles and coordinate targeting, there's a layer of complexity, Hsu said. If you have the data, you can do it. It's the measurement that's a challenge. To help meet brands halfway, University of Michigan's Collins advocates for what he calls a fireworks and campfire strategy, one that integrates mass communications with customized cultural touchpoints. He cited movie campaigns, which still pump out trailers to reach the broad market, but then often create unique campaigns aimed at specific influential audiences. Ah, like removing the black men from posters in China. I get you, buddy. Talking to a smaller fraction of the audience didn't always make a lot of sense for brands, said Collins, but the impact and influence of network effects can set the force aflame. There was a time when brands had a Hispanic budget, a black budget, etc., said Roca. Today, it's everybody's responsibility to reach these audiences. Brands and agencies need to make this a business priority, and the siloed approach, thank you, Cheryl Dijah, doesn't work anymore. He continued by saying, increasingly, there are campaigns where multicultural insights drive the whole campaign, but more is needed. With Gen Z, it's about how you show up and where you show up. So what's next? Addressing the imbalance between the multicultural influence of Gen Z and the spending behavior of brands is a tricky problem to solve. As evidenced by the aforementioned McDonald's example, it often requires bold, unconventional thinking and deliberate action. It is critical to understand that there aren't always straightforward marketing routes to drive trends among Gen Z. Discovery is huge for them. Rather than taking direction from a marketing engine, the commercial environment, or brands or employers, they prefer to listen to different voices. Said NYU's Sardari. They get a lot of ideas from peers and often dismiss authoritative voices. Black budget. Who are the racists again? Hey. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. There's a different Bad Bunny that noted Hassan Piker, Orbiter Mike from PA, spilled his spaghetti around. What the heck? Why are there so many Bad Bunnies? Always more. Dumbasses got their dream in the 90s, but that wasn't enough. Getting multiculti Gen Z to spend money also requires creative financing and creative accounting. They're broke! Well, speaking of Bad Bunnies, did you check your phone to look up the good sausage I got at Peeba's house? Oh, fuck, no, I forgot. At Omnicom Media Group, there we go, it took my brain a second. The company has established a dedicated business unit, Elevate, which I went over in a previous stream at some point. We've definitely talked about Elevate, which embeds cultural practitioners within various teams inside the agency. Cultural practitioners are embedded within various teams inside the agency. Once again, Bridge is the one who wants this embedded throughout every corporation. And Omnicom Media's Group co-founder and chairman is on the board of directors of Bridge. Help. The goal is to upstream the importance of multicultural spending in media and help uncover those insights and nuances, said Roca. The best way to make that happen is to ensure this starts from the get-go. It seems clear that just hoping media and ad strategies will become more equitable isn't enough. Agencies and brands need an intentional approach and vocal leaders to drive change. That's the thinking behind Prince's team at Dentsu Media, which sits across various key groups, including investments and brand strategy. You need people inside and you need advocates, he said. Insights are important, but so are the choices of media vehicles. As Gen Z's set off, multicultural groups want to see brands support their media. Trusted voices matter, said Prince. You really need to be able to own your voice and tell your story. Diverse owned properties that connect with those audiences have the full power to do that. It's such a weird way of thinking, man. Especially when they're just like, it's clear that hoping media will just eventually become more equitable, which again, danger word, equitable, isn't enough. Like, you have to force it. Now is the time to force behaviors, as it were. The future is right now! Now is the time for ethical cannibalism. Clearly, the priority that Gen Z places on multiculturalism and diversity is helping to reshape the attitudes and preferences of the entire marketplace. If we don't speak to Gen Z now, we're going to lose out, said Andrea Fisher, Senior Manager, Media Strategy at Bayer. They're influencing the buying habits of their older generation. It seems evident that marketers need to hone in on what researchers are observing from this audience and take a proactive approach toward changing their tactics. The general market is being reshaped, and thus, most marketers need to reshape their own strategies and approach. In terms of measuring, we are sometimes doing things our own way, added Fisher. We're using MMMs for ROI. I don't know what an MMM is. Multi-marketing mission? I don't know. We're using brand lift from a qualitative standpoint, and we're trying to gauge the impact of multicultural marketing on the brand. The research is clear. Inclusive advertising builds trust, loyalty, and purchase intent for this generation, said Microsoft's De Palma. Combining inclusive advertising with a diverse-owned media buying strategy could really supercharge trust with this group. In fact, this research dovetails with Direct Digital Holdings' 2023 report, Dollars and DEI. Multicultural Consumers' Insights on Brands, Media Buying, and Marketing Practice, which found overwhelming evidence that multicultural and diverse audiences of all generations both notice and make brand decisions based on brands' demonstrated support of media vehicles targeted to their individual communities. The biggest takeaway was that major brands are leaving money on the table when they don't allocate budgets in a more representative fashion. Now it seems that brands may be risking not just growth, but their entire business if they don't shift gears. Because consumers overall are already connected with multicultural and diverse people at every level of their lives. And these connections drive their attitudes regarding marketing across the board. Cheryl Daija, founder and CEO of Bridge, agrees we are at an inflection point for brands to remain relevant or disappear into infamy. Those brands who recognize the competitive advantage of being intentional, inclusive, and apply the same rigor against underrepresented audience as they do generally, will drive growth at scale and build a more sustainable and profitable future. Once again, forego any kind of short-term losses for the long-term cultural change and profitable future. They just talk and assume that the future belongs to them, as long as they do the work. Entire story about more representation is completely irrelevant to their business concerns. Ah, yeah. Multicultural is the general market, said Dentsu's Prince. It's a mindset thing, but it's also really about growth. Marketing plans must reflect that dynamic. Therefore, as previously mentioned, we're at a tipping point. The level of multicultural and diverse influence has outpaced the population growth. Reaching and connecting with multicultural and diverse people must be the centerpiece of any brand's general market strategy today, lest they want to miss out on tomorrow. They're okay with short-term losses if they can shape the future for their benefit? Yes. This is why, like, every time someone comes out and they're just like, this company's getting rid of DEI, we're winning. I'm like, no, here's how they're not getting rid of it. Here's how they're changing. Here's how even in their press release, they said they're doubling down and they're committed to DEI, but you're apparently illiterate. And then also, with the Bridge instructing people, like, yeah, there might be some short-term losses, but that is acceptable if we are able to transform culture and get what we want. How to lose money for your business. Once again, it's not about the money. A lot of people say that, like, well, they're losing money and they can't lose money forever, but it's like, look at who funds these things. Look at how many companies are walking in lockstep publicly for something like Bridge, right? If these are all the ones publicly, think of all the ones that are doing what Bridge designed to do, but without attaching their name to it publicly. We've seen it a gajillion times at this point. They have zero business acumen. The study included quantitative research and analysis conducted by Horowitz Research. A total of 2,311 online surveys were conducted November 16 through 27, 2023. 1,021 general marketing interviews among 13 plus U.S. consumers, plus an oversample of 1,290 Black, Hispanic, and Latin and AAPI consumers. Data have been weighed as needed to ensure results are representative of each of the individual segments and the U.S. population as a whole. Across all races, ethnicities, and sexual identities, Gen Zers say that multicultural people collectively have a big influence on their brand preferences, and choices at rates significantly higher than that of all consumers generally. And we have white, non-Hispanic among Gen Z. 67% say that diversity has an influence. 40% general consumers. And once again, it's kind of like that graph. Those little what are they? The like little plot graphs that show how like each individual race views their race as like more favorable than all the other races, except for white people, where they just kind of like view every other race as like a favorable race other than their own. This is like a result of like the colorblind teaching, where white people are like, yeah, we want to be colorblind. We don't want the racisms. We want to just get along with fucking everyone. Whereas everyone else is like, yeah, no, fuck that. You're crazy. The reliable double agent and controlled opposition, Robbie Starbuck, told me we're winning. Monday's certainly going to be interesting. Is Bridge funded by any Antifa-related groups at the moment? That would be an interesting thing to figure out. How to advertise to races. Allowed to be racist. Yeah, Black and African Americans, Gen Z, 93% say that multicultural people collectively have a big influence on brand preferences. compared to 84% of all consumers who identify as Black, African American. 87% of Hispanics and Latinos say that it matters in Gen Z. 75% among all consumers. Asian American and Pacific Islander, 92% of Gen Z say it matters. 69% all consumers in that racial demographic. LGBTQIA, 92% of Gen Z say it matters, compared to 79% of all consumers who identify as LGBTQIA. Topher, yeah, it's getting some juicy flies today. I had the Bunker Bros take down all of the fly strips, so now that the flies aren't getting stuck in fly strips, there might be more zappas occurring.
The Moon Man, thank you for the 50.
You grew up near Seattle. If they polled for this paper in that area, the numbers make sense. Nearly every aspect of life in the area is ideologically captured by lefty propagandists. Yeah, it would be interesting if they told us, like, specifically where they rooted out finding the people for this. This white paper is intended for informational purposes only. The information contained within this document is provided on an as-is basis and does not constitute any type of advice. The authors and contributors of this white paper make no representation to warranties of any kind, express or implied, other than the completeness, accuracy, reliability, sustainability, or availability with respect to the contract contained herein for any purpose, nor any representation being made that the content herein is error-free. In no event will the authors or contributors be liable for any loss or damage, including without limitation, indirect or consequential loss or damage, or any loss or damage whatsoever arising out of or in connection with the use of this white paper. All liability with respect to actions taken or not taken based on the contents of the here by expressly disclaimed. Direct Digital Holdings Incorporated reserve the right to update, revise, or modify or disclaim any time without prior notice. Okay, so they're basically just like, yeah, if any of this information is incorrect, or if you lose any money because you took our advice, yeah, we're not responsible, okay? All right? They have a disclaimer for the fucking... Well, they have to have a disclaimer when they use fucking bunk-ass research, but here's the end of it. The participants in this study... If streaming doesn't work out, you have a career reading side effects at the end of pharma commercials. We have Allison Cicione, Director of U.S. Media at McDonald's. Mark Prince, SVP, Head of Economic Empowerment, Dentsu Media. Dentsu right up there, baby. Dr. Marcus Collins, Clinical Assistant Professor of Marketing, University of Michigan, Ross School of Business. Michael Roca, Executive Director of Elevate, Omnicom Media Group. Cheryl Daja, Founder and CEO of Bridge. Kana Schmidt, Marketing Director, Pain and Cardio at Bayer. MJ DePalma, Head of Inclusive Business Impact, Microsoft Advertising. Tomai Sardari. That doesn't look like a real person. This guy has got, like, almost Bogdanov face. Clinical Associate Professor of Marketing, New York University Stern School of Business. Andrea Fisher, Senior Manager, Media Strategy, Bayer Consumer Health. Natalie Hsu, Group Director, Digital and Programmatic Strategy at Dentsu Media, second Dentsu. LaShonda Goffin, CEO of Colossus SSP. Esther Uedi, Assistant Professor of Marketing and International Business, University of Washington, Foster School of Business. Maria Vilches Lowry, Chief Growth Officer at Direct Digital Holdings. Mark D. Walker, CEO and co-founder of Direct Digital Holdings. Caleb Pearson, Vice President of U.S. Customer Engagement, McDonald's. And Arnetta Whiteside, SVP, Multicultural Consulting, Agency and Brand Readiness at Publicis Media. And that is the end of the white page. Once again, Dentsu being involved in cracking the code, how multicultural and Gen Z reshape mainstream marketing. And to recap on who Michael Roca is, going back to Savvy's thing here, Dentsu came up, Michael Roca of Omnicom, and Nick Brien, who was the interim CEO appointed after the hostile takeover of Enthusiast Gaming. Omnicom Media is involved in direct targeting of diverse content creators. Burt's Bees is the first brand using Omnicom's Diverse Creators Network. A Black beauty creator heads a Burt's Bees Twitter-only campaign. Burt's Bees is the first brand to launch a campaign through Omnicom Media Group's Diverse Creators Network, which launched this summer to help marketers connect with more BIPOC creators. And I wonder why this is a thing at all, right? Because I feel like content creation is one of the most accessible fields to people. Like, it doesn't matter who or what you are. If people find you interesting, or if you catch the luck of the algorithm, like, people will come and watch you. And so it's weird that there needs to be, like, this push, especially in brands, to specifically target specific demographics in this manner. What the hell is a BIPOC? Where the hell have you been? What the heck? It's a Black Indigenous People of Color is what it stands for. They've been using that for a long time. This is an article I briefly read on stream. This is from 2021, and I'm pretty sure I read this last year when I was going over Michael Rocha. But to recap, the effort kicks off today with a 5-week campaign on Twitter featuring a black skincare influencer promoting Burt's Bees lip balm. The Clorox company brand has plans for an additional campaign later this year. Following the May 2020 killing of George Floyd, Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. Like, what the fuck does this guy have to do with pushing a campaign directly targeted at black creators? What does he have to do with anything here? Why bring him up? It doesn't make sense. Why do people try to idolize this dude? And subsequent movement around racial injustice, brands and agencies across sectors have increased their commitments to engage with more BIPOC creators who witness inequalities in pay and opportunity. Welcome to content creation. There's inequalities in pay and opportunity for literally every single individual. That's just the industry, baby. I don't know what you mean by this. It's like, you gotta rely on a little bit of luck catching eyes in the algorithm. Your race doesn't matter. Your sexuality doesn't matter unless you're making that your entire content for some reason. They think all non-white people relate to being a violent career criminal drug addict because they're anti-racists. I hate these people. Earlier this summer, Omnicom launched the Diverse Creators Network, DCN, to connect brands with millions of diverse content creators and diverse media in partnership with Twitter and 2 other platforms yet to be announced. See, this is privilege. The fact that simply because of your skin color, communities and companies are going to want to elevate you above other content creators to give you more opportunities ahead of other people. That's a bit strange. Why wouldn't this be open to all content creators? DCN has attracted interest from other brands such as McDonald's, Georgia Pacific, State Farm, and the CW. Scott Hagedorn, CEO, Omnicom Media Group North America, told Ad Age earlier this summer. The star of the program's first campaign is Tiara Willis, a licensed esthetician with more than 275,000 followers on Twitter, where she shares beauty and skincare advice for women of color. Pre-roll videos on Twitter will appear ahead of her content as a part of a Twitter Amplify sponsorship campaign. The pre-roll videos will direct viewers to Burt's Bees site, where lip balms and flavors like coconut and pear, honey and cucumber mint can be purchased. It's like, if she's already a beauty influencer and she specifically is like, hey, you know, it's hard to find beauty pics that sometimes match like our skin tone. I'm going to help out here. I'm going to show you beauty products that work with your skin. Why start by saying that you've reached out to her as part of like a program to elevate specific skin color people? Shouldn't she have earned this position by way of actually being both a licensed esthetician and someone who has amassed a large following on Twitter? Wouldn't she just in general be deserving of something like this? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Ludwig World Order, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. The next iteration of the campaign, Burt's Bees, will work directly with other DCN creators to craft original content around specific creative briefs. While Burt's Bees has used influencers for the past decade and has sought diverse perspectives, the brand still realized it could do even better, according to Erica Santos, Associate Director of Paid Media at Burt's Bees. Part of fostering diversity and inclusion is recognizing how you can continue to do better, as well as address gaps inherent in the system, such as diverse creators not always receiving equity in pay. Nobody deserves equity in pay. That is like a false equivalency. Or credit for their content, says Santos. While Burt's Bees did not reveal the budget behind the campaign, Santos says it represents a sizable portion of the brand's campaign budget this quarter. Help. And that it plans to invest more in the second phase depending on how it performs. Barry Wade, Managing Director of Cultural Partnerships at Omnicom, says DCN surfaces diverse media partners and creators that otherwise could be overlooked when using other planning filters. Again, if she had like 275,000 followers, how would she be overlooked? That's a pretty sizable following for like a beauty person, you know? All who want this do deserve equity and shit, as long as it's being demanded in the long run. What? Acor, thank you. Good afternoon, Fox Lady. Just wanted to say hi. It's getting cold in Alaska. Also, you wanted to share some photos of a cross fox you saw at work the other day. But it doesn't look like the Discord has a dedicated chat for that. There's a real-life pictures channel for real-life pictures you can post your foxy in. Thank you, Akorth. I wish I could be somewhere where I could see an aurora borealis, man. That shit's so beautiful. JV, thank you. A BIPOC is hilarious since black and indigenous get a special mention, but everyone else gets lumped together. Japanese, Korean, Mexican, Indian, they're just lumped together as not white. That's because, like, Asians especially are like Schrodinger's minority. They're an underrepresented group when DEI practitioners need to use them to wedge something, but otherwise they're too close to white people to ever be counted in minority statistics. Maybe the followers are not organic. Obviously, possible. I don't know.
No.
The DCN, he said, leverages data to give agencies a better insight into the true influence of a diverse creator's reach and impact. What does that mean? What do you mean by this? Are you weighting like a quote-unquote diverse creator on a different kind of metric than you do a white creator? Because if so, that's kind of fucking weird. That's kind of fucking strange, if so. It also offers a scale with the ability to elevate several creators at once to further drive efficiency, says Santos. The DCN is being offered through Omnicom agencies Hearts and Science, OMD, and PhD. Ultimately, we know how important these voices are, and that influencers are a key to our strategy of connecting in a credible, relatable way with our consumer base, which is also evolving as more diverse consumers choose Burt's Bees, said Mitch O'Fury, director of marketing at Burt's Bees. Durham, North Carolina-based Burt's Bees is the leading lip balm brand in the world. Or sorry, in the U.S. I said world. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Leading lip balm brand in the U.S. Correction. In 2019, the brand reported $140 million in sales, while parent company Clorox saw a boon during the pandemic. That uptick is starting to wane. Clorox overall sales fell 9.1 in its latest quarter, missing analysts' expectations. My favorite lip balm brand was Bite. Bite had the absolute best lip masks. They were made with lanolin. And unfortunately, I don't know if they were put pressure on. I can't remember the story at this point. But they either got like pressure by fucking activist groups or someone in the company decided to put like fucking DEI environmental shit above the actual product. And so they removed lanolin from all of their lip masks. And then the price of lip masks being resold on eBay rocketed up to like $200 for a tiny little bottle that could fit in your hand. And they went out of business in like a year because their non-lanolin products were fucking garbage. Lanolin is so fucking good for your skin, dude. And I wish they would have just kept making what they were good at. They would have been top fucking tier. Keep my lanolin in your fucking lip products, buddy. Clorox lost sales compared to when everyone was disinfecting everything, and no one saw that coming. Imagine. Lanolin smells good. Lanolin isn't even cruel or environmentally damaging to get. Yeah, I don't know why they removed it, but they were like, we're gonna be more environmentally friendly. Fuck you, buddy. Wasn't lanolin the wool fat? It's some kind of animal fat. I don't remember exactly where it comes from. Bad Lizer, thank you. The reason they always reference the Saint of the Fent is that, like it or not, useful idiots on the left see him mentioned and knee-jerk just agree with whatever is said next, because racism bad. I mean, fair. Fair. Lanolin is like sheep sweat.
Sheep sweat?
Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Did I hear the news over the body found in the trunk of D4VD's Tesla? I don't know what a D4VD is. Turns out the missing 13-year-old was someone he dated, and he is alleged to be a person of interest in the death. What the fuck are you talking about, buddy? Sheep sweat. Sheep sweat. Oh, no. Some shitty musician, a rapist. The D4VD story is wild. I've never even heard of that person, question mark? But, Omnicom has 2 more articles about their diverse creator program. Omnicom looks to build a database of certified diverse creators. Again, 2021. And again, I'm pretty sure I covered this on stream last year at some point. Omnicom will encourage its creators to apply for NMSDC certification. In an effort to support and diversify the creators its clients work with, Omnicom Media Group is looking to help creators get certified. The agency is working with the National Minority Suppliers Development Council, otherwise known as NMSDC, an organization that certifies and supports minority-owned businesses, to certify OMG's creators as minority business enterprises, or MBEs. Our goal in partnering with the NMSDC, the gold standard for minority-owned certification, is to build the industry's only database of certified creators, enabling a new media channel for diverse investment. OMG North America CEO Scott Hagedorn said in a statement announcing the partnership. OMG is encouraging creators to apply to the program, but isn't making application or certification mandatory. Being a content creator and getting noticed and having things take off and even having the algorithm favor anything you make is already hard enough. Having the industry butt in and create databases of diverse quote-unquote creators that companies can choose to partner with is going to make things that much harder and make certain people look that much more astroturfed. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Burt's Bees was always a drippy hippie company. Burt himself sold the company and then died like 3 months later, half a decade ago. I've never used a Burt Bee, so I don't know anything about the company intrinsically. Have I tried microwaving my bacon since I don't have an oven? It's fast and makes the bacon crispy. I don't believe you, and also I wouldn't want to use a microwave for bacon. The old pay me money to be on a list that will do nothing to help you do your job. With how dedicated DEI practitioners are, I don't think this list would be a do-nothing list. How do you not have an oven? I do have an oven. I don't own a microwave. Oh, did that guy say I don't have an oven? Is he crazy? Yeah, no, I have an oven. It was microwaves that I don't own. The bunker has a microwave. And I've used the bunker microwave a few... Who told you I don't have an oven, you fucking freak? Yeah, oven bacon is best oven. Why do we cook the bacon and bake cookies? That's a question for when someone's blasted, dude. Kirsch's anti-microwave, exactly. Omnicom's Diverse Content Creators Network, announced in June of this year, again, this was in 2021, helps to connect brands with thousands of diverse content creators across platforms, many with millions of followers. Creators include Tiara Willis, who was featured in a Burt's Bees Twitter campaign, Chef Aaron Sanchez, Latinx beauty expert, and Desi Perkins, and YouTuber Marquise Brownlee. I don't remember where the comment is. Here it is. Wait, that Marquise Brownlee, the Apple shill? I don't know any of these names. I don't know any of these names, so. You done messed up, Aaron. Penguin Lord, thank you for another 20 gift members. Penguin Lord is on fucking fire today. Holy shit, thank you. Thank you. Doubted you an oven bake till last weekend? I don't know what that means. You make your own lip chap, deodorant, and candles at this point, soon soap. This man's fucking living off the grid, dude. 26 months of spicy cat lady. Thank you, dual wielder. Thank you. D4VD David is a rapper that had his Tesla impounded after being abandoned. He never reported the vehicle was lost. Police found a dismembered body of a girl in the trunk, and he appears to have known the girl since she was 12, as per Instagram post. The mother claims her daughter was dating a man named David, and this has been a lot on the news. I have not seen a single thing about that. That's fucking crazy. Marquise Brownlee is a huge YouTube channel, Apple and tech review guy. You know, coming on the backs of a couple of the large content creators, I don't remember exactly who. I know Tectone had mentioned that there's a lot of like botting from like large creators, and I can't remember who else made mention of this, but I know it was all over the place on Twitter. I wonder how many of these channels who are put on this like special exclusive, not actually inclusive list are botted and inflated channels. Autocorrect, you doubted me about the oven bacon until last weekend. Oh shit, you tried it? You know I'm right? Hell yeah. To become a certified MBE, creators will have to follow the same criteria as large companies. They need to be a US citizen, a for-profit enterprise, and physically located in the US. They must be at least 51% minority owned and operated. Once approved, creators can display a badge on their social media or website saying they are MBE certified. We usually certify complex corporate structures, but creators should have simpler structures, said Ying McGuire, CEO of NMSDC. She adds that NMSDC will aim to simplify and automate this process to cater to technology-savvy creators. We know that they don't like paperwork. OMG has set a goal of sponsoring NMSDC certification for 500 diverse creators by the end of 2022. The partnership is aimed at building up diverse investment channels and supporting creators of color. After the May 2020 killing of George Floyd, Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. They can't help themselves! There's no reason to bring him up in this article! There's no reason! He has nothing to do with anything they're talking about! Consumers pushed for brands to be held accountable for their ad spending, causing brands and agencies to increase commitments to diverse creators and media channels. This summer, brands like McDonald's and General Motors pledged to invest in diverse-owned media, as have agencies like Group M and Publicis. Omnicom partnered with Colossus SSP, a supply-side platform that delivers a diverse marketplace. Colossus SSP, if we go back to this cracking the code to Direct Digital holding paper, and we go back down here, beep, 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 beep. There was, where is it? I know I read it. Here we go. LaShonda Goffin, CEO, Colossus SSP. This shit's all connected, buddy. It's all fucking, it's a circle, bro. OMG will also reimburse creators' application fees through a grant program. So they're literally paying creators to get this like special business designation to then get on a special designated content creator list in order to be prioritized for sponsorships and collaborations with businesses, which will then pump more money into these content creators, which again, this will be seen as equitable, but it is not equality. These people are being given a privilege. NMSDC, which started as a federal charter, oh, sorry, I missed a sentence. OMG and its social media platform partners will fund the grant program, but NMSDC will administer the funds to creators. NMSDC, which started as a federal charter in 1972, is now a membership organization with 1,500 corporate members, according to McGuire. It also has more than 12,000 certified minority business enterprises. The goal of the organization is to create opportunities to connect corporations with MBEs. We want our corporate partnerships to be able to leverage MBEs in non-traditional areas. Said McGuire, our partnership with Omnicom is a good fit because they have the creator relationships, and this will let NMSDC move into the future. The future will be tech-enabled and inclusive of all minorities and ages. Omnicom's a good fit because they have the creator relationships. Once again, I've been talking about how Bridge has wanted to usher in content creators into being part of the messaging. Campbell's Soup has spearheaded several initiatives that have gotten zero traction somehow with massive content creators. There's an entire like Campbell's Soup and NFL Friday nights thing on Twitch that gets like next to no interaction. How much money are they spending on this? Where is the money going? What is the money for? It's just all this really weird incestuous kind of circle. Mentioning Floyd creates a huge confirmation bias and virtue signaling fit in people that have been brainwashed. So if you want someone to turn their brain off and agree with you, just mention him. Groups did the same thing with 9/11 for years after the aftermath. Maybe. That makes sense. Word soup for liberal white women embezzlement. Yep. And then the last article I have currently on Omnicom's creator thing. This is in 2022. Omnicom partners with NGL Collective to highlight Hispanic creators. The partnership is aimed at expanding diverse media investment. In an ongoing effort to support and diversify the creators its clients work with, Omnicom Media Group has partnered with Latinx Media Group NGL Collective to help brands connect with Hispanic creators and their audiences. OMG's Diverse Content Creators Network, announced in June of last year, helps to connect Omnicom clients with thousands of diverse content creators across platforms, many with millions of followers. Creators include Tiara Willis, who was featured in a Burt B's Twitter campaign, Chef Aaron Sanchez, Latinx beauty expert Desi Perkins, and YouTuber Marquis Brownlee. NGL Collective, those are the exact same names written in an article a year ago. Do they not have anyone else they can write here? What is this? NGL Collective, which stands for Next Generation Latinx, recently merged with digital media company MeToo and will provide content and help distribute campaigns activated through the Diverse Content Creators Network. Hispanic audiences are some of the youngest, and they index heavily with social media, which is an instrumental piece of this partnership, said Michael Roca, Managing Director of Diverse Investment at Omnicom. We often hear that clients don't invest in minority media because of the lack of reach and scale. We want to build that supply. We often hear that clients don't invest because of the lack of reach and scale. Okay, so couple questions. If clients don't invest in minority media because of the lack in reach and scale, how do we just have that article from 2023? Again, this one I'm reading is in 2022. The white page we read is, I'm pretty sure, either 2023 or 2024, that said that the diversity is what makes people buy. So which one is it? Are companies not wanting to invest in minority media because there's a lack of reach and scale? Or do more people, especially Gen Z, prefer to buy things from people who are minorities? I know there's like a 1 or 2 year gap between these things, but it's like, how do you go so wildly? And also, much like DEI hiring, where these DEI acolytes either hire their friends or hire completely unqualified people to get them into a position simply because they are another DEI practitioner. If somebody is lacking reach and scale, that is a reason that a company might not want to invest in them. Much like me hounding Razer for over 1,000 days, my reach and scale might not be enough for them to want to partner with me. I might be too small for them to think of any kind of investment would be worth it for them. That's not racist, that's not anti-white, that's not misogynist because I'm a woman. That's just my base is not big enough for them to want to do something. Who'd have thunk? Where does Latinx fall in the DBZ power level chart? The collaboration comes as Hispanics now represent 19% of the US population and held buying power of $1.9 trillion in 2020. The median age for Hispanic Americans is 29.8, nearly 9 years lower than the median age of 38.5 for the entire US population. And 31% of Hispanic Americans are younger than 18, compared to 22% of the nation, according to USA Facts, a data nonprofit. Now, can we redo this and figure out how many of them are here illegally? Omnicom is discussing the strategy today during an Advertising Week New York session titled Elevating Diverse Creators to Unlock Brand Growth. There's a lot of Zappas. The anime racism, true. 100K on YouTube is not big enough. 100K on YouTube is like a drop in the bucket nowadays. And a lot of companies will still look at like someone's following instead of their average viewer count. Because for some reason, people in suits still think that like the following number is what your reach is rather than the number of people who are actively engaged with you. It's really weird. And I'm glad that some marketing teams are realizing that it's actually more determinant on your average viewers rather than your following count. But also, when you have a bunch of especially super large creators who are buying followers or who are view botting, that kind of skews the entire thing. And one of the things I was told when I was with Gameforge, before I signed a contract, the marketing manager that I was in contact with, he wanted to give me the experience of trying to negotiate pay for myself as a content creator. So he said, instead of us telling you what we're going to pay you, I want you to write up a brief asking us what you would like to be paid and what you think would be worthwhile. And so I did that, and all of them agreed that my structure was correct, like it was something they'd be willing to do based on my size and my reach and what I have brought already to the company and to Terra. However, they had issues in the past with paying by CCV because previous creators had view botted themselves in order to extract more money from Gameforge erroneously. Like these people were maliciously inflating view counts in order to get money that they did not deserve. And companies are catching on to that and are starting to offer less even if you have a robust base. That's textbook fraud. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. And I genuinely hate, I have a visceral hatred for content creators who use any kind of like follow botting or view botting in order to get a leg up and try to make themselves look like they're bigger than people who have done this organically. And especially as someone who's done this organically since 2018, it pisses me right the fuck off. Kirsche the negotiator. It's a very important skill to have to be able to negotiate pay with companies. And I've been pretty successful at doing it in many cases. Sometimes, you know, a company will be like, hey, we're like, you know, kind of small, and so we can't afford your usual rate. And I've worked out things with those companies before as well. I'm like, hey, you know, that's fine if you can't afford my usual rate. I'll reduce it for you because I really find your game interesting and I want to play it anyway. right? So it's like, I'm not super fucking rigid on it. If I like the company, if I like the game, I'm willing to negotiate. And it's a scary thing to start doing at first as a content creator. And this is part of why, like, the gender pay gap, quote unquote, exists as well, is because a lot of women won't negotiate pay. And as a content creator, that is a big part of what you do. Like, the money that you get from companies partnering with you, sponsoring with you, collaborating with you, you have to negotiate everything. And if women aren't willing to do that, even in a normal job setting, if a company comes to someone and they're just like, we'll pay you $2,000 for this, and they just say, okay, instead of looking at their metrics, judging what might be acceptable, if they're being lowballed, if they might be getting more than what they think they should be based on their reach, right? Then they might not negotiate. And it's like, I feel like everyone should be, to use enemy language, empowered to negotiate for what they believe they are worth. Heard Mythic does a good job working for the creators. They do. It takes a huge burden off my shoulder to have a manager at Mythic to do that for me. But I didn't have Mythic for many, 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 many years. So I had to advocate for myself. I had to learn how to do the negotiating. And if you're an independent creator, that's part of the skill set that you have to work on improving. There, my brain died mid-sentence. Mythic man praise, true and real. You need to check the check-in rules and other sections will show up. I don't know what that means. Anthony, thank you. Kirsche, what if we are not robots made of meat? I don't know what that means. Nero Redwood, thank you. Bridge is a weird name for a group of weirdos. I'm playing Death Stranding. The company Bridge is a delivery company that wishes to reconnect America after a cataclysm. Yeah, I remember that. You're glad I got into Mythic? Speaking of which, there were a couple of people that reached out to me earlier this year when I mentioned that a deal with a gun manufacturer fell through. And they reached out to me with manufacturers that I should reach out with. I don't remember who they were, and I don't remember what those manufacturers were, but we've kind of hit a dead end where, like, we haven't gotten a response from a lot of these places, so I'm going to reach out to them myself. And so if you were someone who sent in a ticket about a gun manufacturer that I should contact, please reach out again, because I need to do it myself. Not the pew-pews, yeah, right? Back to the article. Where was I? I think I just finished up here. Yeah. In October 2021, Omnicom worked with the National Minority Suppliers Development Council, NMSDC, an organization that certifies and supports minority-owned businesses, to certify Omnicom's creators as Minority Business Enterprises, or MBEs. For many brands, the MBE certification means spending on that creator can be marked as a diverse investment. Taxes! Meeting diverse media pledges, many of which were made in response to the killing of George Floyd. This is the second time in one article that they mentioned him. In 2020. Earlier that year, OMG held an in-front to highlight diverse media partners, including NGL. Certification is not required to be a part of Omnicom's Diverse Content Creators Network, but does make creators more discoverable to brands in the network. Omnicom also runs a grant program that reimburses certification fees, cutting down barriers to entry for creators. Colombian-American actress Zule Hinao will be the first creator to go through the certification process as part of the new partnership. And this is a video. Can I play the video? This is an archive, so it won't play. Maybe I can go to the Instagram and play it. Long woman. She's got 302k followers. That specific post did not come up. I wonder... I don't want to view more. I want to view this post specifically. If I click on add a comment, maybe it'll bring up the specific post. See more. Here we go. Is there just no...
Hi guys, I'm Zulai Hanau, actor and media entrepreneur. I am the founder and CEO of Modern News. We are a multimedia platform creating disruptive, inspiring, evolutionary content for
Disruptive and revolutionary content is a very weird way to describe what you do. And also, considering what her business is, does she need the leg up to be on a list of Omnicom content creators? It seems like she's doing real fucking well of herself.
Multicultural and diverse women. I'm elated to announce that my business will be getting MBE certified thanks to the National Business Development Council in partnership with OMG through the MBE Reimbursement Initiative. As Latino content creators, you do everything you can to share your unique voice and point of view on your platforms every day. But have you ever considered getting MBE certified? In the past, registering for an MBE certification could be really expensive, but not anymore.
Stop hitting the table! The mic booms! Oh my god! Doesn't even sound that bad when I punch you in the face, chat, on accident entirely.
Hispanic is happy to announce an amazing grant program thanks to the partnership with the National Minority Supplier Development Council and OMG Media with the support of the Diverse Creators Network. Together, they've created the media industry's only database of certified diverse creators. The grant program will help diverse creators receive reimbursement on application fees for qualified candidates seeking certification as a minority business enterprise. Creators who earn an MBE certification will be eligible to participate in a comprehensive media and advertising education program, plus attend workshops and seminars hosted at the NMSDC's annual national conference and regional events throughout the year. In addition, advertisers are looking for MBE certified content creators. That's us. You owe it to yourself to gain knowledge, connections, and visibility through being MBE certified. It will help you ensure you get equal access to brand opportunities. As you continue to level up your game, don't miss out on this important opportunity to help certify your business. To learn more about MBE certification and the amazing grant program, visit reimbursement.nmsdc.org/Omnicom.
Okay, bye. And over here it says, yes! At Modern Muse is getting MBE certified thanks to the certification reimbursement grant created by NMSDCHQ, and Omnicom Media Group in association with NGL Studios. Beep, beep, beep. Calling on all Latino content creators, learn the benefits of getting your business MBE certified. Tune into Hispanicize.com to learn about an amazing grant program that can help pay for all your application fees. It said 245 likes as of October 14th, 2022. Seems kind of low for her following. Maybe she was like way smaller back then. That's kind of crazy. I am certain we will gain the visibility needed to create a solid revenue avenue for my company, Modern Muse, Zule said in a statement. Becoming MBE certified will be a stamp of approval in a way, and will ensure that we have an equal opportunity at strategizing and creating equitable partnerships with clients who are committed to a multicultural ad spend within their budget. And this again, it should be a fine thing to do, but it should be open to everyone. It should not be just focused on specific ethnicities. That's weird. That's a weird thing to do. Omnicom isn't the only company working to put dollars behind Latinx creators. Influencer marketing company Influential recently announced a partnership with Unicom Media Group, a Hispanic-owned agency. There's a lot of talk about black culture impacting larger culture, and that's true, said Joe Bernard, Chief Revenue Officer at NGL. But that is also happening with Hispanic culture, so we need to improve the number of creators and help them with content and their business goals. NGL began as the NGL Consortium in 2001, founded by David Chittel and Ben Leff. The group originally carried out research studies on Latinx audiences for marketing and hosted TED Talks on the subject. In 2012, actor John Leguizamo, director Ben DeJesus, and former senior VP at NBC Universal Telemundo, Joe Bernard, repurposed the company to create content and run ads as the NGL Collective. This is about owning our narratives and telling our own stories, Leguizamo said in a statement. Working together, OMG and NGL will show the industry what can happen when you adjust the system to allow authenticity to trump algorithms, and you break down barriers to entry. Once again, content creation, in my opinion, is like the most barrierless form. It creates barriers when you start elevating certain people based on their sexuality, based on their gender, based on their skin color. This is where the barriers start coming into place, and people feel like it's difficult to actually get somewhere because all of these huge corporations are specifically only doing things with certain types of people. Leguizamo's a bitch if it's the guy you think it is. I don't know who he is. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Latinx, thanks. It's pronounced Latinx. I don't want to call anyone a Latinx or Latinx, but I gotta read their gobbledygook language. And then she, in her video here, showed the other website that had the initiative on it. Here's Omnicom's website for the reimbursement. The NMSDC plus Omnicom Certification Reimbursement Initiative. This page, I'm pretty sure, is no longer operational. I'll just double check to be absolutely sure. Yeah, we're having trouble finding that site. So this website is only available on the archive. Omnicom Media Group is committed to helping diverse media owners and creators earn a more equitable share of advertising dollars. And we know that increasing their opportunities for the long term requires more than grandstanding during cultural moments. It demands a whole new approach to how marketers find and invest with these traditionally underrepresented groups. That's the goal of OMG's Diverse Creators Network, which elevates Black, Asian, Latinx, and LGBTQ. They just removed the gay from the gay acronym, erasing gay men in the media buying process. And now we're taking that effort another step forward with the NMSDC Certification Reimbursement Initiative. Maximum queer activated. And I find it interesting. I'm wondering if this page being down means that they've ended the reimbursement, or if it means under Bridges' guidance, they have made this more private than public. So I don't know if they're still doing reimbursement, but it's something you have to specifically go around and ask for, and it's not publicly advertised anymore. Because this, making lists of everyone who's non-white and elevating everyone who's non-white above non-white people simply because of their race or their sexuality in order to get them a leg up in a content creation atmosphere, that is resoundingly discrimination. So this would be something that a law group like, say, America First Legal would end up going after, like they have multiple other monetary initiatives that divided people based on immutable characteristics. Our goal in partnering with the NMSDC is to build the industry's only database of certified creators, said OMG North America CEO Ralph Pardo. In addition to reaping the benefits of being an NMSDC MBE, certified creators will gain additional visibility and consideration from our clients seeking talent for brand partnership. Eligibility to participate in Omnicom Certification Reimbursement Program requires that you or your company meet the following requirements. Must be a digital content creator or influencer with distribution across platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, who seeks to earn revenue through partnerships with brand advisors. Must be a United States citizen. Must be at least 51% minority owned, managed, and controlled. Must be independent for-profit enterprise and physically located in the U.S. or its trust territories. Management and daily operations must be exercised by the minority ownership members. Why NMSDC certification matters. Being certified by NMSDC means you've been recognized as one of the more than 15,000 high-performing companies across the United States that have completed what's widely considered to be the most rigorous MBE qualifying process. That matters because more than 1,500 local and national corporate members depend on certified MBEs and the integrity of NMSDC's certification. Corporate members count on the national organization and affiliate regional councils to be their trusted partners in helping to develop and connect MBEs with them to advance their company's commitment to economic equity, strengthen communities, and create employment opportunities for people of color, while also furthering corporate diversity and inclusion initiatives and optimizing supply chain resilience. If the NMSDC certification is simply a certification in pursuit of economic equity, and its specific certification is to create employment opportunities only for people of color, is this also not something that can be reported to either America First Legal for them to look into, or something like the EEOC? I'm not sure who you would report this to, but it sounds like it's something that should be looked into. There's a few things in a couple of paragraphs that are explicitly racist. Curious? Yeah. Yep, one of the things Bridge said in very early on when they were giving the weekly newsletters and informing people on how to get around the executive orders and how to get around doing the DEI work without being noticed by conservative activists was to remove any references to racial quotas or gender quotas or giving any sort of performance bonuses based on those quotas. They wanted to remove any mention of these immutable characteristics specifically, because having them mentioned so blatantly makes it very easy to bring a legal suit against them. This is basically a certificate that states, yeah, I'm a certified racist. An MSDC certification, wording translation, congrats on completing the humiliation ritual. You're now a corpo cuck. The Department of Labor. I'm not sure who you would report this kind of thing to, but it feels like it should be something that, like, America First Legal looks into. About NMSDC, for the last 50 years, that's a long-ass time, National Minority Supplier Development Council has been connecting and advocating for the inclusion of minority businesses. That's because we believe every business deserves an unbiased chance. Isn't this, by definition, bias? And it's why our goal of ensuring representation and economic equity for minority businesses, enterprises of all sizes is at the heart of everything we do. Our strength is in our network of 15,000 certified MBEs, 1,500 national and local corporate members, help, and 23 regional affiliate councils that together serve as the growth engine for Asian, Black, Hispanic, and Native American MBEs. That same network also serves as the engine for impact that activates the commitment of our corporate members nationwide through development, engagement, and connection opportunities with NMSDC and its regional affiliates. So not white, yes. Everyone who's not white. The reimbursement process. After completing and submitting the form below, you will receive an email confirmation that your reimbursement request has been received and is being reviewed. NMSDC will follow up shortly thereafter with another email notifying you of one of the following outcomes. You are eligible for the reimbursement program and are being connected to the appropriate regional affiliate council to begin the certification process. You are eligible for a different reimbursement program for which NMSDC determined you qualify and are being connected to the appropriate regional affiliate council to begin the certification process. You can move forward with certification, but are not eligible for certification reimbursement. Or you are just not eligible for reimbursement or certification. Once you're... That's really interesting, actually. So the first three revolve around being eligible for reimbursement and the certification program. And the third one specifically says eligible for the certification, but not the reimbursement. And the last one, I was like, you're not eligible for either of them. I wonder if it's like one or the other, or like both together. Once your certification is approved with the regional affiliate council and you receive your certification number, you will then be provided with a link to the NMSDC form you will need to submit for your reimbursement. And I guess this is the submission form here. Damn, get a different color. I can't even read this shit. I have to highlight it, man. As the majority owner, are you a U.S. citizen? As the majority business owner, what is your ethnicity? African American, Black, Asian Indian, Asian Pacific, Caucasian, Hispanic, Native American? What is your primary industry NAICS code? How did you hear about this program? And the options for that are business associate or other referral, press release, social media, email, Goldman Sachs, 10,000 small businesses, other, or Walmart and Sam's Club referral? Well, that one's out of left fucking field. By checking this box, I understand that NMSDC and Omnicom will review this information to determine if I am eligible for the NMSDC certification reimbursement, and by clicking the submit below, I understand that submission of this form does not guarantee certification or reimbursement. So that's about the reimbursement program here. And then, let me just make sure I'm still going in the correct order here, because now we're in the swamp, baby. We have read that. That's the cracking the code. This is about Michael Roca being the lead of Elevate. This is an Omnicom. I remember Hase. Omnicom had made a post on LinkedIn where they had a video talking about being partnered with the Hispanic Alliance for Career Enhancement. And I know that this part was made into a video somewhere, because I remember going through the declassified CIA documents where the CIA mentioned that as part of the CIA's DEI program, they were partnered with Hase, and they had CIA speakers go to like the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago to specifically recruit Hispanic people for the CIA. It was very, very weird. It was a very weird rabbit hole we went through that day. Okay. Back to my list to make sure I'm going correctly. To show who Marquis Brownlee is, he's at 20.3 million YouTube subscribers. Holy shit! That's a lot! That's 20.3 million! God damn! That's like a country's worth of people. Did we ever get attack helicopter recognized? So that was all of Michael Roca's info, and then I went through the 3 Ad Age articles. I feel like I'm missing something. But let's keep going. Because I don't think... Oh, wait, hold on. Michael Roca also advances DE&I causes on the corporate front as the executive sponsor of OMG's Hispanic and Latin BRG. BRG being an alternative acronym for the Employee Resource Groups. I think it's a business resource group. While also sitting on the board of directors of the Hispanic Alliance for Career Enhancement, HACE, Hispanic Marketing Council, HMC, and the advisory councils of the Hispanic Scholarship Fund, and the Center for Hispanic Marketing Communication at Florida State University. God damn. Oh, this is another 404. Another 404 here. That was the quadrupleA.org event about the Cracking the Code white page that we just read. That Michael Roca gets his grubby little fingers all over everything. He's got a stake in everything to keep his little DEI job, don't he? Okay. And then, AIMM. Where are my AIMM? Okay, so that is after the AIMM stuff. Where is the link? Did I forget to add one here? Da 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 da. Yeah. The AIMM stuff is not something that I have read through, and I thought I put the link here for myself. Oh yeah, okay. It was this, okay. So AIMM and NMIDB were the two companies working on the reimbursement. So AIMM here has the strategic inclusion, empowering change and activating strategic inclusive solutions for employees, suppliers, and communities. You have empowering responsible leadership, enhancing marketing talent diversity, driving sustainable change through DEIB partnerships, fueling growth and innovation. BRG and DEI is bridge. Oh, fuck. That is kind of funny. Resources here, they have Understanding Native American and Other Indigenous Peoples Fact Pack, Understanding People with Disabilities. Remember that they started adding neurodivergent and other disabilities as another intersectionality with DEI in order to sort of covertly push more of the DEI tenets while overtly being like, oh no, we're talking about the disabled. We want more accessibility for those with wheelchairs or those with missing limbs. A DEIB maturity model, DEI self-assessment tool, DEI action plan, scorecard, ERG toolkit, supplier diversity toolkit, inclusive language guide. As a leader, I've been fascinated and learned a lot while being part of the supplier diversity task force. And then you can see like how to join and whatnot. It's a big DEI organization, essentially. And they have their page here. For diversity, equity, and inclusion, AIMM is committed to equality, inclusion, and systemic change. We are igniting the marketing and advertising industry to share the responsibility and accountability to get rid of industry systemic racism and institutional bias. Now, I'm watching all of these pages on the Wayback Machine because they were not properly archived. My bad, dude. But all of these pages are deleted from the ANAA website. And AIMM no longer has these pages available. They are an entire company dedicated to nothing but DEI and ESG. So removing these pages, they were either completely reworked, like as you can see here, the live website. If you go to like About, it's a division of the ANA, the industry's leading voice in inclusive and cultural marketing, driving brand growth through cultural relevance and authentic representation of all consumer segments. And then they have the equity in investment and data, media marketplace, data transparency, cultural authenticity, strategic inclusion for business, and as well as strategic inclusion tools, hashtag see all, meet our industry-wide movement that maximizes ultimate corporate growth. Right, so they're literally only about DEI and ESG. But for some reason, these pages are no longer available. So they've either been like disseminated into other pages on the website, or these pages were possibly too on the nose and could have gotten them in legal hot water. AIMM DEI statement: we strive to be a compassionate, reflective learning community, actively reaching out to bridge differences for equity through the transformation of ourselves, our organization, and our industry. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. They have change agents, which is not a weird fucking name at all. AIMM brings together industry leaders to collaborate for the advancement of equity and social justice. DEI learning. AIMM creates opportunities to deepen the understanding of DEI and its alignment to the industry. Measuring DEI. What gets measured gets done. It is clear that a robust set of measures are required to track the effectiveness and impact. DEI partnership. Supplier diversity provides opportunities to increase market penetration across multicultural and inclusive segments. DEI resources take advantage of proprietary, industry-leading research, educational webinars, industry best practices and tools. And the AIMM Career Center. Find talent across the U.S., from executives to entry-level interns. And if you click Learn More on their partnership tab, we gotta wait for the Wayback Machine to load. That was a little slow. Always a little slow. Toric Roma, thank you. How can we waste these groups' money so they waste their cash on useless stuff and do not corrupt things? That's a great question. This just brought me to the same page. That's so weird. That's so weird. That's so weird. That shouldn't have been the case. Ein Moment. It shouldn't have done that. Now, DEI partnerships, and it should bring me to a page of that little fucking rainbow book thing. Little fucking rainbow book, man. But it didn't. DEI partnerships. Oh, okay. It's like a pop-up page. My bad. Supplier diversity and social impact partnerships. Expanding the supply chain to underrepresented, disadvantaged, or underserved businesses increases access and opportunities to do business and results in advancing the economic impact across these communities. And they have some reports here. And then you scroll down and they have supplier diversity resources, the power of supplier diversity report, ANA, AIMM certified supplier diversity, AIMM supplier diversity, non-minority certified and non-minority owned with a multicultural and inclusive specialty, March 2022. That's a whole lot of words to say this is owned by a white person who's supposedly an ally. AIMM supplier diversity, non-minority certified and non-minority owned with a multicultural and inclusive specialty, March 2022. 4A's BIPOC owned media companies, Free the Work, One Sandbox, WMC areas of expertise, media and entertainment, People of Color Creative Designer Directory, and then here, what we've been talking about this whole time, the Omnicom Media Group Certification Reimbursement. So they have the reimbursement program also listed on AIMM's page. Again, this is no longer findable through their live pages. Shadow, well, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Frank the Fennec, thank you for the 2 months on Twitch, dude. Thank you. Thank you. And then, just real quick, I'm not going to go through everything, but a lot of names here under their members. Their members are no longer publicly visible that I could see on their website. A bunch of these are also involved with Bridge, wow! You have Target, Loud and Live, General Mills, Auto Proyecto LLC, Zeta Global, Big 3 Basketball, Avocados from Mexico, always in season, Uni World Group, Banner Health, Sephora being one of the companies that spearheaded funding for Bridge, the Ad Council, also involved with Bridge, L'Oreal, Wells Fargo, Glad, Progressive, McCann World Group, NGL Me Too, Danone, not to be confused with Dannon, the yogurt people. Sargento? No, the cheese! Sabio Incorporated, Equal Pride, Bowden, General Motors, Georgia Pacific, AARP. As you can see, there are 9 fucking pages here of, like, people that they are so gay, targeted media. 9 pages of people that they are partnered with here. membered with. And we also have this. We have this that goes into our Dentsu kind of thing. The Anime Effect, Marketing Strategies for Brands in the US. And we have Dolce & Gabbana X. I don't know what anime this is because I haven't watched it. None of these people look familiar. Dang, need to change some stuff now. Shonen's like, I was like, this looks like a shonen. Is that Jujutsu Kaisen? Fuck. I loved their Gamer Subs flavor, man. That was like the only thing I knew about Jujutsu Kaisen was the Gamer Subs flavor. I was like, fuck, that's the best flavor, dude. 2 of those companies are big employers locally. Oh, fuck. We have Carlos Viejo Bueno, Gen Z creative strategist and data nerd. #1 article on Google for anime marketing. March 7th, 2024. Anime is no longer just a niche genre in the US, it's become a content powerhouse. The following 2-part report explores the exponential rise of anime's popularity in the US in the last few years, and how brands and marketers can tap into and engage with its fandom. Part 1 highlights the significant shift in content consumption patterns of Gen Z and Gen Alpha in the US in favor of anime, underscored by the pivotal role of digital streaming platforms and the genre's unique appeal across a spectrum of themes and narratives. In Part 2, strategies and case studies for companies to engage with the anime community, leveraging its rich storytelling, dedicated fandoms, and transmedia, are discussed and analyzed. This report not only charts the remarkable trajectory of anime's growth in the US, but also serves as a strategic compass for brands seeking to engage with an increasingly influential, yet discerning audience. Yeah, can anime go back to being niche? Can we go back to bullying people for watching anime? I miss being bullied for being an anime weeb. Nero Redwood, thank you. The whole thing about fighting and stopping racism is kind of funny. Ever since our creation, we have disliked people for the way they looked or acted. You know? Hillis Mallory, thank you. Wonder if you created a website, OMG, talking about the expression of "oh my god" spoken in movies. Would OMG Company Incorporated object? I'm not sure what their trademarks are like. I'm gonna be real. No. A-Korth, thank you for those 10 gift members as well. Thank you, A-Korth, for the 10 schmeats, brother. Oh, thank you, thank you. Not an FBI, thank you for the... as someone who only wants to date a Latin person, Lat Kink. We're expanding our vocabulary. You missed the pre-Rona times, true and real. They have Part 1, Anime New Cultural Powerhouse. Part 1, Carlos Villoberno. Case Study 1, McDonald's Anime Transformation, the McDonald's Experience. In an innovative homage to its unexpected but beloved place within anime culture, McDonald's, in collaboration with the global ad agency Vidin plus Kennedy, is launching the McDonald's Experience in 2024. Directly inspired by the anime fandom's playful fan art of the fast food giant. The strategic initiative underscores McDonald's commitment to celebrating and authentically engaging with the anime community, which has affectionately incorporated McDonald's into various anime narratives over the years. The world of McDonald's is here. Source McDonald's Instagram. You know, I've seen probably about 4 of McDonald's like wholesome family Japanese commercials. I have not seen a single one of these advertisements, and I can't even go to their Instagram page by clicking on this. But this isn't even anime style. What is this? What am I looking at? They noticed a lot of their customers bring body pillows. It was on their bag when they were having the special sauce LTO. I have not seen this advertisement a single fucking time. It's a Western studio using the same color. You can't just cell shade things and call it anime. It's how to draw anime style. The westernized sloppa. Looks like Afro Samurai. Don't you fucking put that bad juju on Afro Samurai's name, you freak. It's High Guardian Spice all over again. Yeah, true and real. And the McDonald's was only advertised in store and was a promotion for the new chili sauce for the nuggets. Apparently this was on their Instagram. I wonder if that's how none of us noticed that this happened. Well, this is telling you McDonald's is trademarking McDonald's so animes can't use it anymore, which is devious. How do you do, fellow Chinese cartoon enthusiasts? Tariq Hassan, McDonald's USA Chief Marketing and Customer Experience Officer, emphasizes the move as a tribute to fans' imaginative contributions to the McDonald's lore, seeing it as a way to authentically bring this fan-created world to life within McDonald's restaurants globally. The McDonald's rollout includes a new limited edition savory chili sauce for Wick Nuggets, infused with ginger, soy, and garlic, catering to fans' taste with an innovative flavor profile. Additionally, the collaboration with Japanese manga artist Aki Bright to redesign packaging introduced customers to McDonald's crew characters like Hashirune, Mr. Bev, and Wickdizer 3000, blending traditional McDonald's elements with manga ancestry. All right, I got a question. I don't know who Aki Bright is, so I'm going to go ahead and just Google who that person is. Manga. I almost typed it Mongo out of habit. Aki Bright is a Japanese manga artist, illustrator, and character designer. His work has been featured in several art books, art exhibitions, comic books, and international promotion campaigns for major corporations such as Hasbro, DC Comics, BMW, McDonald's, Meta, and Netflix. And I'm gonna be real honest with you. His art style does not look like the art style that had the McDonald's thing in that LinkedIn article. His art actually looks really nice. So I don't know what artist drew that thing on their Instagram, but it certainly doesn't look like this guy. Can I... Okay, here's one. Aki Bright Studio Infinity. So here's some like McDonald's characters. They look so much better. Open image in new tab. They look so much better here than they did in that Instagram post. What the hell? I'm gonna be honest, those names made you double check. You took the correct meds for today. Like, this does not look like he drew them. Aki Bright's McDonald art is supposed to be a take of Western animation art in the context of Japanese anime, a fusion. Panty and Stocking did it better. And they said studio, so it's probably an assistant. Oh no, man. Ben Capshaw and Jeffrey Rosman from Veden plus Kennedy highlight the comprehensive rebranding effort, including the iconic logo flip on packaging materials, transforming the mundane into manga. The detailed attention to authenticity extends to every aspect of the McDonald's experience, from the narrative content to the visual presentation. McDonald's partnership with Studio Pierrot to create 4 anime shorts encapsulates action, romance, mecha, and fantasy genres, offering something for every anime enthusiast. The what? McDonald's partnership with Studio Pierrot to create 4 anime shorts. I don't even remember this happening. What the hell is even this? Okay. So, can I find the shorts here? Now this was last year in 2024. Do I just not know about this because I don't eat McDonald's? Okay, so there's no shorts on this website. What about this website? The McDonald's experience. Someone shoot me. Yeah, I don't see the shorts here either. Okay, Reddit. Source, twitter.com, McDonald's. Here's one. Last time you had a McDonald's burger, you almost threw up. What the fuck? This still isn't a video. This is just a picture. It's just a picture. Here, Vosh got me a link. Solid steak, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, long-time lurker and vid watcher. Thanks for giving you something to listen to while you're a bing wahoo plumbing. Keep up the great work. Good luck, Mr. Plumber, man. Oh, shit. I already had this in a tab. I'm retarded, chat. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, I'm just a little bit dumb. I already had this in a tab. 1 year ago, McDonald's sauce has arrived. Why wasn't this everywhere? Why didn't they use these ads more? This would have been, like, really neat to see, man.
Try new savory chili McDonald's sauce, only at McDonald's. Go!
That would have been really neat to see, man. You remember these pain. I don't remember these. Part 2. Not subversive enough.
Shizuru?
Kazuki-san.
Was this like their answer to the wholesome Japan ads, but then they just didn't put them anywhere? Like, what the hell? Oh no, she contaminated them!
Try new savory chili McDonald's sauce, only at McDonald's.
Like, that's cute. That's a cute fucking ad. They didn't show them to be brother and sister at the end of the romance commercial. Not real anime.
ここ月面基地のワクドナルドは大胆な旨辛ワクドナルドソースが毎日大人気だ。ミールを狙う怪獣もいるが、このソースは無敵なのだ。ワクダイザー3000合体。このソースは無敵なのだ。
They failed at promoting their own content.
Try new savory chili McDonald's sauce, only at McDonald's.
I would have fallen for the subversive advertising by the DEI acolytes, chat. I like those commercials. I would have fallen for the subversion. They would have gotten me, chat. You're getting hyped for some slop. Part 4. Look, man, I'm a simple guy. Kirsche, what do you mean? I have to actively remember that these commercials have been done by the Sloppa people.
ソースがなくなるなんて大胆で香ばしい。ここどこ？
ソースを守る英雄が現れた。
私ら？
ソースには時間がない。賢者のところへ早く。
私たちでソースって守れるの？やるっきゃないっしょ。
このフレーバーを我らの心に永遠に残せたなら、ソースへの執着を捨てられるだろう。
Try new savory chili McDonald's sauce, only at McDonald's.
Ba-da-ba. Character designs, those are Iliad designs? I don't know about that. This is a fever dream. The shortcuts make you think AI? I don't think it's AI. At least we know where to post extra courses to protect the Foxy's weakness. I was like, you know, they're well done commercials. And I wouldn't have thought anything about DEI Sloppa if I didn't know the people behind the commercials. I would have been like, oh shit, that's pretty cool. Maybe they're actually returning to normal advertising, but it's just to get you in the door to stuff you with Sloppa later. Nero Redwood, thank you. You'll die on this hill, said McDonald's chicken nuggets still hit and are the only good thing on the menu in 2025. I can't remember the last time I eated a McDonald's nuggie. I like the Wendy's nuggie, even though I have to remind myself, don't think about the pink slop. If I think about the pink slop, I lose my appetite. John Burt, thank you. They ran the faux anime promo when you worked at McDonald's. It was turbo cringe. It is the sauce of legends. A little bit of cringe can be fun. Wendy's spicy nugs are goated. Also, the pink slop isn't real. Wendy's nuggies where you are taste like they're frozen Tyson nuggies. Oh, that's so shit. I am sorry about the state of your Wendy's nugs. That's the next thing we're going to. Los Angeles hosts the inaugural real-life McDonald's dining experience, offering fans a tangible entrance into the anime-inspired world they've grown to love. The initiative, available for reservation on Open Table, showcases McDonald's commitment to not just observing, but actively participating in anime culture. My culture is not your costume. Providing a multi-sensory experience that transcends traditional fast food dining. Strategic takeaway for brands, McDonald's concept illustrates the power of culturally responsive marketing, demonstrating how brands can leverage existing fan narratives to forge stronger connections with their audiences. The strategy highlights several key takeaways for brands aiming to tap into specific fandoms. You know, I find it really interesting that a lot of people who watch, like, especially Shonen Slop, they'll basically hate everything that's like the foundation of anime, and they'll rile against any kind of fan service. And a lot of places, especially if you look back at like the old G4 and old like gaming magazines, they'll constantly rail on how bad JRPGs are, to the point where I didn't even know that apparently JRPG was seen as a derogatory term because it was intentionally like singling out Japanese role-playing games from other ones and making them lesser than. And then they will just go ahead and co-opt anime and be like, yes, this is what resonates with the younger generation. The younger generation that dislikes the foundation of what anime is, and therefore the brands using it also fundamentally misunderstand it. The people, you tell them, get out, I'm watching DBZ abridged. That's a qualifier for a style of development. The fuck are they talking about? A Super Iron Bob, thank you. If the audience didn't know about the campaign, how the fuck did you engage with it? Because, I mean, again, if it's being in like the cultural mecca of Los Angeles that they're showcasing this, it seems like this was anime not for actual weebs, but it was for the new wave of anime enthusiasts that denounce fan service and consume shonen. Go watch your abridged dubs, room temp IQ. Yeah, the tourists. It's for tourists, man. Authentic engagement, McDonald's approach shows that genuine respect and understanding of fandom-born cultural media can transform a brand into an active participant in fan communities. Innovative product strategy by introducing unique flavors and themed packaging, brands can create buzz and drive engagement, turning ordinary products into collector's items, which have always been a big part of the anime fandom. Fast food places have always introduced, like, FOMO items. And they've always had, like, unique partnerships with stuff. So I don't know why they have to specifically say that this is unique or, like, a big part of the anime fandom with collector's items. Maybe it's because weebs are more willing to spend, like, hundreds of dollars on a statuette of their favorite anime woman. I don't know, man. The paper bags during the promotion had manga on them, too. You found an eBay listing selling a bag for $30. Back when, I think it was like Kraft Mac and Cheese had this promotion where like the backs of boxes had circular Pokemon coins you could cut out of the cardboard. People would also try to sell those on eBay. Praxis fail, thank you. How's LA the mecca of culture? Everyone was deported. Andrew B, thank you for the 26-month member. Thank you. Oh no, not gatekeeping. Always gatekeep your hobbies. Hillis Mallory, thank you. Foxu, there's an RPG called BESM, Big Eyes, Small Mouth. See books at the game store you go to. I've never heard of it. Is there something funny about it? Kyle Phantom, thank you. You love Battle Shonen, but you love a lot of different kinds of anime, especially fan service and slice of life. I've never been a huge fan of slice of life, but I understand its importance in the like genre itself. It's like one of the largest genres. I was like, just cause I'm not a huge fan of it, you know? Slice of life is peak, you know? I like it when it's more like mystery, right? Like Haruhi Suzumiya, I guess you could technically consider that slice of life, but it's more like mystery and sort of fantasy as well. Welcome to the NHK Spoke to you on a spiritual level. That's also a fun one. You have BESM on your shelf, the current and second edition. Oh my god. BESM was designed to be an anime TTRPG. Easy setup. Pretty fun to play. Interesting. I've never heard of it. Haruhi Suzumi is not slice of life. It's a high schooler going through high school life, but then she finds out she's kind of like a god. Goblin Slayer slice of life in the sense that many people's lives are sliced into pieces. Thoughts on the Western dub of Ghost Stories? I grew up thinking that it was a like haha funny dub that they did, but it turns out that they never got permission from the studio to do that, so it was just another case of English voice actors bastardizing the source material because they thought that they were better than what the source material was. You get stuck in genres. Last time was Chinese Zhanjia. I don't know how to pronounce those names, I'm sorry. Goblins aren't people. It's kind of like Samurai Pizza Cats. Yeah, they just kind of butchered it. Western dub of Ghost Stories was peak. After that, dub started to slip. You know, when I was younger, I thought that it was really funny, but after learning that it was, once again, just English VAs bastardizing something, I can no longer endorse it. You like the isekai genres if it's not the comedy ecchi harems or the shonen or funny comedies from the 90s. It's a high schooler stumbling into an eldritch horror situation where he must keep a sleeping elder god happy and asleep. Yeah, that's why I enjoyed it. But like the slice of life where it's just like everyday high school kind of thing without any sort of extra spiciness to it, I don't know, those always kind of bored me. You know? Suzu to Wolfu, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you. You wish that wasn't the case? It was funny. You prefer Gundam? Gundam was good. Isekai are fucking guys. There are plenty of them. Are Finn guys? I don't know what that means. I think, oh god, what's it called? What's it called? The one, I never remember the name. It was the Isekai with like the glasses guy, and it was like an MMO theme thing. Everyone should know what I'm talking about with just that simple explanation. If anything, the Ghost Story stub gave the abridged template. Yeah, Log Horizon, thank you, chat. Yeah, Log Horizon was probably one of my favorite isekais. Obviously, Dot Hack as well. Dot Hack is amazing. That's like every isekai. I've never seen Solo Leveling. You know, you kind of hate that you still like the dub, but totally agree with me on Ghost Stories, yeah. The Palidan, thank you, playing through Trails in the Sky Part 1. He just found a bar Kirsche. Sadly, no Foxys. Oh no. Maybe one day. You sort of detest high school as a setting. You don't mind grade school for like Disney and Nick comedies. You hate frickin' Potter for making everything a school setting. I don't think anime having school settings has anything to do with Harry Potter. It's just that like high school culture is a huge thing in Japan. And like once you exit high school, it's like real life finally begins. So it's like a romanticized setting, which is why there's a lot of shit set in high school. Solo Leveling is mostly aura farming. What the heck? Magic Knight Rayearth is a great isekai. I haven't seen that one. Log Horizon is so good. ER makes great videos. I haven't seen his video on it. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Ghost Story's English dub was done that way on purpose because they were given the license for a song. The Japanese said that they could do whatever as long as they followed the same plot as the episode. Yeah, that's the story that we were all told, but apparently they were not given the permission to do it. I remember us talking about it on stream at one point years ago, but I don't remember how long ago it was. Zenik, thank you for the Zars. Someone who has studied marketing, this is the thing. Good marketing is authentic. None of this is. The Japanese McDonald's ads are authentic. That happens to be anime. These are imitating the idea of anime TM. Yeah. I guess it's the difference between actually like honoring the medium and knowing the culture behind it versus using it as a marketing tactic. Master Prick, thank you. Currently hooked on a manga about a woman who discovers her husband is cheating with a friend and she's trying to gather evidence to divorce him. Interesting. One of the first manga series I ever read was Mars. Mars was very slice of lifey, I would say. It's like shy, underspoken, good girl falls in love with bad boy biker man, and it's very woman core. I was probably in like 8th grade maybe when I read it. Outlaw Star had a stranglehold on Teen U. You wanted his gun so bad. If Kirsche had lore. Yeah, I watched like all of the Adult Swim anime when I was like really, really young, and then I started watching like fan subbed anime, and then I was like, wait, mangos exist. Maybe I can go to the bookstore and read mangos. Is Stream Elements turned off? It is not turned off. Sometimes Stream Elements just hates people though and doesn't post their shit. Stream Elements has some issues sometimes. A problem we have with Solo Leveling is that giving an MC a unique ability that no one else gets makes it hard for a character to shine. It's like the affirmative action of writing. Isn't that like every shonen? What do you mean?
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Hello Asset Kirsche.
Hello!
I have come with a pro tip for my fellow 3-letter glowies. Ear cord is covered by the FBI, you should go bother some lefty streamer instead. Unrelatedly, I sent a Kirsche to the lab and now the squints won't stop saying Moonya.
Moonya! Send more Kirsches to the lab! They will take it over. It will be our lab.
A Kite in Dot Hack gets a special ability, but they executed it well, and the more he uses it, the more corrupt his data becomes. I can't remember names because it's been so fucking long since I read Dot Hack, but my favorite character was like the brown fox woman. Oh my god, she was fucking gorgeous. With Solo Leveling, they have to infinitely power inflate the series because the MC's too OP for the world to keep up with, and it ends up rushed as a result. Unlucky. Back in your day, shonen used to be about hard work and perseverance can make anyone a strong hero. Now it's all predeterminism and plot armor. Yeah. Yeah, I liked Hunter x Hunter, the 1998 version. I kind of have refused to watch the remake. And I know, hot take, a lot of people really love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I loved the original, and I never read the manga, so I never watched Brotherhood. People say that, like, Brotherhood is more accurate to the manga than the original anime was. But I heard that they didn't include some very pertinent lore in Brotherhood, and so I was like, yeah, I just don't want to watch it. I don't remember if it was, like, specifically around, oh god, the guy with glasses, he had the cute daughter with the pigtails. I can't remember if it was around his death or not, but they, like, removed something, and I was just like, nope. No, I ain't watching your shit. I ain't watching that. You love both, though? Hayes, yeah, Hayes. I'm so bad at names, dude. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood assumed you watched the OG, so it sort of skipped over parts of the early story that were true to the manga. I don't like that. If you're gonna remake it faithfully, not assume you watched the original, man. You love the original, too? The homunculus were so much more fleshed out? Yes, you're completely correct. FMA wasn't finished when the first anime aired, so they gave it a different ending. Once you got to Brotherhood, the manga was done. I know the same thing, or similar thing happened with Hunter x Hunter, but it's because of the author's, like, health issues. Fun fact, the author of Hunter x Hunter is married to the lady who wrote Sailor Moon, a literal fucking power couple. But, yeah, apparently he has a lot of health issues, and so, like, the 1998 one, the anime stopped because of his health issues, and then when they started it back up, they just decided to, like, start from the beginning. And it's like, well, I mean, I kind of get it, I guess, but they leave out so fucking much. They leave out so much. It's not pronounced Hunter x Hunter. I used to pronounce it Hunter x Hunter all the time, and then chat bullied me. One thing you liked about the FMA manga is that every character death, even the villains, the last page of their soul going to heaven, except the dog girl dad, he's shown being pulled to hell. That is pretty good. Watch original Hunter x Hunter? Yeah, I really like the original. I really like it. The X is silent. The dash be silent. Nero Redwood, thank you. Brown Fox Woman, you say hubba hubba. Sit on me. Jokes aside, Hellsing Ultimate was good. Also, you recommend Trinity Blood. It was such a great anime series. Fuck it, you're gonna pronounce it wrong anyway. I still pronounce it Hunter x Hunter when I'm talking to my friends. You wonder when the last time the artist posted a finished manga page. I'm not sure. I remember eventually reading the Hunter x Hunter manga and getting somewhere into the, I think it was Greed Island arc with all the, like, giant bugs and shit, and then just getting a little bored. He always got Hunter x Hunter mixed up with an old comic called Hunter Killer. Well, I don't know that comic, so, you know. Master Prick, thank you for FMA. It's the best to just read the manga. It's gonna be weird to see, like, what manga series I still have left, because I sold a bunch of them when I moved to Georgia just because I didn't have a ton of room, and so I'm wondering which series I have left at home in storage. It was Oka from Legend of Twilight. She was a werewolf and fought with her fist. Was it a werewolf? That might. Wait, Oka from Legend of Twilight? Wait, what's Legend of Twilight? There was like a dark-skinned, like, fox or wolf woman in .hack. And I remember being infatuated with her. I was like, damn, she's so pretty. Charminator, thank you for the Canadians. Hunter x Hunter 2011 introduced you to Gelnarius, your favorite band. I should listen to him. Oh. Oka was great. Sexy Onisan wolf woman who fought barehanded. Have I watched Hero X? I haven't. I have not. Call ZR, thank you. Howdy, Kirsche in chat. Howdy, friend. Remember right, Yu Yu Hakusho was also done by the Hunter x Hunter mangaka, Killer OP, even in English. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho was also done by him. We tangented a little bit here. Narrative marketing. Leveraging storytelling and content creation allows brands to engage customers on a deeper level while helping to guide the narrative, making the brand experience memorable and shareable. Experiential branding. The transmedia marketing of a concept from screen to reality exemplifies how brands can create immersive experiences that bring fan fantasies to life, enhancing brand loyalty. Help. The McDonald's initiative by McDonald's sets a precedent for how brands can creatively engage with cultural trends and fandoms, turning playful references into robust marketing campaigns that resonate deeply with target demographics. This case study underscores the importance of authenticity, creativity, and strategic collaboration in crafting marketing initiatives that not only honor fan cultures, but also enrich the brand's narrative and customer experience. Ah, fuck, it's the pedophile game! Case study 2, Dentsu's expansion into Gen Z gaming and anime fandoms. In a move to deepen its connection with Gen Z, Dentsu, a Japanese international marketing and PR company, is significantly expanding its footprint in the gaming and anime sectors in 2024. This strategic move involves the formation of Dentsu Anime Solutions. I don't like that name. A subsidiary dedicated to anime licensing, content creation, and merchandise, and a pioneering partnership with Roblox, including Dentsu's commitment to exploring the metaverse and Web3 initiatives. Dentsu's venture into anime through Dentsu Anime Solutions comes at a time when the global anime market is poised for remarkable growth, projected to escalate from $28 billion in 2022 to approximately $60 billion by 2030. Yeah, and get your DEI out of my anime. Stop it. Get some help. The growth trajectory is fueled by the rising demand for anime content across streaming platforms and the burgeoning segment of merchandise sales. Yeah, even with like how incredibly popular Cyberpunk Edgerunners was, sorry chat, I found it boring, I couldn't finish it, but with how incredibly popular that was, there were still people who were very obviously tourists, and they couldn't handle even the creators of the anime telling them the lolly fucking stays in regards to Rebecca. Even now, there are people retarded enough to try and pretzel themselves into a million knots to try and explain how Rebecca's not a lolly, that's an adult woman. And it's like, yes, you fucking idiot! That is the entire point, holy shit! Foxu L, I know. I can't be right about everything, chat. Giga Twin, thank you for the Canadians. I, to this day, would like to have a faithful adaptation of Rosario Vampire. The anime we got is nowhere near as good as the manga, putting events out of order and never touching on important elements for the main character. I would have loved to have had an Angel Sanctuary anime, and they made some sort of like weird pilot of like 2 or 3 episodes and then just never touched it again. The metrics probably don't take the pandemic into account for the anime boom. What will people watch trapped in their homes? True. Edgerunners was awesome. I really liked the art style and I loved the animation, but like the story, I just got kind of bored, man. I don't know. Recognizing anime's deep-rooted connection with digital natives, particularly Gen Z. Gen Z is posting on stolen land. Who actively disseminate anime culture and content via social networks, Dentsu aims to leverage this momentum to offer innovative solutions that cater to both global and local brands. It's really weird that they're trying to like say that Gen Z is pushing anime anywhere. I have a folder of like 500 plus images of anime women wearing Trump hats. The anime people are native to the internet pipes. My culture is not your costume. You will not colonize me off my internet, Gen Z Onius. Who would love to see a remake of Love Hina and Aigori Ayoshi? Come on, be honest. Gen Z is the rear end of anime. They're the youth, right? They make up problems and then sell the supposed solution. True. Gen Z merely adopted the anime. I was born in it. Molded by it, bullied for it. Where did I stop reading? Sei Matsumoto, the representative director and presenter of Dentsu Anime Solutions, highlights the pandemic's role in accelerating streaming consumption, further intensifying the global appetite for anime. Dentsu's initiative is not merely about the content distribution, but encompasses a broader vision to integrate anime into diverse brand and marketing strategies. A big draw to anime and mangos is that it's from Japanese culture. We are consuming something outside of our immediate culture, unless you do happen to live in Japan. But like the draw for me was like I enjoyed reading and watching these robust stories that came from a completely different country and a completely different culture. They were fun and exciting, and I got to like selectively learn some words that I also got bullied for, you know, like you know you were a weeb if you could repeat some words from anime and people gave you shit for it, you know? Do not touch my anime. And it's just like, when you look at English voice actors and you look at English localizers, because I'm not going to call them fucking translators, they bastardize everything that made anime interesting and endearing. And they try to shoehorn in like pop culture references that don't belong there. And I remember reading fan subs when I was younger, and they would bring up like a Japanese band or a Japanese politician. And as an American teenager, I'm not gonna know what the fuck those things are. But when I see a reference to it in an anime, I used my brain and I was like, I don't know what that is. Let me look up this thing. And then I would look it up and I would learn something. And instead of keeping in the native language, like the bands or the people that they mention, sometimes that's just changed for an American audience. So it's changed to like a Western politician or a Western band so that it's more understandable to the people consuming it. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, translator. Bring back translator notes. I fucking love that shit, man. That's when you get the translator notes and fan subs. Man, those were so good. It's like you get the fucking meme where it's like, you know, one sentence on the bottom of the screen and then a translator note would pop up in like yellow text at the top and it was a fucking paragraph, right? Like, Zenik, thank you for the czars. In Kirsche's defense chat, Edgerunner's story is about a dude who watches his mentor get himself killed due to implants and does exactly the same thing. You enjoyed it, but it was dumb. This move is illegal in chess. They still do it for mangos and Korean webtoons. Hell yeah, buddy. Oh, man. You learn Japanese to consume anime without the translators. It's like when I realized that the ESRB had been censoring things in the games that I liked playing, censoring like blood and gore, censoring some of the language, censoring some of the like fan service scenes. I was like, I want to play these before they've been bastardized and molested by the ESRB. So I, again, a teenager that didn't speak Japanese, imported a Japanese PS2, learned enough Japanese to be able to play games that I enjoyed. And a lot of games in Japan, when they come out with an international edition, funny that the international edition of a game is a Japan-only release, but you could play like Final Fantasy X International, Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Job System. That one eventually did get translated into English and come over here. Kingdom Hearts International Job, not Job System, that was the other one. Kingdom Hearts had like the final mix and the international versions. Those ones, all the text would be in Japanese, but all of the audio would be in English. And you would tell when there was a scene that was cut from the English version because there would be no fucking audio. And the subtitles would be in English. I was like, that's funny! That's interesting. And when I played something that was complicated, like Final Fantasy XII, Zodiac Job System, whatever the fuck long title bullshit, I had like an entire wall. I was like a schizophrenic Alex Jones conspiracy wall where I had like all the job grids and a bunch of translation notes just all over my wall so I could figure out how I could go through these grids that didn't exist in the version that I had access to in America at the time. Because I think it took like 5 or so years for the Zodiac Final Fantasy XII to come over in the West. He did that, but with notebooks. I had to have it on my wall. If it was in a notebook, I'd get fucking lost. Patrick, thank you. You binge watched all of Evangelion in high school because your brother bought all the DVDs. May have been a mistake. Oh my god. Have I ever looked into the SNES game Breath of Fire 2's localization? It's one of the worst. I have not. Help. But it's like, when I consume something from Japan, I don't want an English voice actor or a localizer to be like, yeah, I'm improving the script for those dumb Americans who won't get any references if I leave it original in Japan. It's like, no, I'm consuming it because I want the Japanese story, man. I don't want it altered for my Western brain. I want my Western brain to expand by consuming another culture's content. You love the job system grid? Yeah, you had a huge wall of the posters of them, imported JP strategy guides. Yeah, that was great. Ghost in the Shell's also very good. The series is just as good as the movies. I loved Ghost in the Shell. If anything, we need less Western brain. True and real. Parallel to its anime strategy, Dentsu's multi-year partnership with Roblox underlines a strategic approach to brand integration within gaming ecosystems. This collaboration aims to scale brand presence on the Roblox platform while fostering intellectual property collaborations with creators. The partnership promises to offer Dentsu's clients unprecedented access to Roblox's dynamic user base, which is predominantly consisting of Gen Z. Through specialized training summits and insightful marketing opportunities, Brett Koenig, Dentsu's EVP of Gaming, emphasizes the unique nature of Roblox, where user-generated content dictates the platform's success. Dentsu's concerted push into gaming and anime is reflective of a larger trend among agencies to connect with the next wave of consumers, Gen Z and even Gen Alpha. These demographics, described as digital ninjas, exhibit sophisticated tech fluency from a young age. That's really funny, considering Gen Z has largely been touted as more tech illiterate than even the boomers. That somehow millennials are really adept at technology, and then Gen Z just failed at everything. I don't know what they mean by this. Be completely fair, you don't think diverse as in global audience diverse? You think they mean diverse as in not just Super Bowl ads, let's add anime ads too? I think you're giving way too much leeway because, again, I've been on this topic for 3.5 hours. These are DEI acolytes. There is no to be fair. There is no giving them benefit of the doubt. These are like the Marxists walking in lockstep, trying to use different things to propagandize the younger audience, signaling a shift in how brands need to engage with upcoming generations. The emphasis on balance, as noted by Danny Mariano, president at Razorfish, between digital immersion and real-world interactions presents a nuanced understanding of Gen Z and Gen Alpha's worldviews. Gaming and anime, far from being mere entertainment outlets, are recognized as platforms for self-expression and identity exploration among these cohorts. Ah yes, the anime woman. She is literally me. The Drizzle, thank you for the 32 fucking months. Jesus, thank you. Thank you. Strategic takeaway from brands. Dentsu's expansion into gaming and anime offers critical insights for brands looking to connect with their fandoms. Cultural resonance, understanding and integrating into cultures deeply cherished by Gen Z, like anime and gaming, can significantly enhance brand relevance and loyalty. Draken Koenig, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. You were a slide phone kid because your parents wanted you to have a phone that works. I really don't like reading all of this stuff and knowing how DEI has been trying to take root in Japan. I really hope that they don't fall for the same shit that we have years over years. There's the brand loyalty thing again. Yeah, unfortunately. Innovative brand solutions leveraging emerging platforms and technologies to create immersive brand experiences will be key in capturing the attention of a generation that values authenticity and creativity. But don't actually be authentic, just project authenticity, and then you'll get your mindless drones of consumers. Holistic engagement strategies, recognizing the multifaceted nature of Gen Z's digital engagement, which spans entertainment, self-expression, and social interaction, can inform more effective and meaningful marketing approaches. As Dentsu ventures into these vibrant cultural territories with strategic foresight, it sets a precedent for how brands can innovatively engage with the digital-first generation, shaping the future landscape of consumer brand interactions in the process. Case Study 3, Puma and One Piece footwear collaboration. In 2024, Puma, a well-known sports apparel brand, teamed up with One Piece, a highly popular anime series, to collaborate on a new line of shoes. Fucking Vash PP. Vash PP links me this fucking Japan brand of shoes all the time that have, like, fucking anime collaborations, and every time he links them, they're already sold out! So I can't buy any of them, and it makes me very angry. Classic PP move. What the fuck, Lala? Thank you. You found this Vermont DEI thanks to the link I posted in chat, if possible? What do you mean by this? They're ugly. I mean, I think having chains on shoes could look pretty cool, but I'm not a big fan of, like, gold and white I'd prefer like a, I don't know, black and gold with some chains maybe, a little edgier. You like One Piece, but those shoes are ugly. The Freerin shoes are cute. This partnership is part of Puma's larger strategy to connect with Gen Z by engaging with the anime fandom. The highlight of this partnership is a collection of shoes inspired by characters from One Piece, including Luffy, Blackbeard, Whitebeard, and the Red Hair Pirates. This collection, set to launch on March 23rd, 2024 in select Puma stores and online, showcases Puma's effort to blend sports fashion with the distinctive style and the themes of the One Piece series. Collaboration also includes a range of clothing items like hoodies, jackets, pants, and shorts, all designed with One Piece themes. A unique aspect of this partnership is the packaging for the shoes, which features a design resembling a pirate map, adding an extra element of the One Piece adventure for fans. This isn't the first time Puma has collaborated with One Piece. In 2019, they released a limited edition sneaker line for the One Piece film Gold. These ongoing collaborations between Puma and One Piece highlight Puma's creative approach to integrating popular anime with their products. I would have loved more shit like this when I was younger. I like constantly consuming anime, man. I would have loved to have more collaborations that I could buy in the US instead of having to like try and import from Japan. Didn't Puma come out and say that they didn't want white people buying their stuff? What the fuck? Did they? Shelled out for a pair of initial D shoes and they sent you the wrong size. They were pre-order only, so you can't return them. $100 you're never getting back. And I find this really interesting, because I know that there is an entire, like, culture around basketball shoes. And I don't really understand it, but I know a whole bunch of people who go fucking feral for collecting sneakers. And I remember, like, I think Kyrie Irving, I think is his name. I don't know what kind of balls man he is, but whatever kind of balls man he is, there were some, like, Kyrie Irving cereal collaboration shoes that I had a couple of friends, like, literally lose their fucking minds over. Sneakerheads, those fellas are strange. Which is an interesting thing, because if you can combine the veracity with which sneakerheads need to obtain new shoe and the veracity with which anime fans want to consume merch of their favorite anime, that's a dangerous combination, brother. He was the only NBA player to refuse the jab. Ballsman is a great descriptor. You're stealing that? I just don't know anything about any sports balls. Help. Help. Hey. Like DJ Khaled bringing a pillow for his shoes to a sports game? Yeah, exactly. A strategic takeaway is Puma's One Piece collaboration offers lessons for American brands interested in the anime market. Cultural connection, partnering with anime shows can help brands reach and connect with Gen Z, who appreciate when companies understand and engage with their interests. I don't understand why they're so, like, hard on for Gen Z. Why do they want to pander specifically to the cultural tourists of anime instead of, like, as much as I don't consume stuff like Slice of Life, if they started doing stuff for that, I'd be like, this makes sense, because that's like a huge fucking component, you know? Sounds like a foot fetish with extra steps. Expanding product lines, anime's wide appeal can be used to diversify product offerings, as seen with Puma, extending their range to include themed clothing and unique packaging. Engaging fans, products that capture the essence of beloved anime characters or themes can create a deeper bond with fans, making them more interested in what the brand offers. And timely collaborations, aligning product launches with significant events in the anime world like movie releases or major plot developments, can attract more attention and interest from potential customers. Bartimaeus Aurelius, thank you. Kirsche, what's the lore behind my dino hiccups? I've just always had very harsh hiccups my entire life. I don't really know why. If I keep my mouth closed, I vomit a little bit in my mouth, so I just opt to open my mouth and make a loud screech instead of vomiting. You know, it's preferable. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. Thanks for me talking about this stuff. You found Vermont DEI and you posted a link in stream suggestions, action and allyship, and on-ramp towards equity. They suggest books like White Fragility. This is like a Vermont government kind of thing. I am not sure I will have time for anything else besides this Dentsu tangent today. And they didn't know that they're tourists. They just see Numby go up. True. When you do get paraphernalia that you can wear of anime and manga series you like, you tend not to wear it because it's more for decoration and collection than fashion. Oh, that's like the Sam Hyde t-shirt I bought. Don't worry, you have the saying of hiccups. I'm glad I'm not alone.
No.
Through this partnership with One Piece, Puma demonstrates how brands can successfully enter the anime space by offering products that resonate with the series' fans. By doing so thoughtfully and authentically, brands can open up new opportunities for engagement and reach within the growing anime community. Where's my fucking gothic Lolita dresses that I can buy in the United States? Where's that shit? Opportunities for brands and anime.
After Gen Z because we're now getting old enough to have money to spend, but still too young to know how to spend it all wisely.
Low speed boot, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, partially that, and also us millennials are a little too old to be propagandized by something we've been consuming our entire lives. But Gen Z might not know any better if they're just entering into the anime sphere. Hoping the RICO case against George Soros winds its way into this crap? Absolutely.
Thank you, low speed boot, my guy.
Brands can forge deeper... Wait, I think I missed a paragraph. In the multifaceted world of anime, brands have a unique opportunity to forge meaningful connections with a dedicated and growing fandom. As anime transcends its niche origins to become a mainstream cultural force, particularly among Gen Z, the potential for brands to engage with this audience expands from mere acknowledgement to collaborations. Content creation, influencer partnerships, and immersive events can become powerful touchpoints. Brands can forge deeper connections with the anime audience through custom collaborations that integrate their products with popular anime series. As we have seen with the Puma case study, a fashion brand could release a limited edition clothing line inspired by characters from a trending anime, tapping into the show's existing fan base. This strategy goes beyond surface-level engagement as it requires brands to work closely with creators to ensure that the products are true and thematic to the source material. Brands should consider producing original short-form anime content that aligns with their marketing message and can be shared across YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. As we have seen with the McDonald's case study, by investing in storytelling that resonates with the anime community, brands can increase their relevance and appeal with Gen Z. For example, a tech company might produce a mini anime series featuring its products as integral elements within the story, thereby educating viewers about the products in an engaging format. I love when brand adopt something they know nothing about just because they think it's a useful medium to push a certain narrative. This feels like AI describing basic marketing. Working with mid to large anime influencers and content creators can help brands reach a wider and more dedicated audience. VTubers, with their anime-inspired digital personas, have become integral to the anime community by offering immersive, interactive content that resonates with fans, making them ideal partners for brands looking to authentically engage with this vibrant subculture. For example, a gaming company could partner with a popular VTuber like Guargura, leveraging her large following and anime-centric content to promote a new game release, with themed virtual events and collaborative streaming sessions that resonate deeply within the anime community. And there's a little chart here with VTuber viewership versus Twitch as relative growth. And as you can see, VTuber hours are up here near like a fucking giant-ass 100 billion or some shit. I don't know, that's a big-ass number. That's a big-ass fucking number, man. God, they're going for Sayu and Ama, if you're guessing right. I mean, there's a lot of interesting things in VTubing, right? Now how people are just like, politics don't belong in VTubing, but then it's okay for some VTubers to go on a big podcast with like Bernie Sanders and AOC. But if I point out how the politics are encroaching into our territory, I'm the problem. They're a little late for Gura. This is from last year. This is an article from last year on LinkedIn. Keep my Oshi's name out of your fucking mouth. Experimental events. Brands can create immersive experiences by sponsoring anime pop-up shops or interactive installations at anime conventions. These events should offer unique experiences that can't be found elsewhere, such as VR experiences that put fans into the world of their favorite anime. 2024 trends and outlooks in the anime sector beyond Gen Z. In 2024, the anime industry is poised to capture the emerging Gen Alpha audience. This shift towards engaging the youngest demographic marks a strategic evolution in anime content creation and marketing, driven by the genre's adaptability and the growing digital nativity of its audience. Anime is increasingly embracing themes and narratives that resonate with Gen Alpha, characterized by vibrant storytelling that blends educational elements with entertainment. For brands, this represents a unique opportunity to pioneer marketing strategies that cater to both children and their parents, fostering a family-oriented approach to engagement. Strategies to connect with Gen Alpha involve creating content that is not only entertaining, but also offers value in terms of learning and development. For example, Crunchyroll's collaboration with Duolingo in 2023 offers users a chance to learn Japanese through anime-inspired content and a 1-month free trial of Super Duolingo. This partnership not only enriches the language learning experience by making it more engaging and culturally relevant, but also highlights the anime industry's broader strategy to appeal to Gen Alpha. This phenomenon of VTubers is expected to surge in 2024, as the virtual YouTubers with anime-inspired avatars gain mainstream attention. Their ascent from niche internet celebrities to prominent digital influencers represents a novel frontier for brand collaborations and marketing campaigns. Brands can tap into the VTuber trend by initiating partnerships for exclusive content series, leveraging their appeal for innovative product launches, or hosting virtual events that showcase the unique interaction VTubers offer. The immersive and interactive nature of VTuber engagements provides brands with a dynamic platform to connect with audiences in a deeply personalized and engaging manner, blending entertainment with marketing in a way that resonates with the digital-first consumer. Anime to live-action American adaptations, which have all been hella floppy. I don't remember anyone praising any of these. Non-Japanese stories adapted into Japanese anime. Unprecedented success of Solo Leveling is what they talk about here. Artificial intelligence revolutionizing anime. And then their conclusion, as anime continues to flourish within the US, it emerges as a pivotal cultural and economic force, transcending its niche origins to captivate a diverse and expanding audience. This growth is not just a reflection of changing entertainment preferences, but also a testament to the genre's unique ability to resonate with younger generations like Gen Z and Alpha, offering rich, nuanced narratives that engage and inspire. For brands and companies, the evolving landscape of anime in the US presents both opportunities and challenges, necessitating a deep understanding of the genre's complexities and its audience's expectations. The rise of anime is significantly fueled by technological advancements, blah blah blah, COVID-19 pandemic, mainstream emergence of VTubers, and the growing integration of AI and anime content, both trends seemingly correlated. What? Signal the genre's ongoing transformation. These developments not only herald new creative possibilities, but also challenge traditional content creation and marketing strategies. And they have a lot of references down here. This was a fucking massively long article to initially break into talking about Dentsu, wrapping all the way around. You wonder if this is why some anime tourists have become more and more mainstream somehow? Maybe it is related. Anime tourists are often people that hate fan service and hated anime, but magically their taste changed during the COVID era, and now they think their opinion is more valuable than anyone else or relevant. I agree. And it's a very interesting wedge into, we've seen what happened with comics, we've seen what happened with video games, and now they're attempting to do the exact same thing with anime. And we have this DigiDay article here, the rundown why anime is having a marketing moment in 2024, and this is directly from Bridge. This was in Bridge's Smart Brief letter in March 2024. After languishing for years as a niche interest for basement-dwelling nerds, anime has made its way into the mainstream. And in 2024, marketers have gotten the memo. This year, major brands such as McDonald's are investing in anime to build goodwill among its diverse and growing Gen Z audience. To today's youngsters, the idea that anime was ever anything but wildly popular might come as a surprise. Thanks to the growth of dedicated streaming services such as Crunchyroll, Japanese animation is now more accessible than ever before. But no cultural force truly hits the mainstream until brands and advertisers get involved. And in 2024, they are getting involved. Basement dwelling, the fuck you doing here then, Jackwad? You see? We were basement dwelling nerds who needed to go touch grass, but now that they have their hands on anime, oh, it's a cultural force! Anime is wonderful, as long as we don't look at all of those basement dwelling nerds of yore. You live on the ground floor, thank you. Kelson, thank you for the member guy. Thank you. 2024 is the start of brands having dedicated global strategies for the anime space in a way that they might have for the sports industry, music industry, gaming industry, etc., said Tatiana Taka, the founder of Oni Vision, a consulting practice dedicated to the anime and gaming space. We have not necessarily seen that on a global scale until recently. Here's a breakdown of how and why anime has become one of the brand's favorite marketing tools in 2024. On February 27th, McDonald's kicked off its first anime-inspired marketing campaign, WECDonald's, with the English version of the campaign's introductory video rapidly drawing over 250,000 views. McDonald's is a best-in-class example of how brands can contribute to culture by finding a meaningful and credible role inside culture, instead of intruding and disrupting it from the outside, said Hui Wen Tao, head of APAC strategy for the agency Virtue. I've never heard of any of these, APAC, Virtue, or Hua Wen Tao. 250K is fucking nothing for McDonald's, yeah? Anime viewership is higher than ever, in part because anime is extremely accessible in 2024. The most popular anime streaming app is the Sony-owned Crunchyroll, which surpassed $1 billion in global consumer spending at the end of 2023. There's a wonderful article on how sociopaths come into niche fandoms called something like Geeks, Maps, or Mops and Sociopaths, and it's really insightful. It talks about how gatekeepers are needed. We're about to see what happened to comics and video games happen to anime. We've already been seeing the slow slide. And again, this is from Bridge from last year. Sir Noto, thank you for the member. Bad latency, thank you. We need to go back. True. Anime viewership is higher than ever. I read that already, I'm sorry. Anime is a medium, not a single genre, which means its audience spans across many demographic groups, particularly in Japan. In the United States, however, anime is particularly growing in popularity among Gen Z. A January 2024 survey by Polygon, who takes Polygon seriously, revealed that 42% of American Gen Zers watch anime weekly, compared to just 25% of millennials and 12% of Gen X. In Japan, anime is enjoyed across generations with subgenres and characters to appeal to every age, said Yasu Sasaki, Global Chief Creative Officer of Dentsu, which spun up a dedicated anime subsidiary last year. The style of anime content you consume evolves with you as you grow up. There are many parallels between the rise of anime as a marketing channel and the rise of gaming as a marketing tool. Much like gaming, marketers recalcitrantly, I know recalcitrant, but putting the "ly" on the end fucked my brain, viewed anime as a niche interest until its popularity became impossible for them to ignore. At which point they began doing everything they could to reach this young, plugged-in audience. Hey, remember when Opera was partnered with an anime YouTuber who got his partnership cut because he did a Blue Archive tier list? You remember that? Remember that? It's okay for brands to use anime as long as they remove the parts of anime they deem to be unsavory for themselves. Even though Opera once again used Rebecca in promotional ads and even used the uo crying emoji, noting that they understood what Rebecca was and they knew what the uo emoji represented. So it's okay to subtly signal to a group of people you want to consume your product. But when it comes to walking the walk, they're not about that life. They're not about that. Consume VTuber. There's a very natural connection between the anime and gaming audience, and brands are quickly realizing that there's ample overlap between the two. Wow, how many decades did that take you, buddy? A brand's marketing investment in anime can bolster its presence in gaming and vice versa. At the moment, many brands' anime activations also feature some kind of gaming integration. McDonald's campaign, for example, went live alongside a custom-branded Fortnite experience. While the community's respective styles of engagement with anime and gaming differ, passive for anime and active for gamers, there's a definite affinity between the two communities, Sasaki said. There are the obvious commonalities, such as both being enjoyed indoors and both portraying worlds in symbolic forms. More significantly, they have a cultural kinship. Anime has often influenced gaming, and gaming often influences anime. It's actually way more simple than that. If you liked anime, you were an outcast and you got bullied. If you liked video games, you were an outcast and you got bullied. So it made it very, very easy that if you were into anime, you'd also get into gaming or vice versa. Big Zap. Wow, deep analysis. Another reason for brands to be interested in anime in 2024 is the demographic diversity of the anime community. Much like lingering misconceptions about the gaming audience, anime has long been plagued by the perception that it is largely the territory of men or Asian Americans. But this is changing as marketers become more familiar with the space. I feel like everyone involved in this article is a tourist. The media company Community Media, but community is spelled with an X instead of an O, whose origins lie in the gaming and esports space, has taken note of the power of anime to reach a diverse audience. To that end, the company has invested in Trap Sushi, an anime-inspired club and event venue in Atlanta, with plans to use the space as inventory for its partnership with diversity-focused brands. Chat. They're coming for our animes! A cultural exchange disguised as a party. Trap Sushi. Crutch Campus X Trap Sushi Z Fighters Campus Trucker Hat Collection. Limited edition TS Spooky Hoodie. Trap Sushi Japan returns. Trap Sushi The Zine issue number 2. The issue highlights the Trap Sushi community in art, music, anime, and more. Be a part of Trap Sushi history and add it to your collection today. Sushi Recap 2023 Trap Sushi. Trap Sushi. Oh, there's a fucking documentary? Will it load? Will it load? Check out our Spotify playlists, Trap Sushi playlist, and This is Chainsaw Man by Trap Sushi. Follow on Instagram. Is that the Boondocks characters? It's all shown in garbage. Stay in the loop? Okay. Oh, my mouse turns into a sushi roll when I hover over clickable things. I want to see the Trap Sushi documentary. Hold on, chat. Trap Sushi documentary. It's got to be on YouTube, right? Videos. Trap Sushi. I'm gonna put that in quotes because it doesn't find anything. DreamCon 2023 Trap Sushi After Party. So there's a Trap Sushi After Party video, but I don't know what the documentary is supposed to be since it won't load. I guess I'll refresh the page. Give me the Trap Sushi, brother. I'll refresh it and hope it works. Cisco Venom, thank you. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. The sushi recap video loaded. The document is loaded! Oh, I'm so fucking hyped. I'm so fucking hyped, bro. Let's go. Trap Sushi documentary!
Cool into anime.
If you are into anime now, it makes you cooler.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Being into anime makes you cool now, chat.
I mean, Trap Sushi is a vibe, for sure. It's really just fusing Atlanta pop culture with Japanese pop culture through food, through music, through anime, through cosplay. I do feel like it provides that sense of community because it really is for everybody.
There's that language. It's for everybody. Yeah, it was. Until the DEI nonsense started attacking it. What the fuck, brother? Can we go back to when it made you a loser nerd?
I am Todd Williams. I go by Troop Brand, and I'm an artist, musician.
And my name is Stephanie Lindo. I'm an environmental scientist.
What is an environmental scientist?
On the side with Troop.
I remember when I met Stephanie, I went through her Instagram, and she drew this picture, I think, of Kakashi. And I was like, oh, she like anime? Ooh. You know, it was an excitement, like, this person likes what I like. That's something that I think fueled this passion for this event as well.
If I speak.
Around midnight, we have the cosplay competition, which is the highlight of the event. It is so crazy, it's so dope.
The judges are screening on 3 different criteria. They're judging for accuracy, level of effort, like creativity.
panty
We
and
have a strict
stocking.
policy of no animals now. This
What?
girl,
A strict policy of no animals now. What? What happened to make them institute that policy? I need to know that story.
pauses in front of the camera and lifts up her sleeves and it's a snake.
Oh,
so I'm
shit.
like, yo, that's a real snake. Like, that's a real snake. Like,
Wait, that's pretty cool though. Why would you say no animals after that?
Crazy. Like the line for the sushi will be all the way back to the entrance sometimes.
You cannot get authentic late night sushi anywhere but Trap Sushi.
Yeah.
Seriously.
On a Thursday.
On a Thursday night, yeah.
Because it's a liability nightmare. Do you really think that people setting up a midnight trap house care about a liability? Do you think that like the midnight rave I was invited to in California had any sort of safety standards? It was literally a box with no fire safety and one entrance and exit, brother. You know.
Put up and give you a banner / flyer and flyers
Food wars.
at the event.
Or have content on the LED screen. I was born in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Then I moved to Columbus, Mississippi. You know,
Why
there
are we showing
wasn't
baby
much
pictures? What's
anime,
happening?
But I had a group of friends. All of us loved Dragon Ball Z.
One day I will visit a South American country and I will eat at a store, at a restaurant that has Dragon Ball Z murals painted on the side. They always love DBZ. I had to pause for a second.
That was like the first, you know, we kind of got into that. And I never forget, I was like in the morning, I would like try to catch, you know, Dragon Ball Z on TV before I go to school.
And I am from Atlanta, Georgia. So my childhood experience was very cultured. My best friends growing up, they're all Vietnamese. They're the ones actually that introduced me to manga and anime. We were really into the high school drama type things. The one thing I like about anime is that they spend a lot of time putting everyday, like actual Japanese culture in it. American.
I wonder if she watches subs or dubs, bro.
Cartoons don't do that. It's just a bunch of, you know, off the wall jokes and everything like that. But if you think about a lot of the anime we watch, a lot of them have they really take the time to invoke their everyday culture into it. And that's
what made me fall in love with the food.
Samurai Champloo mention?
There was this one called Samurai Champloo, and that was the first time I heard like hip hop in anime.
Cowboy Bebop also was another one of them where their soundtrack is iconic.
But that was before like, you know, like Meg Thee Stallion was like advocating anime, before like Lil Uzi Vert was like doing anime. It was before all these other things.
I know Megan Thee Stallion has done cosplays, and I'll defend her. Her cosplay has been pretty good. I think I retweeted one of them at one point. I don't know who Lil Uzi is, so I don't know anything about his involvement in anime.
But I definitely think Dragon Ball Z resonated with the black community very well.
To the point that they did not believe it was anime.
What?
Usually we get our snacks from Wagaya Groceries, either Wagaya or H Mart. I want this one.
H Mart praise, dude. Love that place.
Get them all.
These are our VIP bags. These one we use haichu. It's a nice way to give people something they're familiar with, but something that still has its roots in Japan. I think it's really all in the details I really think sets our event apart from other ones.
So with doing, you know, traps.
Naruto hit the black community harder than crack. Jesus Christ.
Sushi, I know that there is like a fine line between appreciation and appropriation.
I don't ever want it to get to a point where, you know, we're just throwing things together and you're walking around and you're like, why is there Chinese New Year stuff? Google is free. It's not hard to just open up your phone and like do some.
Knowing what you're talking about is the appreciation. What do you what appropriate? Why do you have to use that word? I don't understand. What?
Research.
Yeah. I think that's what sets it apart, that due diligence to make sure that your appreciation isn't misguided.
Literally.
He says as they blow up a pool with top ramen, question mark?
Cultural appropriation is taking somebody else's culture and trying to make it seem like it's your own.
Yeah.
As Black people, we have seen our own culture appropriated, so we know how it feels. So we don't want to do that to somebody else's, like whatsoever.
It's actually from an anime called Gate. So basically, she's like kind of like a goddess of death, basically. She knows what she wants. She does what she wants, so it's just, I like that. Tasha pretty much stands for like trash car in Japanese. Yeah, it was a big commitment. I had to pick up a second job just to pay for it.
The car's hardcore based.
I love ReZero. I could watch it over and over and over, and it's amazing. But I will say they did do my character dirty. Okay, they did do her dirty.
The Atlanta cosplay community is really growing, and it's so a lot of Black cosplayers coming up on the rise, and I love to see it a lot.
Sometimes racism can run rampant in the cosplay community, in the anime community as well. You know, like, oh, you can't cosplay as that because you're Black and this character is not. We have received.
I have never once thought that when looking at a Black cosplayer. I was just like, you do you, dude. Like, fuck, that's a nice costume. Hell yeah, dude. Cosplay's literally always been for everyone. Look at how many fat chicks cosplay. Come on, dude. And people online say that often. I'm sure the people online who say that kind of shit are the same people who just be like, oh my god, a lolly, what a pedophile. Crumbs are crummy. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. You're white, you can't cosplay that? Yeah. Why are you cosplaying, white woman? That's a Japanese lady. Basically, Atlanta sucks, but Georgia Tech are your guys.
Feedback in the past saying, you know, like, thank you for providing this space because they feel safe, they feel accepted.
Oh shit. Hold on, I gotta English.
Cosplay community in the back.
When I attended the event for the first time, I had not been to Japan in a while, and I missed that. But I saw many people who loved Japanese culture so much. I was so happy and quickly became friends with everyone at the event. I'm confused. If she hadn't been to Japan in a long time, and so she missed Japanese culture, she very clearly is Japanese. She speaks very fluent Japanese. Why is she giving the interview in Japanese if it's about an English event and it's been a long time since she's been to Japan? I'm just a little confused. You think it's fine? I'm just asking questions, all right? Can't believe Kier's dubbing an anime woman in real time.
I love it. I love it. There's people's energy.
The energy is incredible. Atlanta is awesome.
I do feel like it provides that sense of community because it really is for everybody. It's not for a specific group. If you like to cosplay, you can come. You know, if you like anime, you can come. If you don't like any of
it's always been for everybody. The only defining factor was like you were typically a loser because you liked anime and or video games.
That stuff, you can still come, you know, and just check it out and see if
Why
you
do
want
they
to come
keep
back
saying
next
it?
time.
Saying it's for everyone is part of the programming language. Like you notice that in a lot of like DEI text. So that's the end of their little documentary about trap sushi. Here's the 30-second 2023 trap sushi recap. That lady's very pretty. I don't know if that's Megan Thee Stallion or someone else, though. It's loud. I'm gonna mute that because I'm assuming that's a DMCA. 8 events, 5,000, what the hell? 5,000 attendees, 800 plus sushi rolls made, 5 cons, 10 plus amazing vendors, 40 plus hours spent debating One Piece. 40 hours seems a little low for debating One Piece. I think it's for everyone who actually appreciates it and approaches without bias or preconceptions. Anime tourists don't have that. True and real. True and real. A little distraction of trap sushi. Back to the article. I want to look up community media. I want to look up community media here really quick, because that was mentioned in the article right before Trap Sushi. Okay. Do we have... Oh god, there's so many fucking pop-ups. This is like a blog thing? Let me just show the screen. A little blog thing here. Kai Cenat affirms $5 million school commitment in Nigeria live on Mafiathon 3. September 4th, 2025. Community partner. Atlanta. There's no, like, about pay? Oh. Up top, they have, like, the Kickback, HBCU Esports. I think it's historically black colleges and universities esports, and then the Community Foundation. We're a media tech company focused on amplifying the global gaming ecosystem. We provide targeted advertising and marketing opportunities within various gaming and entertainment environments, ensuring brands connect with diverse, vibrant, youthful audiences organically. By definition, that would not be organically, would it not? Community media goes beyond reach, where the bridge... We got this from a Bridge article, by the way. Connecting brands with multicultural communities, turning moments into movements, driving purpose, and impacting communities from coast to coast. We're the #1 hub for gamers worldwide. The #1 hub for gamers that I've never heard of. Community has over 1.2 billion earned media impressions in 3 years, 50 million viewers across live stream events, produced over 30 live and experiential events, produced over $20 million into the diverse gaming community. Meet the team. We have the head of content, co-founder CEO, co-founder CEO, co-founder CEO. I don't know who these people are. Clients, Twitch, Microsoft, Verizon, Hot Pocket, Foot Locker, DoorDash, Discover, Space Jam, Honda, Mountain Dew, Riot Games, Xbox, Nike, Spotify, Warner Brothers, Amazon. That's a lot of views. What's their YouTube channel at? They have 1.59k subscribers and 113 videos. What the 50 million viewers across live stream events? 1.59k subscribers. 391 views, 45 views. Kickback powered by Xfinity. 87 views, 113 views, 972 views. Do they count it because these are like powered by Xfinity, powered by Xfinity? Does like Xfinity promote this somewhere? Sort of like Opera embedding their VTuber into the main page so it auto-played for everyone, and so they counted as viewers if they simply opened their browser even if they weren't watching it? Check their stats. They probably have less than 500,000 views. They're including all the people and the creators they've directly worked with. That's kind of fishy to do. To be fair, what do you have for shorts? Demon Slayer was actually a hit, 2 views. GTA 6, $100, 4 views. Protecting our hair has been a part of the history of bonnets and do-rags. 4 views. The clipping effect, how clips boosted. Protecting heroes like MLK. MLK's $20 billion reparations plan? Urban nightlife, decoding anime and hip-hop events. What is happening? Monoculture is dead? Why you don't know all the celebs? DreamCon, diversity concerns and unexplained black nerd reactions. Interesting. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if you get organic views if you have massive corporations pushing for you. But, interesting nonetheless. Projects. What are your projects? Rolling Loud exclusive artist gaming lounge. Juice World Day featuring Xbox. Game Changers featuring Georgia Power? Like the electric company? Creed 3 X Fortnite, HBCU Esports, and Michael B. Jordan. Verizon Pro-Am, Mountain Dew Real Change Challenge. The Kickback? I don't know what that is. Space Jam. Game Pass for PC. Discover Bowl. Discover works with Bridge as well. Honda Dream Lab. Creator DoorDash. Walmart Father's Day. I have no idea what any of these are. I'm gonna click on Game Changers featuring Georgia's Power. We brought Georgia Power into the Georgia gaming ecosystem as we powered up pipelines. We partnered with Georgia Power to deliver hands-on access to game development for the next generation of creators in Georgia. Through 2 custom-built workshops, high school and college students learn to build immersive worlds inside Fortnite's Unreal Engine, gaining real-world skills in the industry's most powerful toolset. We also produced a 4-part docu-series on the rise of Georgia as a gaming capital, highlighting local talent, tech education, and why the state is becoming a launch pad for the next wave of digital storytellers. 2 Unreal Engine workshops, dozens of students, 4-part docu-series highlighting Georgia's gaming boom. Battle and Brew? Choast? I don't know what any of these are. Georgia State University? 12,374 total views, according to Playboard. Seems a bit short of 50 million. It does. There's another Battle and Brew. This is kind of like grifting, just like the DEI version of a crypto rug pull scam. No, this is about changing culture. Once again, it doesn't matter if they have organic growth, if they have all of these companies working with them and doing the DEI work with them, right? Like, it doesn't matter if people are actually consuming the content. If companies are using this in, like, marketing and inspiring the way that they do their products going forward. 17% of Black Americans over the age of 18 are anime fans, compared to 13% of Asian Americans. As it relates to the Black community, that's one of those things that we over-index in, said community CMO Chris P.A. Anime's moment in the spotlight is the result of a slow build in the medium's popularity and accessibility, not a single flashy moment that launched anime into the stratosphere. But there's no denying that prominent American celebrities have jumped into anime at an unprecedented level over the last year. As luminaries such as Megan Thee Stallion and Usher post their cosplays on social media, I didn't know Usher cosplayed, it's not surprising that brands and marketers have been motivated to demonstrate their own familiarity with the genre. I always keep going back to anime culture and how anime fandom is more than just watching, Taka said. It's a multifaceted experience that's also defined by the things that you wear, and the music that you listen to, and the celebrities that you enjoy, and the references and themes and values that you have. Anime fandom is a multifaceted experience defined by the things you wear, the music you listen to, and the celebrities you enjoy. I don't think any of those things are really related, man. Crandall Bandley, thank you for the 10 Kick gift subs. Thank you for blankets for the warm bodies on Kick. Thank you, thank you. It's nothing but streaming crap, and when everything is reduced to just pie charts and data sheets. Battleizer, thank you for the 50. There's the racism. Oh, who remembers when that Mirko pic came out and everyone on that side tried to crucify the artist? Even though that artist was just deliberately washed out? God, you hate those people. Fucking tourists. Yeah, I remember that. Don't think, just consume. Just consume. It's really sad that now anime is going to be facing this uphill battle with a ton of tourists. And it continues. Let's see. We have another article here. Dentsu strengthens its anime business with the establishment of Dentsu Anime Solutions Incorporated in Japan. This was in 2023. Dentsu Group announced today that it will be strengthening its anime business with the establishment of Dentsu Anime Solutions, a new company that will provide solutions centered on anime licensing. The new company's main businesses will be sales of anime and licensing, copyright business, such as merchandising to broadcasters and streaming platforms both in Japan and overseas. Dentsu Anime Solutions will be established on July 3rd, 2023 as a 100% consolidated subsidiary of Dentsu Group under Dentsu Japan. So basically anything that Dentsu touches is going to be DEI infected. No Guard Codesmith, thank you. Pretty sure anime is about the cartoons we watch. Imagine watching cartoons. What are you, some kind of nerd?
I'm a moment here. Dabba dabba dabba. Dabba dabba dabba.
I'm just making sure I'm still in my correct timeline here, chat. There's a lot of articles once again. No. Okay. In the last 10 years, along with the diversification and expansion of video streaming networks due to the spread of devices and video streaming services, anime has become an established genre in global entertainment. It is expected to grow significantly in the future as a global industry originating in Japan, including peripheral businesses such as games, merchandising, and events. In fact, the global anime market is expected to expand from 28.6 billion USD in 2022 to 60 billion USD in 2030. The average annual growth rate for the period is expected to be 9.8% squared. Praxis fail, thank you, you're sorry, but you're a one cult kind of guy. My eldritch horror is a jealous whore. True. True. It's not enough to watch anime, they must consume the merch, become the anime, cosplay, LARP is the real representation of the communities, when in fact they just got out of fucking bed this morning and decided to steal a whole media. It's like, it's just like, why can't you enjoy Thing without making Thing an entire personality? You know? It's kind of strange to me, but it's also like, I would have loved, 10 years ago to be like, yeah, fucking I would love to get more people into anime. I turned more people into anime fans who were like staunchly anti-anime before. But now that we have things like Dentsu and Bridge being like, anime is this untapped market to be used as a company wedge for not only your marketing tactics, but to speak your messages to a younger generation. Gen Z loves their anime. Make sure you do the work and spread that message because Gen Z will consume it. As a pothead, you hate when people make weed their entire personality. True and real. Why do most lolcows like Demon Slayer? Aw, man, I have fucking Demon Slayer cups that I like drinking chocolate milk out of, and I can't because they're back at my apartment. Did I know that I got a cameo in the Asmongold AI anime Nux movie? I'm sorry, the what? Anime is why you're into goth girls, because goth girls were the only ones you could share your interest with since we both got bullied anyway. That was me! That we would have been spiritual friends. Kirsche loves drinking out of cups. Yeah, like some kind of fruitcake. Fucking fuck you. Mr. Walk Down Me, I'm the walkway. Get out of here. Moreover, opportunities to provide solutions utilizing anime through the anime division of Dentsu Inc.'s Content Business Design Center to clients not only in Japan, but also in international markets are increasing year by year. The division's net revenue has nearly doubled over the last 2 years in light of this market expansion and increased demand from clients by establishing a new company that will primarily handle the licensing of anime. We plan to recruit and train specialists and accumulate know-how, further accelerating the growth of Dentsu's anime business. Sei Matsumoto, Representative Director and President, Dentsu Anime Solutions Inc., said, "Our content business is one of Dentsu's true differentiators. In particular, anime continues to generate enthusiasm around the world, especially among Gen Z audiences. It is a fast-growing opportunity for us as well, as we are pleased to announce the establishment of this new specialist company. With this launch, we will continue to enhance our expertise in various areas, such as producing new anime IP. I'd be very interested in the new IP that Dentsu comes up with, and exactly how they push the message in said anime IPs. Supporting sales and, of course, license management. By leveraging the creativity and networks of Dentsu, we'll be able to provide the best possible solutions around anime, support the business growth of clients and partner companies both in Japan and overseas, and contribute to the development of the anime industry as a whole." We've already seen, like, how shitty Crunchyroll got, not even to, like, mention High Guardian Spice, right? So it'll be really interesting to see Dentsu essentially become the Japanese version of Crunchyroll. Oh, the Don P. Bong water. Yeah, somebody mentioned that earlier. A couple people, actually. By leveraging the creativity and networking of Dentsu, we will be able to provide the best possible solutions around anime, support the business growth of clients and partner companies both in Japan and overseas, and contribute to the development of the anime industry as a whole. The future roles of Dentsu's anime business organizations located in Japan are expected to be as follows: Dentsu Inc. Content Business Design Center Anime Division, producing anime and provision of solutions utilizing anime to clients of Dentsu in Japan and overseas. Dentsu Anime Solutions Inc., new company, sales of anime and licensing, copyright business such as merchandising to broadcasters and streaming platforms, both in Japan and overseas. Hustle Hoppa, thank you. It's for everyone is always a wedge to demand. It is changed to appeal to them. Not enough tourists, it must be changed to cater to them. Overrepresented by tourists, it's theirs now. Get lost, nerd. Exactly. Exactly. And it's happening. It's happening in real time. About Dentsu. Dentsu is the network designed for what's next, helping clients predict and plan for disruptive future opportunities in the sustainable economy. It's like a villain organization tagline, bro. Holy shit. Taking a people-centered approach to business transformation, Dentsu combines Japanese innovation with a diverse global perspective to drive client growth and to shape society. Literal globo homo speak. Get out of here with that. And we have this New York article here, October 1st. It does say New York 2018. I'm not sure if this means it was published in 2018 because it just says Monday, October 1st at 5 p.m. How Microsoft, Dentsu Aegis Network, and McCann dialed up diversity and inclusion. In this session, how agencies can implement DEI efforts more effortlessly. Microsoft challenged Dentsu Aegis Network and McCann 3 years ago to transform their D&I strategy, and this long-term commitment is exceeding expectations. Nick Brienne, CEO, Americas, Dentsu Aegis Network will discuss how their partnership with Microsoft, Kathleen Hall, Corporate Vice President, Brand Advertising and Research, resulted in a D&I framework that is creating benefits for both agencies, the brand, and society. And you have the speakers at this thing. What you'll learn from this session, I guess, wasn't fleshed out. I don't know where to find this session. It'd be really nice to be able to listen to this, but this is the only archive I have. The speakers were Jackie Kelly, Deputy Chief Operating Officer of Bloomberg Media Group, Singleton Bento, Chief Diversity Engagement Officer of McCann World Group, Kathleen Hall, Corporate Vice President, Brand Advertising and Research at Microsoft, and Nick Brienne, CEO, America Dentsu Aegis Network. And if I move forward a couple of tabs here, Nick Brienne resigns from Enthusiast Gaming, Adrian Montgomery named interim CEO. Toronto-based esports and gaming company Enthusiast Gaming has announced that Nick Brienne has resigned effective immediately. Company has chosen current chairman of the board and former CEO Adrian Montgomery as its interim CEO and will begin a search to find a new replacement. From an economic standpoint, 2023 wasn't a great year for esports, and Enthusiast Gaming was one of many entities hit by the macroeconomic conditions. In its latest 2023 Q3 financial report, the Esports and Media Holding Company reported an increased net loss of 59.1 million Canadian dollars, with revenues failing to increase. Nonetheless, the company is one of the few public traded esports companies owning various properties in the space, including Luminosity Gaming, FPS title EV.io, and Call of Duty League franchise Seattle Surge. Michael Beckerman, lead director of Enthusiast Gaming, commented, "The company is undergoing a critical transformation, so finding the right leader to drive our organization forward is imperative. As the prior long-term CEO and current chairman, Adrian has always demonstrated tremendous capital market expertise and successfully guided the company to its position as the leading gaming and entertainment company in North America. The board of directors believes Adrian is the right person to lead the company through its transition." And if I could, Binary Mind, you said you found the previous VoD where I went through all of the Enthusiast Gaming things. Could I have that link? Because I just want to skim through it very, very quickly, because there's no way that I could ever give like a TLDR recap on what the fuck Enthusiast Gaming is. Like, the best TLDR I can give you is that Enthusiast Gaming was like a small platform for gamers, and then they had a hostile takeover because they weren't instituting DEI on a large enough scale. And then when the DEI CEO was appointed, Nick Brienne, he was appointed as an interim CEO after they ousted Adrian Montgomery. And then after a while, Nick Brienne resigned and they brought Adrian Montgomery back. I guess he decided to play ball. But Enthusiast Gaming was bought by those two companies that are sounding like BlackRock, but they're not BlackRock. It's like Gray Wood and something Stone. KB had to remind me of them previously. But these two companies that work with like the stock market and real estate bought Enthusiast Gaming, started injecting DEI tenants, started view botting, and claimed that Enthusiast Gaming was like the #1 gaming platform that everybody used, and they had like hundreds of millions of views. It wasn't Blackstone. KB knows the names. I don't know where KB is. It wasn't BlackRock and it wasn't Blackstone, but it was like Colorstone and something Wood. And like I have an entire VoD on these things, and I don't know if Binary Mind is here, but like it is Eastwood and Graymore. Thank you, Dark Gaia. It was Eastwood and Graymore that are the companies that bought out Enthusiast Gaming, and that VoD in and of itself is a wild trip, because several of the people from Eastwood and Graymore who had purchased Enthusiast Gaming were also in the middle of a lawsuit for stock manipulation in Southeast Asia. And part of their defense, because it's public, it's all public, I brought up part of their defense documents, and they were like posting memes at the prosecution. It was so fucking weird, bro. Like everything. Not sure if Enthusiast Gaming, you put it in DMs, it's the Omnicron VoD. No, I don't need the Omnicom VoD. I need Enthusiast Gaming. I mean, I'll double check in case Enthusiast Gaming was in the same VoD, but I don't think it was. You're not sure if I went through Enthusiast Gaming on it? I know I did. Oh, KB's got a link. You were Foxu Eternal Memory Storage. All right. Okay. So this was a year ago, March 29th, 2024. Needed to do a little bit of a time warp back to January to begin our talk today. I got an. Yeah, so Campbell's Chunky partnered with Enthusiast Gaming. We watched a recap of like this specific thing recently, where I showed that video on Twitter that had like 0 fucking interactions, despite them being partnered with streamers that had millions of followers on multiple platforms. The streamers never tweeted out anything. They never made any videos. There was never any engagement. Where did the money go? What was the point of this? But Enthusiast Gaming was a part of that. And then we found a Twitch channel for NFL Tuesday Night Gaming that was also something like Enthusiast Gaming had promoted. And it had like no views, it had no reach, nobody was interacting with it. I went through some articles about the entire hostile takeover, the ousting of the CEO, the replacement CEO, how all of this worked, and what like all of these weird fucking management conspiracies were going on. Adrian Montgomery here again from that article we were just reading. Like this is like several hours. There's several hours of me going through all of the legal shit, all of the DEI nonsense going on through Enthusiast Gaming. So this, like, unless you watch this video and you remember stuff from it, Enthusiast Gaming could seem very not insidious to you. As Enthusiast Gaming Holdings, we have their sustainability journey to governance best practices, supporting our community. We have all of their, like, retard policies up here. It's the significant announcements years to date. So I'm going through, like, all the legal documents that they had been filing. There's Enthusiast Gaming Holdings here. Why did you decide to pivot to the gaming industry? This is talking about the people in real estate who decided to buy out. In other words, now is a very good time for brands to invest in game-based marketing efforts. Brienne seems to have gotten the message. We recently came up with Brienne to learn more about his decision to join Enthusiast Gaming. My old firm, Dentsu, has set up a global gaming committee, 700 people around the world. So I think the agency sector is catching up swiftly. A lot of that is because gaming is intrinsically linked to all things Web3 or metaverse as well. So there's an opportunity to demonstrate the innovation that clients are looking for in order to connect with the next generation. This is the guy, once again, trying to get into anime now with all of his DEI grubby paw nonsense. It wasn't just about the power of creativity, it was about innovation. And the innovation to imagine a multiverse, a metaverse between the physical and the digital, and to be at the forefront of what that looks like. That's so exciting. Great stories are great experiences because they fuel not just the opportunity for yourself, but how you could potentially be a part of it in terms of co-creation as an individual participant. And so this continues on with like different interviews with Nick Brienne and Adrian Montgomery. This is that article that I just brought up a second ago with them speaking about DEI nonsense with Microsoft and Bloomberg and whoever McCann group is. I don't know who the fuck they are. This was them fudging their stats. So I had never heard of Enthusiast Gaming prior to going into this research. And there was this article, February 22nd, 2023, that says Enthusiast Gaming rises to #1 gaming property in the United States. Ranked #1 in games category for US unique visitors in January 2023. Ranked top 3 fastest growing property on ComScore's top 100 list. And they show like charts and shit for their numbers, and it's like, just this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. They put themselves higher than fucking Twitch here. Grew unique visitors 28% year over year from May 2022 to May 2023. Enthusiast Gaming Holdings, an independent gaming entertainment company, announced that it has increased its position as the #1 gaming property in the United States, reaching a new record of 56 million unique visitors. Based on the latest digital media rankings from ComScore, the results represent 28% year-over-year growth in unique visitor traffic to Enthusiast Gaming digital media property of gaming communities, content, and creators. The new ratings place Enthusiast Gaming as the top gaming property in the United States by the largest margin to date. Since first achieving this milestone in January 2023, these ratings are utilized by brands and agencies to identify platforms that will maximize their advertising and sponsorship investments. Please read the chart, old me. Please. And here it's got Enthusiast Gaming at #1 with 55.7 thousand, I guess, it said million. It said million up here, so I guess this might be 55.7 like million, even though it's directed as thousand. I don't know. They're at #1 here. Twitch at #2, 48.7 thousand. Roblox #3, 48.8 thousand. 4 Take-Two, 32.2 thousand. 5 Activision Blizzard, 29.5 thousand. And IGN #6, 23.5 thousand. Ain't no way I believe those fucking numbers, baby. Ain't no way. Alpha Omega, thank you. For those unaware, Dentsu produced My Hero Academia, Gachi Akuda, Blue Exorcist, Komi Can't Communicate, Bleach, help, Dan, and Naruto, among 315 other titles. They are a big deal in the anime business. I wonder if they used to be like just a normal fucking publishing agency, and now that they're making like their weird anime offshoot sector thing with this guy, that it's like the transformation of it. Because Bleach was fine back in the day. I think Dan's the anime that like tourists attacked fucking Chibi reviews for, right? That's a lot of shonen sloppa though. Blue Exorcist was fun when you were 15. Yeah. I don't know anything about Gachi Akuda, Komi Can't Communicate. I don't recognize those ones. Dan's coming pretty good so far. I am really curious what exactly is happening with them. What is going on, brother? Thank you for the huge info, Alpha. Nero Redwood, thank you for talking Microsoft. They need to get their shit together. Make Xbox great again. Still on your 360, which was the last good gen they made. Dentsu has always been an advertising firm as far as you're aware. The only difference is that they started eating up other agencies since the 80s and 90s to become one of the largest global ad firms.
Pardon the late response.
Sorry, I turned up my volume.
High Guardian Spice is an abomination that should never have been made.
True. Bleach began well, yet the author lost control of the story, at least for the series. I'm wondering if that means that like Dentsu was just the marketing for those animes, or possibly like had a hand in publishing. That would be something I would have to look up in order to know specifically what their role was in the animes that you talked about there, Alpha Omega. Kind of shown in slop a tiny bit. It's the one where some person blackwashed the characters and the VA celebrated it. Wait, what? Makes you wonder if Bon is decent. Pretty sure they were the production company. God damn. True and real about High Guardian Spice. It is very true and real about High Guardian Spice. Thank you, Orismador, for the late interruption. You despise Bleach? I liked Bleach up until, like, hot take. I think it started going downhill after he rescued Rukia. I think is her name, Rukia? I don't remember. I was a teenager when I watched this, man. But I remember distinctly thinking that it started drying up a bit after he finally rescued her. And then once they were like, and his father is a Shinigami too! I was like, alright, I'm done watching this shit. Literally put it down in the middle of that episode and was like, I'm just never watching this again. Soul Society arc did make it tank. Peaked in the Soul Society arc. Oh my god. Didn't even get to the Arankar arc. I did not. I think it went downhill at the very end of the Arankar arc. You wish you did the same? You're always bummed when the episode ended, and now you're like, well, guess I have to wait another week. Same! I had to wait for the episode to be fan translated, and then I had to very legally place it onto a disc in my brain because I didn't have internet at my house. You can tell in the manga too, the art dropped off, stopped doing background art, etc. Really? Damn, you didn't even get to the point that he becomes Soul Jesus. Nope. When I don't know what to do, I just add a new character to buy time. Kubo Bleach author. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck do you mean? They were alluding to his dad being a Shinigami from the start. If they were, my teenage brain did not pick up on it. But I was like, that's just ridiculous. We're gonna stop now. I don't want to watch this anymore. You hated the filler arc with the swords rebelling. You checked out when in the middle of a giant fight they cut to in another time and then started an entirely new arc. Oh my god. And Kenpachi and Yachiru are your favorite duo, and Rengiku has your favorite pair. I liked Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya was always my favorite. For some reason, I just fucking love short kings in anime. I don't know what, like, all of my favorite male characters are fucking midgets in anime, dude. I don't get it. I fucking loved Hitsugaya. I wanted to fuck him as a teenager, alright? Fucking, when I got older and I watched fucking Attack on Titan, I love Levi, alright? Okay? Is that the white hair? Yeah, I was a white hair guy. I have a thing for white-haired men in anime as well. Albedo was like my first one true love, as it were. You love legally watching anime. Yep, I'm 100% legal anime watcher. Oh, God. Oompa Loompa sexual. Shorter guys have a higher power level. You love to see it. Wasn't Tetsugia a teen, or was he just short? I was a teenager at the time, so it didn't fucking matter how old he was. Not that it would anyways, because he's not fucking real! Yes, Rubido, of course. Albedo from Xenosaga? Yeah, Albedo from Xenosaga. I wanted to lay on his lap and have him stroke my arm. Holy shit. The psychopath Brocon was your first love. Oh my god. He was just very protective of his brother. A new Master Roshi is gay. What? Master Prick, thank you. After Soul Society, they added the longest and shittiest filler of the whole series. The author said that watching the anime gave him ulcers. That's funny. Carnacle Blackbird, thank you. Hot take, Bleach went downhill when it stopped being off-brand Yu Yu Hakusho. Oh, I even bought the Bleach mangas for a while, but I don't remember how many books of it I bought. Oh, my eye. Definitely don't remember when Crunchyroll used to be a completely illegal website. Riot, thank you. I'm too tall for my Oshi. Why couldn't I be a midget? I don't know why I'm attracted to the anime midgets, man. They're just like the most fun ones in the episodes. Nobody should have to slog through the original run of the Bleach anime, read the manga, and then watch the TYBW anime. I don't know what that is. Plot-wise, it was just DBZ with swords. Yeah, but Hitsugaya was hot and Orihime had big titties. You have the manga up to the end of the Soul Society arc. You had Bleach merch and wore it in high school. I had a drill necklace from Tangatapa Gurren Lagann. You'll love her massive honkers. Oh my god. Winnie, thank you for the Bleach's Arankar arc had the best villain in the entire series in your opinion, Grimjow. The only anime waifu you ever had was a massive crush on Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo. Oh my god. A little fan service goes a long way. We love beach episodes here, man. Orihime's tits get even bigger in the current episodes. Brother Goose, are you really gonna get on to me about pronunciation? How long have you been here? Give me your oats, Brother Goose. Sword Art Online Season 1 and 2 were a good time. You couldn't make it in Season 3. I was very confused about Sword Art Online because it seemed to get really strange. They were like, oh, we're gonna live in a house and we're gonna be married and we're gonna pretend this digital thing is our child and then I'm gonna go get tentacle raped. And I was like, oh, okay. Suifang top tier. The first 14 episodes were fun. The next were fucking retarded. Golden Boy anime was best anime. Shame was only 6 episodes long. Was that? Oh no, Paranoia Agent was the one with the golden bat, right? That one was a lot of fun. I liked that one. I got the tentacles. I should watch SAO Abridged. Absolutely not. I think Tangerine actually had us watch SAO Abridged, and I was like, this is slightly less painful than the actual anime, but it still sucks. Stop paying attention for 1 second, and that's what you hear. The first half was fun. Second half was crap. Gun Gale was okay. You actually enjoyed the Alicization. You're an ergo proxy apologist. Oh my god. But yeah, this VoD, it all comes back to that darn soup, man. This has all of the Enthusiast Gaming information. So if you want all of the Enthusiast Gaming DEI sloppa, we ended up fighting, like, someone's wife. Do you remember when we were talking about, like, Prince George's community and whatever, like, when Trump and Elon Musk were cutting all of the government positions, and they were like, oh, all of these African Americans are losing their jobs, and it's affecting the GDP of the largest African American enclaves, where it's, like, a major percentage African Americans because all of them are government workers. And then we had all of these, like, all these people who were like, we sell spiritual guidance to the African American government workers, and it's like, that's kind of really predatory of you, that you just decide that because they're government workers that they're more likely to fall for your weird spiritual guide scams. When we were researching Enthusiast Gaming, I don't even remember whose fucking wife this is, and I occasionally still get emails from this, but she is also one of those, like, weird spiritual guide people, and she had, like, an entire website set up to do it, and it was, like, the weirdest fucking shit that I had ever found going through Bridge thus far. At that point, 2 years ago. Quando Bandui! Thank you for the 25. I don't think I've seen Nichijou. And people are just so irritating and depressing. They really are. They infiltrate fucking everything, and I'm sick of them. I'm fucking sick of them. You're gonna activation channel the Kirsche. Rav Jeter, thank you. Thorn, do not redeem the 100k fine. Yeah, I see Trump signed that executive order, changing the H-1B from, like, $1,000 to $100,000. Hell yeah, bro. Nero Redwood, thank you. High School D&D No Cap was pretty based. Spice and Wolf with a wholesome anime. They brought back the original cast for a reboot. I have seen so many people say they love Spice and Wolf. I have not seen it. All of my friends watched it when I was younger. I did not watch it. Philip Callan, thank you for the... Remember growing up downloading anime over 56k? Yes, my AOL online. You're a fucking tourist, though. No doubt there has been. Spice and Wolf is the GOAT. I have heard nothing but good things about it. Nothing but good things. So yeah, if you want the Enthusiast Gaming rundown, this will be the VoD. We found Eric Weinstein in the middle of this somehow. I was like, this VoD is a fucking acid trip of Bridge information. So bookmark that and watch that at some point. I don't know how this didn't get turned into a standalone video. I thought it did, but apparently it didn't. Even if it did, it's still like 4.5 fucking hours, bro. If not 5 hours. Like, it's long. Much like today. And to bring it back to where we were. Hell. We were here once again looking at Nick Brienne. Nick Brienne of DEI Love. The Dentsu Aegis Network rebrands to Dentsu. This was in September 2020. London, Dentsu Group today announces that its international business Dentsu Aegis Network will now operate under the Dentsu brand. The international business will operate alongside its business in Japan and will unite more than 66,000 people globally within the Dentsu brand. This will allow all Dentsu employees to deliver on the group's philosophy of true client centricity through open teaming. The concept of all employees realizing innovation for clients from anywhere. I love corpo speak. This follows a transformational period for the international business focused on simplifying its offer to deliver world-class services and integrated marketing solutions that are data-driven, tech-enabled, and ideas-led, tailored around clients' needs. The simplification has seen 3 lines of business established across media, CRM, and creative, making it easier for clients to navigate its services and allowing them to win, keep, and grow their best customers. This transformation has positioned Dentsu International as the market leader for data, analytics, and CRM. The move marks a new chapter for the international business following the arrival of Wendy Clark earlier in September as global CEO. Wendy Clark, global CEO of Dentsu International, said, "This represents an important milestone in the evolution of our international business as we build on Dentsu's rich legacy of innovation and industry leadership along with the dynamic growth story of Dentsu Aegis Network. Our business provides our clients and our people with the best of both worlds, helping them to achieve meaningful progress against a backdrop of unprecedented change and disruption." How many times have we seen people since I think 2017 or 2018 was the latest or the oldest article we read. Every single time one of these DEI acolytes has gotten into Dentsu, they have mentioned unprecedented change and disruption, as well as changing culture. These are the things you need to look out for when these acolytes try to embed themselves in companies that were once great companies that did good things and handled good IPs. These people are looking to transform it in the Marxist image as well as globalization, and that is a problem.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Malam K. Kaku, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. The business will be registered as Dentsu International Limited with UK Companies House and is expected to be in use from early October 2020. And I found it interesting that throughout a lot of these articles I've been reading, especially since we got into the meat of Dentsu, and especially since we looked into community media and we watched that short documentary video and we watched a little bit of the anime stuff, some people were like, I don't see anything wrong with this. I don't get what's wrong here, Kirsche. And that's the point. You are the target. If you can't read their subversive language, if you can't see what these acolytes are trying to embed by being as subversive and what's the word I'm looking for? My brain is melting from how much corpo speak I've been ingesting today. They're trying to be both subversive and hide the meat of the issue, right? It's like that lady said. It's like Sasha Thompson said. You have to hide the DEI vegetables because people are fussy babies. And even though it's good for them, they don't quite realize it yet. So they do it in such a covert way that unless you know the terminology to look for, you wouldn't see almost anything wrong with this, especially because, well, they're saying it's for everyone. They're saying they want it to be innovating. They're saying that, we're in a time of unprecedented change and they're here to help guide the way. They're doing good things, right? So anyone that was watching this and gave the I don't see anything wrong with this sort of terminology, you are the target. You are the propagandized. You are exactly who they're trying to convert and not notice what they're doing and how they're damaging these IPs, these products, and just anime in general. Hide the DEI vegetables, might as well say hide the poison. I love the hide the DEI vegetables line, because it's just so easy for even my mush fucking brain to remember, man. And then there's the Dentsu website here, Manga Anime Growth Partners. It's in Japanese. I can't read that, but there is an English version. And this is also 2018. Dentsu, in collaboration with major Japanese animation studios, to establish an organization to produce anime video content for enhancing clients' brand appeal. President and CEO Toshihiro Yamamoto, head office Tokyo, has set up an organization in alliance with 9 major Japanese animation studios to contribute to the brand appeal of companies and business groups and products and services by producing made-to-order anime video content. The organization is a Tokyo headquarters-based new cross-organizational team within its group Dentsu Japanimation Studio, which responds to by systemizing solutions with the use of animation, branding-related marketing issues that companies and business groups inside and outside Japan are facing. With the diversification of media outlets and the contents that run on them, more and more companies and business groups are aiming to elevate their communications beyond traditional product service advertising and public relations to strike a chord with younger consumers. This has led to an increase in the use of animation as a way to strengthen brand appeal, since it allows more freedom to the story making and creative expression than live action videos and is highly compatible with online videos. In addition, Japan Animation enjoys a strong reputation overseas. Asterisk. Source. It boasts almost 80% of Japan's broadcasting content exports, and its overseas sales continue to break records year after year. With this strong popularity, demand for Japanimation as a marketing tool has been growing significantly. As a result, Dentsu has created DJS by bringing together experts from various fields within the Dentsu group. Going forward, DJS will add more animation studios to the alliance while accumulating knowledge and skills for utilizing Japanimation and offer marketing solutions to companies and business groups inside and outside Japan. And furthermore, contribute to the development of Japanese animation beyond languages, cultural differences, and national borders. And reading this makes me remember... Nick Brienne, that's not a very Japanese name. Michael Roca, that's not a very Japanese name. We watched a libelous slanderous Vice documentary where a lady decided to selectively trim and selectively present and also erroneously present certain things in a context that made anime and manga appear to be a culture of pedophilia. She even interviewed a politician and selectively spliced some of the things that he said to make it seem like what he said was worse than it was, and he came out after that released and was very angry about how his words were misconstrued. In addition to this, that Vice documentary was blocked in the entirety of Japan. If you were trying to watch that documentary from Japan, you could not. If you changed your VPN to somewhere in Japan, that video was blocked for you. That woman who did that slanderous Vice documentary, she ended up getting a position at, I think it was CNN, but I could be misremembering. But she was given like a global culture ambassador position with a news media company because of her work on that documentary, and she also won an award for it. So it makes perfect sense that these people who have nothing but contempt for Japan and the way that anime and manga operate want to infiltrate, want to make sure that they start using it as a priority to usher in more tourists to change the culture of what anime and manga are entirely. And in addition to that, if they're able to use those tourists who already abhor the foundations of what anime is, if they're able to use them to also push their DEI messaging, that is a double fucking bonus. The rot runs deep. It really does. It's like, it's insane to me just how fucking much shit there is. Like, I just, like, the amount of shit that I have just out to you on stream today is fucking wild. It is everywhere and all-encompassing, and these were from Bridge. Bridge had these things talking about Nick Brian and Michael Roca doing stuff in relation to Dentsu, pushing DEI, pushing the tenants, doing the work. It's like, damn, man. I'm kind of tired, bro. I'm kind of tired of all of this. I'm seeing if there's any other articles here. We have this. What was this? This is Harnessing the Power of Anime as an Outstanding Marketing Solution, March 1st, 2019. This is from Dentsu's website. Recently in Japan, there's been a noticeable increase in the number of clients choosing to use anime in their corporate branding television advertising campaigns. At present, it's becoming more commonplace in Japan to see anime, which has a particularly high appeal for young demographic segments, utilized for communication campaigns. To what extent are you interested in anime? There's like little charts here. For young people, anime has already made the transition from subculture to becoming a part of mainstream culture. In particular, for marketing managers who have an awareness of the challenges involved in developing a customer base within a young demographic segment, it's probably worth considering the option of using anime when considering a vision of the future in which anime is likely to gain increasingly wide appeal among general audiences. Anime may be seen to represent unlimited potential as a marketing solution. We have Japanese things that respondents consider to be excellent: robotics, cuisine, anime and manga, precision engineering, audio and video, consumer electronics, 3D technology, hot springs, autos and motorcycles, infotech, transportation infrastructure. Dentsu aims to develop more sophisticated and comprehensive marketing solutions utilizing anime. Based on the potential we see for anime within the marketing context, on October 22nd, 2018, Anime Day, Dentsu established Dentsu Japanimation Studio, or DJS, as a cross-functional business unit within the Dentsu Group. Dentsu, in collaboration with major Japanese animation studios, to establish an organization to produce anime video content for enhancing clients' brand appeal. The Answer Studio, Sunrise, Studio Colorido, David Production, Bandai Namco Pictures, Perot Co. Ltd., Production IG, Polygon Pictures, Mappa, and Leiden Films. The logo shown for each partner anime studio is a hyperlink to each respective partner's website. DJS will work together with Japan's world-renowned anime studios to create optimal anime-based solutions for clients. The number of partner anime studios collaborating with DJS is expected to grow in the future. The solutions offered by DJS will be targeted not only at companies in Japan, but also at clients globally. Hence, Dentsu plans to develop a support structure leveraging its international network. Furthermore, as one of Dentsu's unique strengths, it will be possible to produce content and provide feedback based on the results of the group's consumer research from a marketing perspective. The project teams at DJS will gather together specialists drawn from a broad array of fields, including people from both sides of the left brain, right brain divide. So they have the cross-functional business unit, business producers, strategic planners, content producers, telecom planners, telecom producers, copywriters, strategic PR planners, art directors, media planners, researchers. Then you have the overseas business operations and overseas clients, as well as domestic clients. Unlimited potential of original short-length anime. So they're just talking about more of the original advertising stuff. Advantages of original anime: since it's not too short, it allows the development of strong storylines. Since it's not too long, it's easy to watch and share, thus more likely to gain broad exposure. Anime fans have very high information sensitivity and information influencer capabilities. With regard to 9 items related to information and trends, survey respondents chose 1 of 5 responses for each team, and the results were calculated based on those responses. The respondents whose responses included don't know, 13.1% of anime fans, 21% of non-anime fans, were excluded from the calculation results. So approximately double information sensitivity is high for, I guess, anime fans in comparison to non-anime fans. Is it just like we read the translator notes? The left brain, right brain divide. What are they, brain doctors? This is potential for unlimited spread of content, not only among Japanese anime fans, but among overseas anime fans, and even further afield to segments that have no interest in anime. Rather than producing advertisements, we are focused on creating anime works. Underpinning our approach to anime-based marketing solutions, we adhere to a particular philosophy. Specifically, we do not produce anime advertisements, we create anime works. So it's the same thing, they're just changing the language. It's secretly an advertisement, but it's hidden as a short-form anime series. That's funny. They don't see art, they just see anime as a condom. Although it may be a strange thing for an advertising agency member to write, when pursuing projects, we have a shared philosophy with clients that may be summed up as: creating works is our principal task, and producing advertisements is our subordinate task. The validity of this stance is reinforced by the results of our post-project evaluations. 3 steps in the psychological change undergone by people who have watched an original short-length anime. Step 1, person watches an original short-length anime on the web and is so moved by it that they watch it many times over. Step 2, they are motivated to tell other people about it, so share the content via social media. Step 3, their positive feelings toward the brand that created this wonderful anime work increase, while their image of the brand is enhanced, and their purchase retentions relating to the brand rise. I feel dirty. This feels kind of dirty. Sonic Extreme, thank you. When these DEI people see stuff like anime, they don't see a beloved medium, they see an asset to be used and twisted to fit their agendas. It's sickening stuff, really. It is. It really is. It's just like the video game guy. You gotta figure out how to turn your fans into fanatics. It is not simply a matter of creating a good anime concept development with the objective of optimizing the anime work in relation to the brand, and methods for verifying the effectiveness of campaigns are also essential. Dentsu is accumulating a unique array of expertise in all of these areas. Each time we input the data that we have obtained, I am again strongly reminded that marketing solutions and the creation of high-quality anime works are both absolutely essential and must go hand in hand. And it looks like this was written by Takashi Muto, a strategic planner at Dentsu Japanimation Studio. This is a wild read. No wonder Bridge is promoting. This is how people like that view the entire world. Da-da-da. We read through that. And then there's a list of all the anime Dentsu is involved in. But it sounds like since Dentsu's been around for fucking ages, that you couldn't look at, like, the old works they've been involved in. And especially if it's, like, not something the Attack on Titan production. And especially if it's like something that is long form instead of short form. It seems like this DEI attack inside of Dentsu has only really started around 2018. And if that was the beginning, you wouldn't really start seeing the effects of it probably until like 2020, 2021, if not. You should send this to the one Japanese politician, Zenko Kurishita, who has been replying to Savvy and protected and agreeing with Chibi during Bochigate. Yeah, I saw his tweet on that, and I just have not had any time to speak about it. That's the licensing company. What is this? Dentsu announcement, the Garden anime anthology series, first part, The Waiting Man. Azuki and Dentsu announced Thursday, when was this? 2024? A new 3-part anime anthology series titled Enter the Garden, which will launch on April 30th with its first part, The Waiting Man. Anime will stream in Japanese with English subtitles on Azuki's website and YouTube channel. The next 2 installments will premiere in the coming months. Goro Taniguchi, Code Geass, and One Piece Film Red is the creative producer. Azuki unveiled a trailer and visual. Using an ad blocker, I am. That's interesting. Many people at Dentsu speaking about the power of marketing brands with anime. Damn, this is bugging 20 minutes. All That Matters 2022, once considered a niche genre for hardcore fans, the world of manga and anime has become a global phenomenon, not only becoming one of the most in-demand genres of entertainment in the world, but also becoming a part of and influencing many other passion industries, such as gaming, fashion, film, and even luxury. In this session, we explore the factors that have led to anime's global popularity, how leading brands have incorporated anime licensing into their campaigns, and their potential in helping brands reach Gen Z. 0 comments. 0 comments, 141 views. Sly Maverick, thank you. Hello, Foxy. You gonna listen to the VOD later? Sorry for missing out. No apologies. I hope whatever you were busy with was hella good, dude. Praxis Fall, thank you. If they want to push DEI from the left, why can't the left control their own? And so they seem to go crazy, like some kind of cyber psychosis, a leftist psychosis. When the goal of Marxism is to have like a global united front where everybody is living under the same kind of everything, right? It makes sense that they're trying to capture all these different industries. I'm not really, I guess, understanding the question, because that's the way that it's always been pushed. Love Focused Foxy Fridays, Midgard, Thickguard, thank you for the biddies. My brain is so fucking mushy from all of this shit. I don't think I would have the... I don't think I would have the brain cells to even go through that video right now. I'm trying to like just quickly open the rest of these things I have, since I know it's after 8. We read this earlier. I had this open. So I've already read through that. That was insane to read. Of course, it's easy to see what kind of marketing they'll be doing. We have on Dentsu's website here. Actually, that first link, KB, doesn't work. They have a diversity, equity, and inclusion report for 2022, but it is 404'd. It is 404'd. The first link that didn't work and just brought me to their main page was their sustainability solutions and DEI. It looks like they have a new DEI page here, though. DEI Action 10. Promoting active participation of all employees, we prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion in our own working environment and will prepare a foundation where all employees can maximize their performance. This is not on the Dentsu Global website, by the way. This is the japan.dentsu.com website. All employees can maximize their performance. We also change our actions by paying closer attention to unconscious bias to others. As a group, we will thus create various ideas and values through a variety of partnerships. And they have here the fair promotion and employment, fair offering of info and resources, relevant individual supports, acknowledge diverse perspectives, understand unconscious bias, understand and support disabled/ill employees, understand and support LGBT employees, understand and support foreign employees, obtain official certification, solve DEI issues in society. Dentsu Group is fully committed to DEI and does not approve of any sort of discrimination or bias. We will pursue various points of view, appreciate all differences, and nurture our culture where everyone can be true to oneself. By converting the variety of our employees into our strengths, we will evolve our business and contribute to transformation of our society. And here we have 3 of the images on the World Economic Forum's DEI tenets. I don't remember exactly what they're called, but there's like a bunch of them. Let me just bring up the graphic really quick because I don't want to be talking out of my ass. Hold on a second. WEF, DEI, fucking, oh god, I don't know what it's called. Maybe that'll just bring it up. What's the WEF, World Economic Forum? What are they called? Oh my god, we went through this when we talked about Irium Group, because Irium Group's owner is also committed to the United Nations. Thank you, KB. Show me fucking the UN, United Nations DEI guidelines. Where are they? Where are the little boxes? Here we go. The SGD help desk. Here we go. Sustainable Development Goals. The UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the last time I brought up the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, and here are like a bunch of the images. I know my head's in the way. Irium's owner company has this on their website, and typically there was like this way to like pay to be able to use the specific branding from these goals, and like if you were using them as a commercial purpose, you had to pay money to the UN in order to do that. It was very fucking weird, might I add. Very, very fucking strange. Demonic goals. So on Dentsu Japan's website, from the UN Sustainable Development Goals, they have 5 gender equality, 8 decent work and economic growth, and 10 reduced inequalities. Then they have tags here for ESG management, the 2030 sustainability strategy, business domain for service and solutions, and sustainability solutions, Dentsu Japan sustainability. So Dentsu heavy into the DEI, as we can see here. Proudly list DEI and ESG on the Japan front page. They do. On their DEI page, they have DEI Action 10. KB archived all of this for me back in April 2024. So this hasn't been updated. They removed a couple of pages, but it's all here. The icons are also something he was doing research into a while ago, and it looks like, here's an archive he put. Niji Bridge and Nijiro Diversity. Niji Bridge, bridging the gaps for diversity and inclusion. Niji Bridge is a website that introduces research data regarding sexual minorities such as LGBTQ and actions that everyone can participate in. The daily feeling of isolation and alienation that comes from being LGBTQ. When we collect the thoughts and experiences of each person and view them as data, we can see disparities in educational background, income, health, and lifestyle in order to eliminate these disparities. Individual action is required to support government and corporate measures, as well as national and local government legislation. Niji Bridge is a bridge that bridges social disparities related to LGBTQ. A bridge that connects each individual and society, and a bridge that passes from those of us living today to the next generation. Shibuya City Office, Diversity Collaborative Study of LGBT Partnership Coverage in Japan, presented by Mizuho. LGBTQ partnership systems cover more across Japan. Action, Niji Bridge, initiative for SGDs. So there's more UN Sustainable Development Goals on this website. Niji Bridge is an initiative that falls under 10, eliminate inequality among people and countries, and 16, peace and justice for all. Got bad news about that next generation bit. Go to Rainbow Diversity Web. What the hell? Sponsors: IKEA, Kraft Heinz. I can't read that. These are Japanese companies. Niantic. Huh. Nike, Mizuho. Nijiro Diversity is a certified NPO corporation designated by Osaka City. Donations to certified NPOs are tax deductible. The Niji Bridge logo combines the initial B for Bridge the Gaps, much like Cheryl Daisha likes to say, and pink triangle into the shape of a reminiscent of a graph, expressed in the colors of SDGs 10 and 16. Pink triangle is an identification mark given to homosexuals by the Nazis in concentration camps, and it means not to forget the history of LGBT people. Bro, what? Why would you want to use that as like your symbol of I'm helping them? That seems kind of wild to do. Why would we want to use, yeah, why would we want to use that? It's like, hello, Jewish people, I'm here to help you. Let me stamp you with some numbers first, though. That seems a bit weird. That's a bit odd to do, in my opinion. That's so strange. Pink Triangle seems like an odd choice. Niji Bridge is Nijiro's diversity campaign site for social action. Sustainable Development Goals. They originate from the United Nations. Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. All right. That seems to be the end of all the information that I have on Dentsu from our bridge research last year in March and April. And the only thing we really couldn't get to was this 20-minute video here of the Dentsu people talking about this kind of important shit. But the fact that they are this inundated already with the DEI sloppa is a really scary thing to think about, considering how many studios they work with. Video Gamer, thank you. You missed the old days when anime was a niche thing for nerds and we got awesome shows like Bubblegum Crisis, Project Eiko, Tenchi Muyo, Trigun, Fullmetal Alchemist, MS Gundam, Cowboy Beep Boop, Outlaw Star, Love Hina, etc. You could list all day. Yeah, we had fucking like golden age of anime, dude. Damn, you did good, Foxy. Lots of info today. This all started. All of these tabs were simply because Savvy made this one post that again, all of her research typically gets tons of fucking traction. I don't know how this one didn't. She mentioned that Pokemon had previously worked with Dentsu, an advertising firm that created a new group to replace Garm. Dentsu has been heavily drinking the Kool-Aid, and I am sad that I did not get around to talking about it last year when I had all the information, but there's so much shit from Bridge that falls through the cracks. Like, you guys know, I've been lamenting that I haven't been able to talk about Bridge stuff as much as I would have liked to. There's so much info. And it's just, I cannot do all of it by myself, and I am the only one talking about Bridge regularly. Savvy love. Foxy love. Savvy's awesome. Savvy is awesome. She does some great fucking digging. There's only soup. I'm so angry. That man just listed your entire teenage life. This is how entertainment as we know it ends, not with a whimper, but with a collective cry of the outcasts who witnessed their hobbies being taken away and destroyed right in front of them by the very people that mocked them in school. It's sad times to live in. I agree. It is. It's very sad. It's very sad, and it's annoying, and I really hope Japan does better at resisting a lot of this shit than we have in the West. I want to see it get as bad over there as it has here, man. The scarf Kirsche is complete. Ah! I'll have to see about that. Let me find someone to raid here. Oh god, my tummy hurts. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry, chat. I only ate a cheese stick before stream. I only ate a cheese stick. Oh god, I'm gonna be safe since today was a DEI stream. Today was 5 hours of unfiltered corpo speak, globo homo, and how Dentsu and other Western people are trying to ruin anime. So we're gonna just raid into the Bagman. We're gonna raid into the Bagman because he'll understand our autism. You know, he's fine. He's fine with it. He knows we're autistic. Thank you guys for hanging out a little bit late with me tonight, and thank you for coming along the corpo speak ride with me. I know Bridge information is incredibly fucking dense, and there's so much of it, but I appreciate you guys for hanging in there with me, because otherwise I would feel like I'm doing it for nothing, man. It's all because of you guys. You guys are interested in the info. You guys want the info, so thank you. Thank you for maintaining your brain cells and your attention spans. And I will see you tomorrow, where I desperately need to play video games and not read Corpo Sloppa for 5 fucking hours. I desperately need to just drool on myself and be French. I need it. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find food. I'm gonna scavenge in my bunker kitchen and hope the bunker cat hasn't eaten everything. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out super fucking late. Thank you. If I missed a big dono from you guys, hopefully Binary Mind can let me know and I can thank you early in stream tomorrow. I'm very sorry that I missed so many donos, especially when I'm in like a thick information train like this. I don't hate you. I love you, and I appreciate everyone who donos or subs or resubs or gift subs, and if I miss you, I am eternally sorry, but at least it shows up on screen. We have that one thing. I cannot physically thank everyone individually anymore. I'm so sorry. I hate being large and not being able to do that anymore. Back when I was a wee foxu, I used to be able to thank all of the active chatters at the end of stream too. I liked that. I liked thanking everyone. So thank you. Have a great rest of your night. I'm gonna get cut off because that raid's gonna auto go to bag